Oh great, a 472. Been a while since I had to dodge bullet spray. Seems their leader's gone to ground. Asa would love the chance to flush them out. Raptidons. They gnawed right through the wall here. They can't be far. La damn. He's just gone. We made it in. Guess the Protectorate ain't so good at watching their own backs after all. Whew. Real glad I didn't have to breathe any of that in. That's the relay up ahead. Why haven't downships been marketed as stepping stones before? Missed opportunity. Oh look, the relay's just up the hill. Another rift. Rather not get up close and personal-like, if it's all the same to you. I ended my association with aunties of my own accord, if that makes you feel better. Ain't here to do you harm. And when's the last time I tried to sell you anything? The liftoff incident don't count. Looks like we have a few hungry friends joining us. Keep your finger on the trigger. See? That wasn't so bad. Nothing is ever simple. Damn lift. I could climb up the shaft faster than this. That's it. I'm walking. Just as soon as I put these boys down. Finally. Anything else the universe wants to throw at us while we're here? Seen these before. It's a Protectorate vestige, which means none of their troops made it out alive. If we want in, we'll need to gather all their armorial IDs. They seemed like good soldiers. Too bad it had to end this way. Nice work, Commander. This'll prove useful once we take this side of the island. Do like a good act of sabotage. But those folk at the Vox won't. Not gonna dance on their graves. Protectorate or not, I know what it's like to be faced with a hopeless situation. Faced with death. It's never easy. Could someone program tactfulness into this hunk of metal? They're stringing up their own people. Sick bastards. So this is where your backstabbing agent plotted and schemed, huh? Cheery place. Can't wait to see the inside. Hey, if they want to eat their own, I know of a certain CEO and her army who won't complain. There's some kind of opening in the canyon, Commander. Bet we could find our way closer to the Vox if we stay out of sight. This the maintenance room? Void. Not much for creature comforts, are they? Hell of a scene to greet you at the start of your workday. Bet it keeps folk completely in line. We ought to move, quick! Hold a moment, Commander. Could be more on that terminal worth looking at. Commander, we need to go! Looks like Montelli's crazy goes up the chain of command. Figures. None of this ever happens in a vacuum. If these workers are smart, they'll stay hunkered down here till the fighting's over. But they probably aren't. Hope I never see the inside of one of those again. This is the control room. Bet you last month's earnings that DeVries left her mark here. This piece of work's been on a murder spree and has the nerve to call himself unimpeachable. Let's tread lightly. Don't want to stir up more of his crazy. Tawdry! Suppose you're partially right. I'm not opposed to taking cheap shots. Want me to demonstrate? And we found a shrine dedicated to her in his locker. Best replica of her wig I ever saw. Ain't that right, Commander? Festering rot. Hell of a way to speak of your own forces, Brigadier. We gotta do something. If the Vox crashes into Fairfield, it'll kill a whole lot of my people and innocent civilians. Use the control panel. Do the right thing. You know damn well it isn't helping the Protectorate kill a number of us when we aren't even in the fight. Aim it elsewhere on the island. Fire it into space. I don't care, so long as you don't doom everybody in Fairfield for nothing. Then you and I will cease our association. The choice is yours, Commander, and I reckon we're just about out of time. No, suppose you don't. Just consider the consequences, whatever you choose. A flip of the switch can be the difference between salvation or a massacre. That's what you think of us, huh? Yeah, sure, maybe we came here uninvited, but we ain't invaders. We're liberators. You're mad if you think condemning us will lead to any kind of peace. It's a relief to hear you say so. Go on then, Commander. We're short on time as it is. You're mad if you think condemning us and the Protectorate refugees will lead to any kind of peace. Listen, you do anything to Fairfield, and you and I will cease our association for good. Choice is yours, Commander. And I reckon we're just about out of time. Careful now. You're speaking to a soldier who could put one between your eyes at 100 paces back. Lucky for you, I'm here in good faith. Oughta fetch Niles. He's got the call sign. Should be enough to buy her trust. That might just be the most ruthless bait and switch I ever heard. Your friends ought to be proud. His loss. I heard Auntie's in the market for a big, dumb, winsome bodyguard. He'd be paid handsomely in spratwurst and backhanded compliments. We've lost too many good people like this. Unprepared, unawares. It's gotta change. Something has, all right. I ended my contract effective immediately. Now I'm free to prove myself to everyone in Auntie's choice. My way. I've decided on the matriarch graft. This program started with raptidons, so why not try the finest specimen to date? I've decided on the skeleton crabble graft. It's time for the program to branch out, and I expect this claw will serve me mighty well. The material we harvested from the skeleton crabble could allow me to fire off scalding shell shards. They'd pierce through armor easily, I imagine. And the part from the raptidon matriarch should let me camouflage myself at will, like other raps can. I'd be able to close the distance and heal you up without the enemy noticing. I believe either option would suit me fine. Care to share your thoughts? Then I will. And you know what? This makes me the first of Auntie's soldiers to graft with the skeleton's claw. I rather like the thought of being a pioneer. Thank you for the bedside manner, Commander. As you can tell, I've got a nervous temperament and jump at the sight of my own shadow. Pain? Doc, pain is for other people. I don't know what exactly I'm feeling right now, but if you've got any more, I'll take it. This was one of your better ideas, and I'm counting any future ones you might have. But it certainly beats feeling like I'm bleeding on the inside, or fighting the urge to feast on raw human flesh, like last time. Yeah, both. Body's not accustomed to the presence of another limb. Feels like I've got an extra passenger in my nervous system. Is this spearmint flavored? Why, Doc Tinsley, you think of everything. You're an inspiration. I feel at peace with my mortality already. Grafting with the matriarch feels right. The Enhanced Soldier Division was designed with raptidons in mind, and there's nary a specimen finer than our late matriarch. We only acquired one grafting part, so I think that'll have to do. Unless you want to help me hunt down the other creature? I'm fine, Doc. Well, fine as I can be, considering. I'm just glad you and your raps ain't harmed. Ain't lost me yet, unless this graft gives out on me. I hate to ask for a favor, now of all times, but I gotta get this fixed. Can you help? It's a relief to hear it's all going well, Doc. Thanks. The creatures they were experimenting on broke out of their cages, killed most of the staff. But you know what's worse? Keeping a dead soldier's body on display. Like a thing. I found the doctor in charge, still alive. We spoke briefly, and I allowed him to live. On the condition that he redeems himself and uses his research for good. I found the doctor in charge, still alive, cowering. I killed him, and let his sick aims die along with him. There's no good that can come of his work. Nothing! But this ain't the extent of it, I fear. I need to find out who's responsible for all this. There's a grafting lab way out on Cloister that was still operational. Till recently. I found it, Doc. And law. I ain't seen any horrors like that. I know what I saw. They were brutalizing folk and creatures, paying them no mind, giving them no honor, even if they succumb to the process. Course you would. But I suppose it's the sensible option. Ain't surprising. What's his name? Where can we find him? Not anymore. The commander's seen to that. But I thank you. No, yeah, a tune-up sounds good. I actually brought a few other grafting parts with me, if you reckon my arm can handle a stitch or two. I got a device that might help stabilize what I got going on up on this shoulder. Ought to let me use my graft all the more often. Think you can install it? I brought a few things with me. A device to stabilize my shoulder, a few other grafting parts too, if you reckon I can handle another stitch. You heard the commander. Suppose I'm choosing that. Would have thought you'd choose the risky option. Consequences be damned. Let's go with that, then. Since Doc's given her blessing, which do you reckon I go with? The ursapod's mucus gland could absorb some incoming damage, if you don't mind getting a little sticky. Then I'll choose the same. Just refrain from any slug jokes. Hive it is. Just refrain from any buzzing jokes. The doctor there, he killed a friend of mine. And you're telling me you knew nothing of it? Doc, with all due respect, what I do with him when I get there is my own damn business. I just mean to have a little chat. I will be asking Willard to reform the grafting program. You heard from Dr. Rasmussen, right? I spared him and his research for this purpose. If there's good to be had from the program, then Willard needs to invest in that good. And you're my first choice to lead the new program. I can't promise anything, Doc, but I'll try. Thank you. For everything. Thank you, Doc. Now, you get those grafting tools ready, because I ain't intending to fail. Seems everything's in order. I could stabilize my shoulder for good with this device here, which I reckon would let me trigger my graft more often. Or we could take a bit of a risk. Suppose it's time to let bygones be bygones. Never mind that.
There's a grafting lab way out on Cloister that was still operational. Till recently. I found it, Doc. And, law, I ain't seen any horrors like that. It was off the books, Doc. We found a grafting lab way out on Cloister, still operational. Law, I ain't seen horrors like that in my life. They were brutalizing folk and creatures, paying them no mind, giving them no honor even if they succumbed to the process.
Never mind that. I really need your help, Doc, with my graft. Was hoping you had some ideas on how to fix it. Where my own first aid training can't reach, Doc's got me covered. The graft knocked me on my ass for weeks when I first got it. But she nursed me back to health. I'm gonna assume Crabble Butter's especially smooth, because I'm ready to feel like myself again. Reckon that's the cave we moseyed into, remember? With the glowy bits? Explains the equipment and bodies. You know, I reckon we've been to both of these places already. Creatures sure know how to keep out of sight. We explored that cave once, and here I thought it was just a small pack of rats that moved in. If you don't mind, I'll go ahead and take this spare part off your hands for my own research. Despite your insinuation, there are plenty of good folk around here, but perhaps not many with Doc's particular skill set. Frankly, there were triage she performed back then. Didn't exactly have time to ponder a long-term solution. She did all she could, and I don't blame her none. Go on, Doc. The Protectorate must have believed it was true. Nothing puts weight behind your word like the threat of censorship. Or punishment. Is the commander always like this? I'm gonna do us both a favor and pretend you're operating on a real, subtle sense of humor. I heard rumors of the creature myself. Our skeleton sounds a good bit larger than the average Crabble. Meaner and smarter, too. Deep in Protectorate territory. This matriarch sure ain't making it easy for us. She'll be more aggressive and more cunning than her smaller kin. The name's metaphorical. This creature's real pale, bone-colored, but it's got muscles and innards like anything else. It is. Rare, once-in-a-generation divergence in the Crabble population. Powerful and frightening? Reckon it'd suit me just fine. Only half done when we got the part in hand, by my estimation. But not having to fumble all over the island for a lead does put the mind at ease. How are we drying out this Raptidon anyhow? If this is the end, Doc, let it be swift. I hate to ask for a favor, but I really need one. It's my graft. I know you were forbidden from aiding me back when, well, Fairfield stood. But you can fix it, can't you? Despite your insinuation, there are plenty of good folk within Auntie's Choice. We're many in this town, in fact. But perhaps not many with Doc's particular skill set. At least we won't have many Protectorate troops to contend with. Good thing, as this matriarch will be a hard enough fight. She's more aggressive and more cunning than her smaller kin. Or so we think. Ain't gonna celebrate until I got the part in hand and en route back to Doc's. Appreciate the urgency, Doc. I'm ready to feel like myself again. That I do. Will do, Doc. I thank you. And you, Commander, without your help, I don't know what I might have done. Whatever you need going forward, I'm there. You got my word. Yeah, you could say that. Thanks, Doc. Feels right, grafting with the matriarch. The Enhanced Soldier Division was designed with Raptidons in mind. Now it's come full circle. Thanks, Doc. Hoping I might blaze a new trail or two with this one. The Mantis Swarm Hive, however, would be best for crowd control. Say the word, and I'll sick these little guys on any enemy in our vicinity. I'm intrigued by either option, really. This ursapod mucus gland could absorb oncoming damage if used right. But this Mantis Swarm Hive could help us attack large groups of enemies. Well, I imagine you got an opinion. He's on the claim, but they'll never let us inside, not on account of all we've done to Auntie's Choice. I can't meet with this Willard, can I? Can't get justice for Ortiz. What do I do? I don't much appreciate you undermining my work, Minister. When have I ever not made a go of a job for you, huh? Is it so damn hard to extend a mind of trust? Minister, I'm telling you I can do more. I've been proving myself to you time and again, haven't I? All I'm asking is a mite of trust. Let me fix my arm and that's it. I'd rather be a down-and-outer for the rest of my life than crushed under your counterfeit leather boa boot a second longer. I quit! And you, I got a proposition for you. Come find me when you're done with this clown. I'll calm down when you stop braying your little excuses. How about that? That's surely the most tempting offer I've heard all day. Respectfully, you don't know a damn thing. And disrespectfully, shove off. If this contract weren't staying my hand, I reckon you'd be answering to it right about now. Hey, how about we settle our business first? I did what you wanted. Were it that easy, we'd be seeing a lot more folk limping around Fairfield. Now hold on.
I went into enemy territory crawling with dangerous creatures for you alone to get some dusty report. And you got the audacity to complain about paperwork? Again, you gave away my job and told my replacement to send me home. That don't make me wayward, and it sure as shit don't make me unreliable. Ain't a light matter breaking a contract. But if I didn't know any better, I'd say he's pushing me to do just that. Won't trust me to fix my graft or even lace my own boots. Keep pushing me. We'll see how you fare without a lackey to order around. You think I ain't ready to take such a step, huh? And if I die or leave, how do you reckon failure to retain an enhanced soldier would look to upper management, huh? So you say. But Auntie's Choice ain't seen a trooper like me before. You'll regret counting me out. Till then, I hope you choke on your mock apple martinis. If you're serious about that job offer, come find me when you're done with this clown. And you were only able to set foot in the ministry due to my clearing a path first. Swooping in on someone else's hard work. Ain't that just the way? Oh, I'm counting on it. You might have told me you were certified in door-to-door sales, Commander. I could have brought some free samples to boost our numbers. You can trust them. We make under-the-table deals with them all the time. Can't believe the Protectorate with their superior rules and hierarchy could let a gas leak get out of control like this. Good. Now the folk here can breathe easy. Huh. That part of your special Earth Directorate training? Commander? Think this stuff is eating my lungs from the inside. I see the way back in through here. Just need to find a way around this mess. If you're raring for a demonstration, shake my claw on a morning when I've gone without my citrus-related beverage. See what happens. Sadly, my possession of a Crabble graft doesn't grant me insight into their undoubtedly philosophical introspections. No, I'm the future of both species. See, when a Crabble and a human love each other very much, they— You seem nice. I'd gather that their automech programming is just as rigid as the rest of their society. Meaning, this automech didn't misplace anything. Gonna take that to mean her taste buds ain't yet been blessed by the Auntie Cleo and Pal's Crab Witch. She'll learn the error of her ways one day. My extra parts aren't side effects, if that's your implication. And anyhow, I should think some minor side effects would be preferable to dying. Hogarth. Milver Street reckons he's the key to converting this town. Let's bring him the good news of Auntie's Choice, shall we? Look around. If the Protectorate wanted to do right by you, you wouldn't be starving and wallowing in this metal quagmire. You want to help your people? Go to Fairfield. So much for their paradigm keeping mouths fed and roofs overhead. The minister was right to send us here. Well, it's either that or die here with all dignity tossed asunder. Be smart. Take the deal. Great. If we want to cross the canyon, we need that bridge lowered. See that? There's a catwalk attached to the underside of the bridge. If we lower it, we might be able to cross without a fight. Ain't no use lingering. Let's get across. That be the Vox up ahead. They're dead. At least nobody else is going to be strung up. This is Protectorate territory, all right. Ain't looking to instigate anything, Commander. But if these bastards make any threat on my person, no promises. You know, nobody's looking our way. Reckon we could rustle up some supplies here. We made it across in one piece. Hope it stays that way. Would you look at that? A giant hole in their defenses. Unguarded, too. Bet we can lower the bridge from here. But I reckon those mechs won't be too happy. No! And unless you grafted with a terror ray when I wasn't looking, maybe don't give in to that urge. Now that's a view. Were we not under threat of being shot on sight, it'd be nice to take it all in. Sure. Seen a few of these in my time. I'll try not to accidentally gas us to the void. You best hope you ain't still on this island once I break out of here. I will haunt your every footstep. You hear? Damn you to the void! Good, 'cause I ain't bringing it. Though if you're that desperate to test my patience, by all means, keep it up. They never listen to sound advice, do they? Hey, you and I need to have words, Commander. Hey! Maybe don't boast about this in front of a minigun-wielding warden? Commander, I think you and I need to have a chat. If you think I'm going down without a fight, you're out of your mind. You ain't gonna use me to solve your problem. You're just dragging out the inevitable. Tell her, Commander. See? So how about you take that suggestion and shove it right up your— Wait. What? I damn well hope you're speaking in hypotheticals. Yeah, we've already established that you wish you had different orders. This is exactly the manner of depravity we mean to free these folk from. I know we gotta cross the bridge, but there must be an alternative. One that don't involve an executioner.
So much for the Protectorate's self-proclaimed unity and order.
You're damn lucky that bullet didn't graze the warden here. Fuck you! You're a traitor and a coward! I should have killed you the moment I set my lamps on you. This is very personal, because when I pull your lying tongue out of your jaw, I promise you, I will personally enjoy it. Talk about me like that again, and you'll have another void damn thing coming. I'm telling you. But I ain't even one of Auntie's anymore. Not officially. You think a free agent going missing will send a message to anyone? It won't. If you go through with this, you ain't any better than these bastards holding the rope. You best think on that. What in the void do you think you're playing at? Both of you. You think I'll stand for this? You've got to be kidding me. What are you doing? What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't ever do that to me again.
Law, Commander. Really?
What the void are you doing? You know this law-damned pontificating coward would string you up too if she could. Or are you so stupid that you fancy yourself the exception?
About time someone started speaking sense. Ain't sure what's worse, being disemboweled by a rapt or being audited round the clock by this creep. Ah! It's got a knack for timing. That obvious, huh? Yeah, I was hoping there'd be something worth harvesting. Something worth the trouble of killing the poor creature. But hope is the father of disappointment. This place is an archive of Protectorate censorship. If it's been sanitized, censored, or rewritten out of the Protectorate's history, the Ministry's where you'll find it. Mind yourself now. I don't know my life story to someone I ain't even properly acquainted with. If you've got the misfortune of being Protectorate, you live under the watchful eye of the Sentinels. You even think of stepping out of line, they pay you a visit and send you off. It's a kinder fate than if they survived. Allowing us to walk off with this intel would surely land any survivor in front of the firing squad. Or sentimental refreshment. When there's paperwork, there's enemy secrets. And dropping Raptidons on the place is a quick way to stop any personnel keen on destroying those secrets before we find them. To where exactly, I ain't sure. But you'll be getting obedience kicked into you. All three of them? Relax. I come in peace. Just asking a question. No, you ain't got what I need. Nope. You and I need to have a chat. You pushed right past me and into the fray with those rapts. You want to pick a fight? Try me. Ain't as tough as you thought. Ooh, we got ourselves a hero. This ought to be good. Damn idiot. You want to die? Be my guest. I ain't gonna be around to save you. Be careful out there. Hey you! Out of the disaster area. It ain't safe. Hey you all right? Didn't think anyone else survived. Hey you! Get over here before you get yourself killed. Ah, come on now. You ain't gotta... Oh, he hired you. To find details on mental refreshment, right? If you had, you'd know. Unless you're accustomed to seeing folk roaming around with exposed muscle fibers or stunted extra limbs on their backs. Go ahead. There's probably plenty of Protectorate info waiting to be scooped up, if you're keen. Just mind the raps. I got what I came for, so I reckon it's time to see about my contract. Law knows I could use a lucky break. Right. The streamlined architecture and artfully mauled bodies really do it for you, huh? If the occasion calls for it. But I fancy myself something of a biologist. Or, at least I used to. I've had worse. Most times it's mundane work like paper pushing or tidying Milver Street salon. Other times it's bloodier, but the Rat Pods made quick work of the folk here. I'm Inez Silung, Auntie's choice, former combat medic in the Enhanced Soldier Division. Now, menial troubleshooter. I'll admit I was eager for some good hunting around here. My graft, needs some bolstering. But if the Raps here are as weak as this one, it won't help me none. Oh, that's a high-profile target. Huh. If she entrusted that to you, then I reckon we're on the same side. Or something like it. Huh. I heard there were some survivors still holed up over there. I can understand them looking for help, though how this place could provide that, I ain't claiming to know. So long as you don't impede my work or break the stalemate we got on this island, I think we'll get along all right. They're always counting me out. Every single one of them. And now, they ain't even letting me finish the jobs they send me on. Kinda making it hard to prove myself here. Sure, job's done. Time to collect. Ain't nothing here for me, so I think I'll head back myself. I got some words for Milver Street. And this rep didn't even have anything that could help my graft. This whole thing's a wash. Sick of it. Weren't many of us grafted soldiers to begin with. To think I'm one of the lucky ones. You looked at the fine print of an employment contract lately? It says any action taken by a worker that could result in impeded work must be approved by the contract holder. Not yet. Not for a long time neither, if I got anything to say about it. Wait, before you go, tell me the truth. You're here for Milver Street, right? Fine. The job's all yours. Reckon I shouldn't be surprised he'd cast me aside. Yet again. If you'll excuse me, I got some words for him. Good luck in there. Mind the raps. Well, the job's all yours. Reckon I'll head back to Fairfield and have a nice little chat with Milver Street. Yeah, the look on your face says it all. And a desperate rapt is a dangerous rapt. I was fearing no one else survived the crash. I've been here looking for folk in the rubble, but ain't had much success. Law be with them all. Ain't got a choice. I got flung off the ladder, so I need to climb it again. But I can't do that until I get my graft fixed and prove I'm no longer a waste of time, or funds. I was sent out to the Ministry of Accuracy for a job, see? Having a failed graft hasn't won me a lot of goodwill, so I thought it was just a ploy to get me out of the way. But that stupid job ended up saving me. Now with all the folk here gone, my contract's voided. Leaves me with nothing. But reckon it's also a fresh start. You're kidding, right? Look, even if you did somehow prove to be dangerous or something vaguely approximating it, I still rather fancy my odds in a fight. Wait. Is that a data cartridge you got there? Ah, damn it. Don't tell me Milver Street sent you. Oh, that son of a sprat fucker. So he even told you about me? Yeah, I'm Inez, former combat medic in the Enhanced Soldier Division, now a menial troubleshooter. That was my job you swept out from under me. Handled yourself well enough, but you can't go doing that on this island. You're lucky if the worst you come face to face with are malnourished beasts. What are you here for anyway? Cute. I came here for another job, true. Just didn't quite get around to it before an armed stranger came through and shook things up. Excuse me if I ain't keen on sharing an enclosed space with an unknown party. One who's also on some kind of mission. Which is... Minister Milver Street of Fairfield sent me here to retrieve some information. Not my most exciting assignment, but suppose we can't expect much with the stalemate on this island. I'm considered a liability. My graph's all wrong. Most everyone else who got one passed or became permanently incapacitated. So they shuttered the program. It was a total failure. Well, I'm Inez Silong, former combat medic in the Enhanced Soldier Division, now menial troubleshooter. And that was my job you swept out from under me. I know, I ain't blaming you. It's part of climbing the ladder. Ain't but one rung at the bottom, and everyone's keen to get a foothold. Can't exactly afford to be picky about the jobs that come my way neither. Considering my condition, options are limited. Well, the only people who believe that are in this room right now, including that dead rapt, I reckon. Who knows? Maybe you'll find the unsightliness rather charming once you get used to it. Though, most folk don't. Other than punch a hole in my armor, cause Huel at the saloon to yell in consternation, not much, at present. Sorry. Guess I'm just used to folks staring real hard and then steering clear. Could pursue fixing it myself were I out of my contract, but if I attempted to end it, I'd have to waive all employment rights for the next year. That's a non-starter. Law, no. The contract would just pass down the line of succession. It's a very long line. And anyway, I ain't a killer. No matter how much I fantasize about shutting him up when he goes on and on about how he's the father of capitalism reincarnated. No. Enhanced Soldier Division was the fancy public-facing name for the grafting program. And when I say it was shuttered, I mean completely fucking demolished. Truth is, my time is coming. The graft's making me sick, and it'll kill me if I leave it be. But I ain't giving up. There's gotta be a way to fix it. Yeah? Well, I'm Trooper Silong. Inez, former combat medic, Enhanced Soldier Division. Now just a menial troubleshooter who looks to have gotten her job swept out from under her. Believe me, I ain't planning on remaking this mistake. Ain't gonna fight you for it. What's done is done. Everyone in Fairfield reckons my time will come soon too. But I'm still mostly upright. For now, I only been able to treat my own ailments thanks to Doc Tinsley in Fairfield. She worked for the program for a time. She's a good one. She's bound by contract to work on whatever task Fairfield's illustrious leader set her to, nothing else. But she also ain't quite got the hang of the employment thing. Let me put it this way. If I was already on the bottom rung, this knocks me clean off and buries me in sand. But I started from nothing before. I could do it again. Maybe. Yeah. Thanks for the expert opinion. Bet they'd erase it from the financial records if they could. It was that much of an embarrassment. In the wake of such a failure, it's left us grafted folks with no support.
And you can't come stumbling around here looking like prey. These raps ain't had a bite to eat since their pods dropped from the look of it. What is it you're doing round here?
Meant no offense. You ain't one of Auntie's, and from the look of things, the Protectorate here didn't put up much of a fight.
Cute. Though I did come here for another job, it's true. Me and Raptidons, we're well acquainted. I know their patterns, behaviors, attacks. Know what gives them an edge around folk who ain't in possession of that knowledge. You're in the middle of a war zone, friend. Anyone who ain't asking questions is instead asking for a bullet in the back.
Which is why I gotta ask, what are you doing here? Wouldn't be the first time.
Not only would trying to fix my graft impede my work,
but it's also financially unviable, unproven, a risky investment. So I'm stuck with a limb that's slowly poisoning me. Get the feeling you will. Think I'll head back to town myself and have words with Milver Street. But don't let that impede you from collecting on this job. Anyhow, think I'll return to Fairfield to have a little chat with Milver Street. Go on now. There's probably plenty of Protectorate info waiting to be scooped up if you're keen. Just mind the raps.
You're here for him? Oh, that son of a sprat fucker!
Well, that tells me all I need to know. That son of a sprat fucker. That right. Suppose if you've been in my position and managed to do well for yourself, could be an option worth keeping on the table. If all else fails.
If the graft were an imaginary boo-boo, I wouldn't be in this mess, friend. It's paperwork that's the problem.
You okay, friend? You're looking a little wobbly. If I still had my med bag, I could fix you up right. But it looks like you made it out all right, friend. I'll relish any win I can. Name's Inez Silong, former combat medic in the Enhanced Soldier Division of Auntie's Choice. Now, independent. Then you and I understand one another, as was I. Suppose we were the lucky ones. Ah, ain't an injury. Not really, anyhow. It's my graft. If you've not seen one before, wouldn't surprise me. You're independent yourself, yeah? Maybe we ought to team up. If you help me fix my graft, you'll retain the services of a fully functioning enhanced soldier. Me. That ain't how I would have put it. A bit of both. I want it out of my contract, ain't gonna deny it. But for it to happen this way, I don't know. It's hard to feel much more than guilt. Far as I'm concerned, if you're not actively shooting at me or mine, we're on the same side. Any help you need, I'll be there. And in time, maybe I'll have earned myself the clout to resume my place in Auntie's Choice. And apparently there's some highly sensitive intel about mental refreshment hereabouts. The minister sent me here to find it. Far as I can tell, it's the polite name for re-education camp, one would think. But the raps won't publicly humiliate you before drawing your death out nice and slow. Anyhow, there's apparently some highly sensitive intel about mental refreshment hereabouts. The minister sent me here to find it. Or lamenting that his mock apple martini ain't blended quite right. Ugh, never quite got the hang of those. Ain't easy moving between companies, and I wasn't always with Auntie's Choice. But that's a story for another time. I just know I can do more for Auntie and for the war. It's just this damn contract. Unless I can amend it so I might fix my graft, proving myself ain't happening anytime soon. As do I. It's business.
And you can't come stumbling around here looking like prey. These raps ain't had a bite to eat since their pods dropped from the look of it, and a desperate rapt is a dangerous rapt.
My graft's all wrong, see? And I'm a walking reminder of why the program was unceremoniously shuttered. Most folk who got a graft either passed or became permanently incapacitated. Everyone in Fairfield reckons my time will come soon, too. And that makes me a liability. But I'm still mostly upright. For now. A dead lab worker. Unarmed. Could be they were trying to interfere with the others, but to what end? Gonna take a wild guess and presume that industrial macrowave is the cause for the biomatter splattered hereabouts. Don't think I want the details. Those guards are mighty agitated. And some are wearing gas masks. Yeah, something ain't right here. We should be cautious. If they put half as much energy into cleaning as they had into attacking the odd passerby, this place would be pristine. Pretty convenient that he only managed to save himself from the spores. Still, we ought to fix this before it spirals more out of control. I've had my fill of wrangling spores. This should be enough for the antidote. Let's get out of here before he thinks up another chore for us. Can't say I'll shed a tear over that one. So instead of doing isolated testing, they brought sickness back home. Amateurs. We do well not to draw their ire. This foliage should give us cover aplenty to pass on by. Smell of brine's thick in the air. Gotta be crabbles ahead. Well, if these eggs hatch all at once, it's been nice knowing you. Seems the Protectorate relied on mechs to do population control for them. Big mistake. Nature always wins. Dying alone in the dark and the cold. Wouldn't wish it on anyone. Look up there! Are those rifts? Standing near this thing's making my blood run cold. More than usual, I mean. Control panel here. Bet it's hooked up to those turrets. We'd do well to watch ourselves with the Dragoon patrolling. I don't exactly pass muster as a protectorate nestlebub. Law-damned turrets won't make it easy for us. Carr mentioned this place once. Trained up arbiters to kill without remorse. Hate to think what that education entailed. Seems only an arbiter can open this door. Good thing we got one stored on your ship. Good on you, Rao. Ain't healthy to let the hammer solve all your problems. Can't we talk it out for once? I just scrubbed the last guy's blood off my boots this morning. See these half-eaten remains? They're a sign. Matriarchs lose their appetite when they're on the verge of going into a state of torpor. If you see a cluster of pools like this, expect raptidons nearby. Raptidons are ever malleable. Eden doesn't want them around, and they don't belong here, but they sure carved out a place for themselves. Yep, matriarch's here, all right. Let's put our heads together. You know how Doc mentioned pheromones? Well, just so happened that I procured some raptidon glandular extract in my travels. Should do the trick. Oh, not a lot of people know about the hallucinogenic properties of nebulium. Enhanced soldiers keep a vial in case we're captured. It renders us pretty useless to torturers. Ready for this? All right. Let's do this. She'll have retreated into hiding to conserve her energy. But I got one way to get her attention. A matriarch with 3 full stomachs ain't coming out of hibernation unless she senses a threat to her authority. She hates rivals. Let me think. Yeah, 3 parts pheromone and 2 parts nebulium ought to do it. Use that as the lure and the matriarch won't know what hit her. Hey, if I don't celebrate my own stroke of genius, who will? I'm just happy my acquaintance with these creatures counted for something. I can respect that. Law, look at this part! That's twice the muscle mass of a raptidon hunter. Undamaged nerve endings? Even the coloration's to my liking. Can't ever discount the aesthetics. We're done here. Nice work. You're no slouch, you know that? If we had more soldiers with your talent, we would have taken Eden months ago. You earned it. Elsewise, we're done here. Whenever you're ready, we should head back to Fairfield. Have a word with Doc Tinsley now that I have both the skeleton and matriarch specimens. We could head back to Doc Tinsley's lab now, though there's still the matter of that skeleton crabble. We might search out its lair on the coast, if you're up for it. That's the limb. Bring it here, would ya? This drainage pipe must be coming right from the Vox relay. They're lucky the raps ain't chewed their way through yet. Raptidon tracks. Deep in the earth. Our matriarch's got some weight in her step. Hear that? It's challenging us. Keep howling. We're coming for you. Phew. We should harvest a limb from the matriarch while the body's still warm. Cute. But you're gonna keep wondering? Because that ain't my plan to lure her out. Old girl's apparently a very deep sleeper. Any other questions, or are you ready to meet this matriarch? Commander, this has gotta be where the matriarch is. We ought to look for her. I was inquiring more about your current manner of fortitude. But I'll take it. I'm eager, so sue me. Except, maybe don't. I ain't got so much as 50 bits to my name. Next time I sick something on us, I won't bother with a warning. I like that. Makes all the difference when you have good folk watching your back. Traveled on a ship all the way from Tau Ceti with an entire herd. Saw how the trainers handled them, or didn't. I learned best through observation. Ain't one who leaves anything to waste. Any hunter worth a damn would say the same. If I can't find a practical use for what I've salvaged, it'll find a use in research, or in exchanging for bits. Lucky for us, this extract ain't exactly in high demand. Well, I got both the skeleton and matriarch specimens in hand. When you're ready, we should head back to Doc Tinsley's lab. Get this arm of mine sorted. After you. Poor folk. Whatever they were researching, I hope it was worth it. Ain't making it easy for us. Watch yourself. Damn, he's tough. How's he still standing? Almost got him. Don't let up. There. He's down. Muscular reticulation's still intact. Cartilaginous integrity mostly sound. A good, clean cut. And the pincer's still sharp. Well, that phonotron was effective. Now we just need the specimen. Mind the pincers. They can be a little feisty even after death. I'd say it's time to head back to Doc Tinsley's lab and get this arm of mine sorted. See those burrows? The skeleton's nearby. And if it's as nearby as I think, it don't bode well for those scientists. Yeah, this'll do just fine. Shame about all the scientists, though. I was hoping this wouldn't be too steep a price. Yeah, this phonotron had been programmed to imitate a crabble's calls during mating season. Quite effectively grabs her attention, but it also, has them raring for a fight. If you're sending out a formal invitation for trouble, you best be prepared to receive it. Anyway, don't ask me how I know about crabble mating behaviors. If you still got some hunt in you, that Raptidon matriarch's on the loose. Her den's not far from the Vox Relay up north. Elsewise, we head back to Fairfield and speak to Doc Tinsley. Well, you hate to be proven right. These folk have been dead a while, and that must be the machinery Doc mentioned. Reckon we should head back to Doc Tinsley's. I got accessories aplenty, with the skeleton and matriarch specimens both in hand. Listen here. I'm not some kind of enthusiast for crabble mating rituals. I'm observant. I've taken a shine to biology. And I've seen much on this damn island already. That ain't at all what I was getting at. But now I know not to inquire if you ever go off somewhere on your lonesome. Oh, crabbles don't consume folk. They simply tear them apart and leave the remains undisturbed. No, I suppose that ain't much of a comfort. Anyway, seems this terminal reroutes power to speakers around the cave. They were using sound to lure the crabbles out. Let's see here. Generator's back on. Power up that phonotron, would you? Should cause enough ruckus to make the skeleton come out and play. There he is. Get ready. Hey, don't tell me we came all this way just to turn tail. I understand. You got your business. Just ask that we don't let this drag out too much longer. North it is. After you. Well, I sure ain't gonna fry up the claw and serve it with tarmac and cheese. This little hand has been poisoning me for a spell, remember? I'm hoping it'll be a salve, as Doc suspects it might be. But seeing it now, I'd reckon there are some other ways I might use it to my advantage. Reckon that's a you problem, friend. Where there's one crabble, there are many others lying in wait. It'd have been anticlimactic fighting just the one anyhow. Hand to claw, you mean? Though, now that you mention it, that could be damn well worth a try once my craft is fixed. Ha! We'll make a go-getter out of you yet. Well, if the commander's keen to share, you can press the button too. Wouldn't want you feeling left out. Now that we got both grafts in hand, we ought to head back to Fairfield and see about them. If you still got some hunt in you, that Raptidon matriarch's waiting up north for us. Elsewise, we might head back to Fairfield to see about the graft. We should head back to Fairfield to see about the graft. Hoarding that crabble part for yourself, huh? Ain't no matter. Nice work. Mind bringing it over here so I can take a gander? Now we know what happened to these scientists. The skeleton. And that must be the machinery Doc mentioned. Those burrows are the skeleton's doing. Can't believe I didn't see it before. You're clear to power up the phonotron. Hope you're prepared for this. Let's not end up like these poor scientists, all right? Over here, Commander. If you still got some hunt in you, the Raptidon matriarch's on the loose. Her den's not far from the Vox Relay up north. Elsewise, we can head back to Doc Tinsley's lab. At attention, Trooper. Report. Why are you out here? Where's your unit? Damn, this is bad. Listen, nobody's making you go back, but you're an easy target for raps or worse if you stay put. Your unit wouldn't want this for you. Yeah, that's it. Back to town, where you can get a big, comforting bowl of purpleberry crunch. You ready to move out? Gotta say, Commander, this weren't one of your finer ideas. Let's hope he ain't got the wherewithal to actually pull the pin. Ain't nothing about this that feels right. I keep my hand on my weapon were I you. Well, it weren't our artillery that made that strike, I can tell you that much. So it was one of our bases that got hit. Well, I'm gonna be sick. And here I was, hoping for a peaceful, rejuvenating soak. Commander, you hearing that? Movement. Voices. It's coming from beyond that door. Seems going around that gate was the right call. Looks even more fortified from this vantage. How selfless of him to safeguard this finery for his people's own good. Reckon there's an actual solution to this puzzle? Looks more like they scrambled a whole lot of nonsense together and packaged it as genius. I see why the anchorites revered this place so. We ought to find the material they were after, and maybe take a peek at whatever else is here. Commander, wait. What about the hostages? If we proceed, we'll be condemning them to their deaths. I don't think DeVries' little friend was bluffing. Give it a roll. Why not? I'll be damned. Look at this place. You reckon they have a rendering of Tau Ceti hereabouts? Whatever's on the Sears terminal is ours for the taking. He won't be minding. So they've caged themselves in to set their minds free? Now I've heard everything. This is one of our products. You know, market research says that a populace is more likely to tolerate new leadership if given appealing merchandise. Maybe it's working. Well, that's one place to put a safe. Reckon it's part of Wiley's puzzle somehow. Oh, they've just got us running around like a bunch of assholes now. We best get a move on to the peace talks.
DeVries won't hesitate, and neither should we.
So much for the moral authority you Earth Directorate like to speak on.
Our goal should be to pull folk out of harm's way, not pass them by with a shrug. What the fuck is wrong with you? Real justice would see him meet the same fate as those folk. Barring that, reckon your hammer will do.
Hey, we've got movement.
That healing device is out of commission. Let's bring the hurt.
We should have let that seer bastard walk away. Ain't no victory if it's owed to collateral damage.
Well, would you look at that?
A dead man speaking from beyond the grave. Think when we kick his head in, it'll be simple enough for him to understand?
Expected you'd be more keen on a title like How to Terrorize the Countryside and Disembowel Your Enemies.
Uh-huh. Well, you just let me know what insights you've discovered once you're finished.
This looks a lot like those N-ray junction boxes. Still got the scanner on you?
Nice wiring. I thought these folk were supposed to work smarter.
Think we found the abbot's quarters?
We should have just let the seer's lackey walk away. Ain't no victory if it's owed to collateral damage.
The Order sure has a lot of traitorous schemers waiting in the wings, huh? Let's head to the monastery and put this one down. The Order didn't foresee this hostile takeover, huh? Suppose we ought to head to the monastery and send this wily idiot packing.
Well, this is a twisted way to try and stall us. But we can't just leave them.
Look, whatever the seer and DeVries are doing, we'll have time to sort it out later.
These folk don't have that kind of time.
And what if it isn't a bluff, huh? Is chasing after the seer more important than saving lives? Think on it.
Good. Then let's get to freeing them.
This ain't right. If your only hope of catching DeVries is to let these folk die, maybe you ain't the agent I thought you were. Whatever DeVries and her lackey are up to, we can sort it out later. These folk don't have that kind of time. And what if it ain't? Do you want these dead folk on your conscience?
Your diplomacy is an inspiration to us all, Commander.
Turns out we were also parked in the red zone.
I found that anyone who unironically calls himself a hero is also undoubtedly an ass. An incompetent one at that. But I can count on 3 hands the reasons why your death would.
Nothing honest about this fight, from the look of it.
Hey, that must be the scanner there. Bit of a convoluted way to unlock a door. But I'll take it. Ain't familiar with this tech. Cultist, maybe? This looks like an AZA operation. We try to use it? Might not end well for us. That must be the N-ray range. Let's hope it doesn't blow up in our faces, huh? Well, these cultists ain't dumb. First thing you do after seizing an objective is bar the front door. But there's always another way inside.
Commander, you're fighting blind! Use the scanner!
This doesn't look good. Got any gauze, coagulants, maybe at least 5 tourniquets?
You'd think if she were responsible for the attack, she'd have happily thrown it in my face. Had plenty of managers like Svoboda back on Tau Ceti. Couldn't take responsibility for nothing. Let's see if we can't sniff out who's responsible for the attack. That terminal's a good place to start. Don't recall that terminal being up and running before. Ought to take a look. Might have some information about the attack.
Damn! That was the quickest draw I've seen in a while.
Supposing that means no joyrides and no scratching the paint? I can manage that. Until later, Commander.
Oh,
full marks for observation. We're just here to investigate. Try not to antagonize us, huh? If you want one, you gotta earn it. Start rescuing sprats out of trees. Or maybe finish the important conversations you start. Yes. If you ain't climbing the ladder, you're on a downward trajectory. Nobody in their right mind would be content. We want answers, not a fight. And if indeed there's any retribution to be had, it won't be by my hand. Tell him, Commander. Law damn, what was that? There ain't been active fighting here in I don't even know how long.
This station must have really been something before the war made its home here. If things escalate, might never be something again.
That must be Matriarch's mercy.
Sure think a lot of their royal family, don't they? Folk were hunkered down here. Wonder how long they held out before. Well, best not to think about it.
We got an appointment to keep at Matriarch's mercy. Let's just hope we don't get shelled too.
That piece looks different from the others. If it's an original, we ought to take it with us. You know, for safekeeping.
We got bases down there. If one of them got hit, then that strike will be the first of many.
Refugees, looks like. And after that strike, there'll only be more at the gates.
Reminds me of Tau Ceti right after the merger. Had to wait for my number to be called just to get rations and a cot.
Hope these folk don't have to wait as long.
Word to wise?
Don't accept anything here that's given for free. You'll pay. One way or another.
We need to help the folk at Opportunity, Commander. Void the abbot. He's more concerned with exonerating his own than with making things right.
All right, fine. Next time the Order predicts something, I'll listen.
Looks like the traitors are holed up in the monastery.
So much for piety. Oh yeah? Is now a good time to talk about my salary? Nice catchphrase. Sounds like something straight out of Auntie's marvelously multiloquent marketeer training program. Might have time to patch up 1 or 2 patients before we head out. I used to be a combat medic. A good one, too. Hey, I already told you I don't have any control over when my arm starts to molt. You got a problem with scales on the floor? Invest in a cleaning mech. Not unless you think a pair of glass eyes and glued-on antlers will help. Sorry, look, this place ain't exactly crawling with experts, and Doc needs all the help he can get. Even if all you do is suture wounds, your services will be invaluable. Take care not to slip. A fall from that height wouldn't be pretty. Let's get rid of these fools so we can enjoy the view. Oh, so these Arcadians do appreciate the finer things. Guess it's only bad when Auntie does it. Won't be terrorizing anyone now. You could sell everything here and still not have enough to buy a can of Borstwurst. Almost feel bad for them. One thing about Arcadians is they know how to build. Back on Tau Ceti, all we had was a minecart to push each other around in. What I wouldn't give for a little public transport right about now. Nope, not getting in that way.
Well, sounds like he's got the painkillers and sedation covered on his end.
This was a direct hit. Complete annihilation. If these troops had no warning, then there's a lot of caskets we'll be needing. That's a lot of casualties. Our medics ain't equipped for this. Not even close. Sounds like these coils will keep this triage from becoming a morgue. Let's get to scavenging. The auto doc will get these troopers on their feet in no time. But they got a long road ahead of them. Mantisaurs are opportunists. If they sense weak prey nearby, well, everyone else is in for a bad day. You all right, officer? We saw the impact and got over here fast as we could. If there's anything we can... Thank law, Fort Endurance still stands. We ought to check in. That better not be what I think it is. Personally, I'd much prefer leaving the pupa where it is and not giving into delusion. But on we press anyhow. This is what happens when you put a giant insect in charge of product development. Anyone left for us to file a complaint to? Let's hope this doesn't come back to bite us. Or grow up to bite us, rather. Checks out. Infanticide is a real common reproductive strategy in this species. Though maybe he just wanted a snack. Hey, Commander. It's my professional opinion that we should back away slowly. This guy's craft is either messing with his gray matter, or he's messing with us. Think the cult's signaling that we ain't welcome here. But I ain't too keen on heeding signs. There are easier ways to get in a quad workout, Commander. Well, that's a workplace safety violation right there. Glad I don't have to fill out the paperwork. Wow, what a hard bargain. Think I prefer my odds with a locked door between us. Really, Commander? You're swapping me out for her? All right. When you need someone you can actually trust, you know where to find me. Last time I heard someone in this much distress, they downed a whole bottle of Liftoff on a dare. He's done for. Rub some ice on it. You'll be all right. Here comes the whole neighborhood. Let's try this again, Rao. Auntie is bringing the free market to Arcadia. The free market is what allows anyone to choose their path in life. The free market is good. Abara, you owe me a sparring session. Get your gloves and warm up. It ain't free like that. It's free in the sense that it's been liberated from outside control, like the Earth Directorate or your sovereign. Folk can buy what they want, when they want. Then they are free to take on work until they can pay for it. Look, in our society, we ain't limited by ration cards or clearance levels. Only by our industriousness. Inspiring, right? Ain't gonna climb the corporate ladder with that attitude. You could just learn to duck, you know. Come on. I already promised I won't throw elbows this time. Where's your fighting spirit? You seen my spare biomass converter anywhere? Coulda swore I left it in the kitchen. So, what kind of medicaments you packing? I bet you got the good stuff. Uh-huh. Well, if you publish a thesis on that, I better get 65% of the profits. You know, if anyone else said that, I'd be excited. But you... come on, don't be a spoil sport. I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours. Rao, if I rushed and washed my graft wrong, you'd end up finding scales in your tribute pancakes. It's called being conscientious. You are too, ain't ya? Arbiters? Or just you? Commander, wanted to chat with you about the cartridge that courier gave us. Commander, over here. Itching to find that lab. Think we ought to pay Doc's barn a visit. Commander, need to speak with you. It's about my graft. Look, I know you're raring to get to Golden Ridge and get after DeVries, but my
graph's been acting up. Going numb, getting discolored. I'm worried. Really think we ought to follow Doc's directive and get me a new graft quick as we can. Else, I got an awful sense I won't make it much further. I should hope so, Commander. Thanks. When you're ready, let me know. I'd argue I only made it this far due to luck, and luck's a finite resource. Thought you were a mite less callous than this, Commander. Just consider it. Please. I can't do this alone. Commander, I've been thinking. Can I bend your ear a moment?
Look, another ship. Doesn't exactly scream official delegation transport to me. Hear that? Engine's still rumbling. Gun oil on the floor. This has got to be DeVries' ship. Maybe we can find a lead here. What a waste. Well, those mechs gave us a few less agents to worry about. Commander, the plans mentioned another entourage of DeVries up ahead. Let's not walk into any traps. There's the elevator. Getting close now.
Law damn! Ain't ever seen a thing like this! We need to move! Now! Shit! That rift's expanding! Pick up the pace!
Damn. Blocked. Why can't our work ever be easy? Hey, look at those screens. Seems they were kind enough to leave us a hint of DeVries' plans. Yep, they've commandeered those mechs. Might want to choose this battle wisely. Gonna need a way to power this thing. For all of the Protectorate's ills, they sure know how to build things that last. Not a compliment, just an observation. That's a lot of supplies left unattended. Could be worth a quick look over.
Like sitting terror rays. We can't let DeVries make her move.
This sort of satellite is new to me. Is it Earth tech? How did it get out here? That's a well-placed round. A sniper or two came through here all right. Something tells me we ain't alone here. Gave up that intel rather easily, didn't they?
Let's have a look. I think DeVries' people know we're here. Be ready.
What a damn shame. Still, better her than anyone else. Reckon these mechs are the reinforcements we heard about. Ought to see if we can use those override codes somewhere. Law, look at that rift. It's making my skin buzz even in here. Let's go. Those delegates ain't gonna prevent their own assassinations. You know where I stand. This war's taken too many good folk from us. I'll be damned if I let DeVries add to that number. Yeah, sure. Following orders is what I'm here for. I hear you. Just hope everyone else does. That's all I ask, Commander. Commander, we should put our heads together while we have time. You said it. Reckon justice has been a long time coming. Exactly. It ain't just about the delegates. It's the civvies who always pay the greatest price. If we ain't keen on courting complete chaos, we'll need a plan. A solid one. If DeVries succeeds in killing these delegates, it'll be a hell of a lot more than a PR nightmare to worry about. It'll be war. Had many a folk underestimate us before. But little gives me more of a thrill than making them regret it. Hope you ain't suggesting they can handle it themselves. They're hardly equipped for a well-timed sneak attack. I almost pity the poor bastards. Commander, you ought to think real hard about what you're inviting here. This will have a ripple effect that nobody is prepared for. Had enough of this. If you think I'm keen to stand here and let you prattle on about murdering good folk and slandering our intent, you're even more insane than I thought. Let's see what you're worth, coward. Go on. Go face the delegates and their guards directly. Or maybe you ain't capable of winning a fair fight. This will devastate our troops, Commander. All that bloodshed, it'll be on you. Not to me. I've been on the front lines, seen the fight for what it is. I didn't come here to help liberate these people just to have you expedite their deaths. Maybe not. But thank you for clearing up where I stand with you, Commander. I reckon you just can't stomach the idea of someone other than yourself whispering in the Order's ear. You sure ain't got the talent nor charm like Auntie does. If we land in the midst of a mantis swarm, I'm holding you to it. Glad you saw sense. I was fixing to sit you down and list out all the ways this would turn Arcadia into a graveyard. Did you really need to have it spelled out for you? Niles, whatever it is you're thinking of doing, don't. We can sit down, all of us. Once we're off this station, work things out. You killed him. Commander, we should just go. Ain't seen a dressing down like that since Milver Street's row with his haberdasher. Not a surprise hearing such from you. You're nearly as short-sighted as this lunatic here. I'm inclined to agree with the tin can here. Well, I never thought I'd see the day. Call me what you will. I heard it all before. Whoa, you ought to think real hard about what you're inviting here. Ignore the posturing. Give him a push and I'll bet you can get DeVries' plans out of him. Smug as ever, I see. But if you get creative, I'll bet you can get DeVries's plans out of her. Damn. Seems that rift doesn't want us getting into the archive. Ain't nothing more we can do here. We're gonna need that rift modulator from Praetor. Ain't no use standing around. Pull out that rift modulator and fire it up. Hey, Commander, something tells me the Order won't be keen on letting an enemy soldier walk through their gates. Reckon I oughta step away? If the walking, talking refrigerator ain't welcome, reckon I won't be either. We shouldn't antagonize our would-be hosts if the idea is to parlay. This graft ain't playing well with the cold. My whole damn arm's asleep. Law. Loath as I am to compliment the enemy, that's one damn impressive tower. Seizing that as a prize would change everything. Wouldn't be wise wandering across that bridge. Law. Ain't no telling how many folk got caught up in this. Every life taken? Dozens more are shattered. Seems my colleagues are taking guard duty real serious. Mantisaur delivery coming up. Hope those troops are smart enough not to run. The chase only makes the beasts more ravenous. The cultists have made camp over there. Sure would hate to interrupt their little blood sacrifice or what have you. Ain't this Azza's meeting place? No sense coming here without her. Seems these supplies were meant for someone down below. But I sure don't see 'em. One protectorate outpost wiped off the map. On to the next. All 3 protectorate camps are dealt with. Auntie's forces ought to pay handsomely for a job well done. That's 2 protectorate camps cleared. Let's put the last one down while we're at it. If you're keen to beg the Order for help getting into the archive, here's your chance. But we're better off making a deal with Auntie's choice. At least we know the asking price. Huh. If only one of us could have foreseen this situation. But I'll stay back, Commander. Ain't no reason to cause a scene. Yeah. These hues suit my complexion real good. Impressed as I am that worked, I ain't sure about this. Being vastly outnumbered by the enemy ain't a corner I like to be backed into. Bodies up ahead. Suggest we take a moment before running in and joining them. No impact or puncture wounds that I can see. Reckon these folk froze to death. One thing to kill a person, another to treat their corpse with contempt. Bastards. Rough setup, ain't it? But at least they got each other. Huh. These folk built a giant computer taking up a whole moon, but without destroying the climate or its fauna. Reckon Auntie could learn a thing or two. Good idea in theory, shit idea in practice. You'll only keep warm for so long before its stomach acid burns through your armor. I served as a combat medic for years. Ain't got in-depth surgical knowledge or nothing, but maybe I could help fill in a few gaps in your knowledge. Figures. But that component couldn't have gone far. I hope. Suppose that's one way to repurpose unused inventory. But not even a deep fry and a dousing in hot sauce would make that edible. Quiet now. Woo! Right on time with the reinforcements. Give 'em Auntie's regards. Oh, this is... well, it's damn beautiful. I can give 'em that. Well, you heard the man. Machine. Where to first? Thermal transfer or cold storage? I'm guessing it's supposed to do that. Nope. We ain't climbing down. But maybe this could act as a lift if we get things moving. Order troops incoming. Think they know how to turn their safeties off? Oh, great. Now we gotta dodge bugs and potential decapitation. Let's see. We could recalibrate the turrets or seal the reinforcement doors. Whatever keeps us alive is fine by me. Don't reckon this bunker mech will kindly invite us in for tea. Think that's our cue to go inside. Hope ENIAC is feeling more like itself now. We got some rift data to process. I see a few caches around if you're low on supplies. And we also got the fire suppression system at our disposal. No shortage of options here. Clear! We can march right into the archive now. Your call, Commander. Either we head to the reactor or punch card processing. Well, that wire ain't at all inconspicuous. I say we follow it. Good. I could do with a hot meal and a laydown. Damn it. I mean, yes. Great! Right behind you, Commander. Yeah? Well, I think the wind's taking me back to the ship before my arm freezes off. I know you're keen to find out where exactly this data leads us, but I'd still like to follow up on Ortiz's message. If someone's still grafting folk like us, I need to find them. The Protectorate have dug themselves in real good. If we approach head-on, we're signing our own death certificates. We need another plan. So you're just gonna ignore all the warnings we got about this place? If we go in now, we may well be going to our deaths. Ain't opposed to that. But I reckon our better bet is bringing in some backup. There's a reason folk go on and on about strength in numbers. I keep telling you, Auntie's choice is right there. Cut a deal with them and you'll have their firepower in turn. You ought to consider it. Take a look around. Ain't just infantry we gotta worry about. There's turrets, automechs, and law knows what else. Strategy, Commander. That's what we need. Somehow.
as if similarly foolish notions ain't crossed your mind before. But how about you listen to one of us for a change?
Don't you mean we're going for it?
You ain't doing this alone, you know.
Good.
Ain't nothing wrong with a tactical retreat. You mean aside from Auntie herself? Any of the hundreds of executives on the undisputed claim ought to do. Could head there now. Not if we don't have Spireton in our grasp. If we get access to the lift there, we can bring our allies in. We could, considering Spireton's ours. Just ought to find a way to control the lift from here if we wish to call him down. Could try that big glass dome we passed on the way here. Important order folk ain't huddling in the cold, that's for sure. Well, we came and we saw what we needed to. No point loitering if we got the data we're after. Should we head back to the ship? Yeah, suppose you're right. Appreciate it, Commander.
Yeah, we could, but we shouldn't throw our lot in with just anybody. It could come back to bite us. Ask the last person who made a deal with my old bosses. Now that's a plan I can get behind. Well, did it work or didn't it? Don't believe this is the deal you made with the Order. They won't look kindly on this. The only thing Auntie's Choice hates worse than quarterly losses is when someone reneges on a deal. Hope you're prepared for that. Well, that ain't good. Nothing inherently bad about having shifting priorities if you're human. But I suppose if this lump of wires is gonna work right, we need to choose one and stick with it. Sounds like we need this Calcaduceus. Ugh, that name really ought to have been focus group tested. Biggest mistake we could make is to leave the Sovereignist in charge. The others? Well, I can see the benefits of both. In theory. Neither the Order or Auntie's Choice would see much value in an addled archive. We ought to take action. Well, I can tell you one thing. Auntie's Choice will see next to no value in an addled archive. Our best move is to fix this. Somehow I don't think the Order will approve of our letting the archive fall deeper into disrepair. We ought to take action. This is an opportunity, Commander. We play this right and spruce up the archive, our chances of courting an ally will skyrocket. We're about to push this contraption past its limit. What say we pause, fix up thermal transfer, and regroup? We didn't come all this way just to fry the galaxy's largest computer and piss off the whole of Arcadia. The alternative is we fry the galaxy's largest computer and foul up any hope of working with Auntie or the Order. But it's your call. Well then, you do that. I'll step back and observe from a healthy distance. Good. Getting killed over some law-damned circuitry was not on my agenda today.
Don't envy you. Try and drink plenty of water, huh? Maybe have a lie down?
Easy, pal. Unless you want to see this monster arm in action. Up close. Suppose that beats auto-cannibalism. Feels real nice in here. Wouldn't mind us dragging our feet so we can enjoy the warmth a little longer. See that building? Reckon we'll find the bishop there. For all the Order's egalitarian talk, their leaders sure like to lock themselves in towers away from the riffraff. This is prime real estate, and it's sitting abandoned. Reckon it even occurred to the Order that they could board the folk at Matriarch's Mercy here? Well, she's either about to invite us to have some fun, or attempt to sell us off-market amphetamines. Didn't think the Order had it in him. Asa ought to know about this before we make a move. Otherwise, do me a favor and make sure I'm not in the vicinity when she hears of it. Let me get this straight. You're here experimenting on folk freely, all the while calling us at Auntie's Choice barbarians for doing the same damn thing? Yeah, I bet they did. Did you withhold research funding unless they signed up? Or did you feed them a story, like their participation is critical to some new advancements? Did you take a huff of that drug while I wasn't looking? Ain't nothing good that'll come from dulling the public's senses. That's all I'm saying. Don't cry foul when you've got your own schemes going on. You're really inspiring confidence, Commander. Rather brazen ask. But Auntie's Choice has got so much going on in that plant, it ain't likely they'll notice a few chems going missing. If helping her helps our cause, I ain't opposed. Simply put, we got the troops, the firepower, and the know-how to beat the Protectorate. Respectfully, I think we both know that your forces can't do that on their own. That's putting it mildly. They don't take kindly to folk reneging on a deal, even if said deal ain't been officially struck. But if this is the path you want to go down, I'll be there with you. Removed from the equation? That's assassination you're speaking of. Just say it. But if the word's too crude for you to utter aloud, it should also be too crude for you to consider. You can't actually be considering this, Commander. Think on the consequences. She's right. The claim is liable to become our very own death trap. So maybe before you pull the trigger, we can finish my business with Willard first? She's right. The claim is liable to become our very own death trap. So maybe before you pull the trigger,
We ought to make sure we're set on running and never looking back. You don't know the first damn thing about Auntie. You know what I think? You're just afraid you ain't got what it takes to go against a competitor like her. Aw, missing the charm of other protectorate already? I'm sure he'd call you a damnable bloodsucker if you ask nicely. On one hand, kind of you to assist. On the other, ain't sure I want someone tinkering with explosives if they can't work it out on their own. Hey, if that student takes a swing at you later, don't come crying to me. Yeah, sure. You're perfectly you. Good. That should clear out the Zeranium. Wasn't much looking forward to breathing it in. Ain't getting through that unscathed. Seriously, don't send me in there. Rest well, Trooper. We'll rain hell on whoever did this. I still got questions. It ain't sitting right, not knowing this program's exact purpose. But I trust the doctor will make good on his word and make this all worthwhile. I ain't clear on how to feel. He won't harm anyone again, and this lab will be no more. But he was just one piece of a greater whole. I can't lose sight of that. Getting past those ursopods won't be easy. They turn mean real fast. There. You're free. At least one good thing came of this place. Anyone got need for a centrifuge? There's a cub in here! What are they doing in this place? Ain't no purpose for this clear disregard for life. Terrible way to end the workday. Oh, law. Wasn't keen on seeing a fight between them. Cub's awake. This'll help the poor cub regain his faculties. You're a real rotten piece of work, you know that? What are you doing? I needed him alive! We can't salvage any of this research now! Reckon this is how they administered drugs to the patients. Smart when one's liable to rip your arm off. I need to get back to the ship. Now. What's... Hola! Ortiz? Another maintenance hatch above us, if we're apt to sneak about. Reckon we're the first to ever use this maintenance hatch? Is this the cub that Terminal mentioned? Still breathing, but only just. No, it ain't him. I thought... Commander, help me make sense of this. Ain't never seen a Sisty Pig move so fast in all my life. Vaguely terrifying. Good luck, Sisty Pig. Don't stay out in the open too long. What'd you go and do that for? This gun could be helpful in a bind, but that don't mean I like it. What wretched work. Poor creatures ain't got an idea what's in store for them. We were too late for the soldier back there, but not too late for this cub. We should help. Were I one of those seers, then I might know for certain this decision was the right one. Void. That must be his mama on the other side of the glass. And now his mama ain't letting us leave here alive. Seems mama's calmed all of the other ursopods too. Reckon we might walk on past. He's free, but without a mother, I can only wonder where he might go. Well, I hope he stands a chance. Mama's rage is ebbing. Think this calls for a reunion. I wasn't clear on how far your sense of justice extended. Now I see. Thank you. Not in my experience. But seems I ain't experienced as much as I thought. You can wait outside if you like. Leave the dirty work to the rest of us. That's him. That must be the doctor. He's got no idea an entire squad died trying to fly in here and save his sorry ass. Void damn coward! We'll see how you beg when we're face to face! Oh, we got his signal all right. Let's get the bastard. Oh, look left. That ursopod's mighty riled. I wanted a pet Sisty Pig real bad when I was a kid. I can water and feed him, if you're keen. You cold bastard! How dare you! You the doctor in charge here? That device any good at stopping a bullet? But I'm thankful for your honesty now, as always. Just work through this with me a little longer. Law knows the folk hurt by the war could use the help. That's something I ain't lost sight of. I know Ortiz wouldn't have either. No, it's not. I was fooling myself thinking otherwise. It's your lucky day. You'll live. Pack up your things and head straight to Fairfield to Doc Tinsley. You want to continue your work, you'll follow her lead. So you're the one who butchered my friend, Ortiz. The one who tortured those creatures out there. Who killed that soldier. Count yourself lucky that you're getting a second chance at all. I know you worked on Ortiz, so do not play false with me. What are you doing here? Enough with the excuses. You absolute wretch. Any scientist with any shred of decency would have refused your position. Your precious data is nothing compared to those you killed. Don't even start, Commander. I ain't keen on anything this man sells. Commander, I don't know what to do. I came here intending to make him pay for what he's done. And I can't shake the reasons I've seen to burn this place to the ground. But do you want to die? Commander, I don't know what to do. And please don't go ignoring me this time. I came here to make him pay for what he's done and burn this place to the ground. But I think you have the right of it. You felt that rage with me, Commander, back there in the lab with the soldier. Even now, we can see what could have been.
Fine then. I'll accept whatever consequences may come.
I'm scared, Commander. What I decide here could have mighty repercussions, and I don't want to choose wrongly. If I take a step back, really think about it. Medical strides could be made if the research were in the hands of someone righteous, kind. A big if. What if he's right? What if something in his work is worth saving? What if this is my chance to make something of my life? To be accepted again? I wish I could agree with you. But I have fallen in the esteem of others. The way the other soldiers looked at me after my procedure, I'll never forget it. I'm not sure I should. If I accept such a bribe, what does that make me?
I suppose I can understand that. After all this time, still seems we dance around each other. But can you be plain with me now?
Soon he'll be saying he can bring folk back from the grave. It's nothing but lies.
Thank you. I was just kidding myself thinking I might ever look at a place like this again and feel different. There was only ever one real outcome.
No. Stop talking. Stay there. Don't make any stupid moves, understand? The adults need to have a talk over here.
We've had our disputes, but I'd hope you ain't intending to confound me for your own fun.
I cannot make a mistake here. Now, I could explore this research's potential.
That's sure a far cry from what you said back in the lab proper, Commander. Not clear what to make of it.
We might not be the most friendly-like, but I respect your opinion. Be plain with me now. I could spare this doctor, explore this research's potential. Don't listen to this windbag, Commander. He's selling fairy tales. Whether I want to regain my position or not doesn't matter. I don't want your help. I will not benefit from the pain of others. You don't know anything about what I want. You jest. But I know many an executive who'd kill for such knowledge. I ain't want a thing to do with it. Now, I ain't condoning what happened here. I won't disrespect Ortiz or the other victims as such. But if we continue this research, know that it cannot, must not be like this. I'll admit, Commander, I wasn't clear on where you stood with everything we saw in the lab. I feared you thought so little of it, of me, the way you brushed me off.
I'm surprised you feel so strongly, Commander.
Back in the lab proper, you seemed mighty cautious to call things what they were. You and I are in step with each other on that account. I could see you were near as shaken by the things we'd seen.
Fine. I'll come out and say it, Commander.
I'm scared. What I decide here could have mighty repercussions, and I don't want to choose wrongly.
Which should not have come as a surprise, considering how keen you are to needle me even under the best of circumstances. But be honest with me now.
I know you don't care much for me, Commander. But I need your help on this one. What I decide here could have mighty repercussions, and I don't want to choose wrongly. We've grown close, you and I. And you know full well I ain't keen to ask for help, but I can't afford a mistake. I could spare this doctor, explore this research's potential. I agree that you're right, I do. But I'm torn. Medical strides could be made if the research were in the hands of someone righteous, someone kind even. I trust you more than anyone, I think. The fact you're of the same mind only bolsters my inclination. The fact that you can, even after all the struggle between us, says more than you'd imagine. I'm glad you've seen fit to finally take a stance, Commander. From the way we spoke back in the lab, I wasn't sure if the severity of the situation had sunk in. Perhaps that was uncharitable of me. You've done more than you realize in our short time together. And now we have a big decision to make. That's the way it usually goes with you, far as I can tell. But I can appreciate you speaking plainly now. You have a point. That's what you'd said from the beginning. And it made me so angry, Commander, when I was staring up at that soldier. But I should have known you meant well. Same as always, it seems. And now I've had a moment to sit with everything we've learned. I think I see your vision. It's hard to read you oftentimes. Do you mean what you say, or are you contrarian just for the sake of it? But I realize you made an important point. I thought you were just needling me, same as you're always so keen on doing. But I see you had a point. We can trust Doc Tinsley to set things right. One can only know goodness if they're led by example. But if this doctor doesn't take direction, right, it would give me leverage. I could tell them what happened here, have them remake this program into something better, with someone like Doc Tinsley in charge. Suppose you're right. If I let him go and nothing changes, I'd never forgive myself. We'll take one life to save countless more. Yes, I know. Too much is riding on conditions, but that doesn't mean I can't try. For every person helped, it could make this all worth it. I do know that. Better than most, really. Suppose it's time I looked Auntie in the face and saw her for what she is. And at least now, I can fix this. But if I kill this man and exact retribution for Ortiz, I'll never know for sure what that research might have wrought. And if I do that, there'll be no going back for me. But after all we've seen, how could I call myself one of Auntie's own? Would I even want to? But I'm thankful for your insight now. I just can't help but wonder if I should seek justice or explore what this program could be. Ain't got room for mistakes here. I don't know why I think things will ever be any different with you. You just pretend to care, right? Shoot and move on? Well, I try to err on the side of hope. I have no need for negotiating, Doctor. You brought this on yourself. Let's get out of here before I change my mind. I don't know why I think things will ever be any different with you. You just pretend to care, right? Fine. Then I won't give this project a second chance. Let's collect the graphs and be on our way. I need time to think about all of this. Let's just take what we need and get out. I can't stand the sight of this place any longer. But I'm thankful for your insight now. You've got the right of it, I think. Seeing what we can salvage of this work, we'd only be repeating the cycle. We would be complicit. What? You don't think Doc Tinsley can salvage this? How do you figure? Maybe if I could convince this doctor or whoever his sponsor is to change, to make things right. But I'm nobody to them. Fine. I was just kidding myself, wasn't I? Thinking I could make anything good out of what we've seen here. There was only ever one option. That's how it usually goes with you, far as I can tell. But can't you just work with me here? What I decide will have mighty repercussions, and I don't want to choose wrongly. Aren't you already, Commander? You know, it's telling that when a choice is to be made, you're more keen to vacillate or wash your hands of it entirely. Maybe that was uncharitable. You've done a good deal for me in our time together. But we got a big decision to make now. Please, work with me? I appreciate that, Commander. But I still ain't so sure that's true. That's not what's happening. You really think I would entertain such an opportunity if it only stood to benefit me and me alone? No! The stakes are far greater. Maybe if I use my reputation to my advantage, I might be able to set things right. One can only know goodness if they're led by example. But if this doctor doesn't take direction, what? You don't think we can salvage this? It's your lucky day. You'll live. Pack up your things and head straight to Doc Tinsley's lab in Fairfield. You want to continue your work? You'll do so at my order. Right. It would give me leverage. I could tell them what happened here, have them remake this program into something better, with folk like us in charge. Make no mistake, I ain't doing this for my own gain. If you say you can help other folk, you best deliver on that promise.
Commander, the signal is a passcode. For this terminal, maybe. He spent his last moments crawling over to this terminal from the wreck. Sorry, friend. Wait. He's got a code breaker on him. Are you hearing this? What in the void? I'll be damned. That powered up the elevator. Signal's stronger than ever now. These poor bastards must have been responding to it same as us. This must be the lab. Let's get to. I just want answers. Let's go. It's some manner of distress signal. Encrypted. One of Auntie's, I'm certain, but this one ain't entirely familiar to me. Can't unless you have an Auntie's Choice patented codebreaker on your person. Reckon we'll need to find the signal source. This must be the place Ortiz mentioned. Hard to fathom a lab in those caves. Law, I think I've seen enough death to fill 3 lifetimes, and it don't get any easier. What happened here? If it's not to do with the lab, I'll be damned. We should press on. Well, the executives have their own codes specific to closing business deals and the like, but I ain't privy to it. I'd wager this is something similar. Could you hold off on being you for even a single moment? With respect, this is rather different from what you're used to. Unless you mean to tell me your bygone search parties intended to rescue folk in distress. I don't know why I bother. Let's press on, see if we can't sniff out the signal's source. Not much I can do here without a codebreaker. Grim thought. Though if the distressed party includes the doctor, and I suspect it does, I certainly hope they don't expire before we reach them. Ain't much I can do without a codebreaker, but let's press on. See if I can't sniff out the source of the signal. Let's see. Whoa. Commander, hold up a moment. I had a notion of what I might encounter here. Test tubes, records, some graphs kept on ice, but not this. All that matters now is finding that doctor. He's got a reckoning coming. They did this to another person? Law, it's a miracle Ortiz even made it out for what time he had left. That's what I'm figuring. The graft placement and composition look exactly the same. And went wrong exactly the same, I'd reckon. 2 weeks. Law. And he's just being kept here. Not even a proper burial, just treated like a thing. Simple. Ortiz is missing the fingertips of his right hand. Ship hatch accident. We gave him grief about it for weeks. But this man's hands are all right. For all the good it did him. You're not telling stories, are you? Law. They're going to butcher a cub. For no reason at all. This ain't science. It's depravity. Law. And they were going to put them through the same damn ringer as the beasts back there. For no reason at all. This ain't science. It's depravity. Law. They're experimenting on anything they can get their hands on. For no reason at all. This ain't science. It's depravity. If you're going to keep on spewing things akin to that, I'd rather your mouth stay shut, Commander. You got lamps, don't you? A person can't go through this and not endure some manner of pain. Now, it's too late for him. If you find any evidence of said progress, you be sure to let me know. Until then, I need to have a chat with this doctor. Or if they do, they leave him just lucid enough to answer a few questions. Let's go. No. My own procedure was above board. The dead weren't just cast about. The ward certainly didn't look like a blasted nightmare out of one of Niles's serials. To experiment on further, no doubt. Yeah, chances of that are real high. Did you forget the raps running amok and the Zeranium nearly blasting us to the void on the way in? If you want to turn a blind eye to atrocities, that's your business. These are my friends, my people. I gave everything for them. Do me a favor. You see anyone in a lab coat? Refrain from trying a headshot. I got a few questions that need answering. That's not always true.
Auntie's choice isn't like what you see here.
I had a notion of what I might encounter in the lab. Test tubes, records, some graphs kept on ice. But not this. You might have, had you not brushed past me when I asked to conversate.
A third person went through this?
Law. If we haven't encountered them yet, mayhaps they have a fighting chance on the outside. I figured the same. It was until I got up close that I realized it wasn't Ortiz. But the graft placement and composition were identical, and likely went wrong the same way. With respect, a person can't go through something like that and not endure some manner of pain. If that was your attempt at levity, Commander, I don't much appreciate it.
Void, damn it. This poor man. The test subjects. Ortiz. All of them are dead. All of them left in ruin by the butchers running this place.
I'm sorry. Let's just move on. You've seen all manner of horrors, haven't you? I'm sorry for it. Suppose I've always known something to be true, though. If nobody's privy to what the powerful do behind closed doors, then they can do anything. I'd call it breakage.
That's what it was. This is one doctor we're speaking of. And perhaps some staff, but this doesn't reflect Auntie's choice as a whole. No, I knew what would happen should anything go wrong. It made me a liability. It endangered my unit. I can't blame anyone else when I knowingly accepted the risks.
Saying what, exactly? Law, my heart just about stopped when I saw him. I thought Ortiz had come back, gotten himself in trouble, but... No. This man, whoever he is, he's been dead for a time.
I thought it was Ortiz back there, in the incubation tank.
It wasn't, thank law, but whoever that soldier was, he'd been dead a while.
My aim's steady, if that's your concern.
I ain't going to merrily step over these corpses just because I got mine. All of them could have been me.
I'm sorry.
I'll be fine once we breathe fresh air again. Just need this to be over. A grim notion. And here I thought we'd reached the apex of depravity.
They cared for us on Tau Ceti. We were little more than chattel before they liberated us. Lifted us out of the muck. They shut this program down for a reason months ago. This doctor, he must be a rogue actor or some sick enthusiast who's defected. No, I went in knowing the risks. But if I hadn't been accepted into the program then, and this opportunity presented itself today, So that justifies everything we've seen here, does it?
I ain't sure what sits worse. Your entirely deranged everything, or the commander's foolish optimism.
Look there. Finally, something we might agree on. That ain't true.
It weren't abandonment. It was breakage.
But they gave me hope when I had nothing. If that was a lie, then where does that leave me?
It's folk like us who pay the price.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Ain't much of a defense for a strategic position like this one. Good. Huh. These ones didn't die of exposure. It was rapid onset, this freezing. You think the Protectorate got a weapon that can do this? Something to be said about falling victim to the weapon you so callously wielded. Good riddance. Would be a damn sight easier if we could just blast our way through this place.
Convenient. Let's head over.
Finally. Let's get out of here before Ueniac gets any bright ideas and tasks us with polishing the floors. Hey, don't we need to send the data brick back up to the archive? Work never ends, huh? Just like my days as Milver Street's lackey.
Uh-huh.
I'll be keeping my rifle at the ready, if it's all the same to you. Loath as I am to mention this, it may be wise to turn back. Return when Azza's with us. Her repute could give us an advantage, should we wish to speak to the cultists. I think that's an invitation to, make our tactical retreat. Law. Ain't a trauma kit in Arcadia that could help this one. Better than leaving him to suffer. Enemy or no. Protectorate got this locked up tight, but we can unseal it somewhere by the archive's entrance, if I recall. Clear. Let's stake our claim. Well, if they didn't know about friendly fire, they're gonna learn today. Ought to get this up and running, otherwise we'll be taking the archive without reinforcements. And that wouldn't be my preference. Hell of a way of putting it, An agent of theirs once liberated a healing compound from my med bag and sold it back to me for twice the price. We doing introductions? I'm Inez. Don't mind the uniform, I'm freelance, and got no quarrel with you besides. Reckon she's the contact here on Cloister that Marisol mentioned? We ought to come back with her. Unfortunately, she's right, and our R&D ain't what it used to be. We'd best be careful with any sensitive intel. Reckon I could have mentioned that proprietary insight acquisition gets mighty riled when you take something shiny away from them. Just make him promise not to tell if you're that bothered. Nothing's stopped you before. Commander, you ain't serious about this, are you? Can't think of nothing worse than subsisting on Borst rockets for so long just to starve to death anyway. What are you suggesting? That we let this poor fool die a slow, lonesome death? Wish it hadn't come to this. But once you're that far gone, ain't sure anyone can reach you. This won't be the last of this station's defenses. Still think Basar is leaving her people open to attack this way. We'll see if this ends up being worth it. Kraft's got the right of it. If you ain't privy to what's going on at home, all the knowledge of the outside world won't save you. Congratulations! You're officially smarter than the average rudimentarily programmed automech. Unhelpful as ever, I see. Wouldn't have been right to let him waste away here. You did good, Commander. They'd welcome you into our ranks immediately. Well, immediately after you fork over the application fee, sign a non-compete agreement, and disavow everything the Protectorate ever taught you. Cheerful fella. He knows he ain't gotta wait around for the axe to fall. Right? Nice party trick, Rao. What else can you do? If they find out he helped us, they ain't gonna do more of that to his gray matter, are they? That facility looks cozy, don't it? You telling me all those switches ain't just there for decoration? Law. We got our work cut out for us. If it's behind glass, it's valuable. I say we smash and grab. Remind me not to get on your bad side. Got out alive, and with a weapon of apocalyptic proportions. All in all, a profitable day. Reckon you could try to fashion some ammo out of that substance there. Just make sure you wash your hands after. Seems we may be able to utilize the substance, but ain't sure for what. Yeesh. Never bring a wrench to a crabble claw fight. That machine needs some patching up, but we ain't got the tools for it. Yet, anyway. A toolkit. Useful in a jam. Need a fuse to work this valve. Can't have gone far. Law damn, that's a bad day right there. All better now. Let's go switch on the system, huh? Reckon the crabble will be more agreeable next time we pass through. Or their comfort will make them twice as territorial. Can't wait to find out. Ain't nothing left for us in thermal transfer, even if we could make it through. Which, we can't. Get a look at that building. Bet you 50 bits that's where we'll find the rift modulator. Ain't a chance we're getting through this. We want to get to the lab? We ought to find a path around. Auntie's Choice has set up shop somewhere to our south. We pay him a visit, they may just help us reach the lab. That reporter's gotta be nearby. Ain't keen to jump to conclusions, but I think I got a notion of what we're doing here. Here we are, about to kick the proverbial mantisaur nest. Hope you're ready for your close-up. Another ass-kicking for the history books. Let's open the gate for that reporter and the troops before these bodies get cold. Damn, of course they got a bunker mech. We need to take it by surprise, without alerting the other troopers, mind. Reckon that's the tower we're meant to calibrate. By we, I mean you. Incoming! Take cover! This is the blockade we're meant to storm, but we ain't getting in from this side. Ought to find another way around. Well, that ain't at all concerning. Best keep our lamps lit. Heard tell that the Raptidons here subsisted entirely off meaty roll-ups. That what it is, buddy? Your palate too fancy for us? Seems the little Rapt has imprinted on you, Commander. Don't worry. I'll be a good stepmother if you forget to feed him. What are you doing? We needed to record an interview with him. What in the void did you do that for? You best hope he at least transmitted the footage before this. Why would you do that? We didn't come all this way just to see these captives dead. Hey, they're friendlies. Leave them be. You didn't miss anything. I ain't deployed. Could say I'm more of a freelancer these days. On your feet, soldiers. You're free. Really, Commander? That hasn't stopped you lot from spinning a story before. You said something about an interview earlier. Well, I'll answer your questions. You'll make me look good in return? All in a day's work. You said something about an interview. Well, I got a lot riding on this. You'll make me look good, right? Look, I did what anyone with an ounce of sense would do. Ain't gonna leave one of my own in such a state. And if I had it my way, I would have acted sooner. I'm just, doing my part. I joined up because I believed in our mission, to liberate Arcadia. Reckon my actions illustrate that more than anything I could ever say. Well, that's a damn sight better than I was anticipating. Willard will have to make good on our deal now. Let's head back and speak with him. See? This is what I was afraid of.
We had one shot at this, and you weren't helping none. We best get back to Willard, try and smooth this over. Damn. I knew we didn't exactly nail it, but I was hoping some editing might help. We ought to head back to Willard, try to butter him up some. Oh, I got one. Ain't just a tested and true product that'll put you over the top. A graft like mine might also get you into orbit. I got a plan, see, to start the grafting program up again. The research is promising, and with the right backing, it could be a product that can better the lives of everyone. Hey, I ain't insinuating this was a one-woman show. Any victory in battle is a team effort. The commander here knows that better than anyone. Yeah, that's exactly right. I plan on doing everything in my power to bring a swift end to this war, and keep as many civvies out of harm's way as possible. What gives? You want to undermine what we're working toward? What? When in the void have you ever seen me kick anything? Well, I ain't sure what else to say. What does the audience want to hear exactly? Suppose I do know a thing or two about a pep talk. Given many in my time to troopers suffering injury or boredom. The name's Inez, and yes, Willard Conan sent me to help you with some sort of, I don't know what exactly. I appreciate the commander for saying so. I've been traveling with them for some time, following my dismissal from the forces. Oh yeah? Then why do I have no gigs lined up other than this one? Impressive, ain't it? Don't sell yourself short, Commander. You face consequences all the time. And not bound to self-awareness neither. It's something, all right. They were, certainly malnourished and bored. Suppose things may have gotten worse with time. These grafts make me stronger. Good in a bind. I know I'm a bit of a curiosity. Ain't too many of us left. But there is so much good we can do with grafting, if we try. Why? It's the truth. You heard your own commander say he was in no rush to help them. All due to some red tape? It's foul, and folk deserve to know about it. So what, if I hadn't come along, you all would have left those troopers to rot. Reckon they'd love you even without the reformed part. Plays a mean hand of cards, too. With some exceptions, it seems. You could say that the teacher has become a student of a cold, harsh world. I don't know about dominate, but we'll sure liberate it, just like we did Tau Ceti. Then on to the next system, I imagine. I intended to do my damnedest to see them freed. They were good soldiers, I could tell. They should never have been left here in the first place. I would have acted sooner, if I could have. Sure. I only wish they had survived long enough to enjoy their freedom one last time. I don't like this. It's too quiet. If it weren't for the scales, my arm would be all goosebumps. I reckon that's protectorate for I assassinated the sovereign and seized control. If true, this console will be a nasty one to go up against. This rift looks goopy? Wonder what it consists of. Yeah, it's my professional opinion that Valancourt's got issues. This manner of tidiness is compensating for something. This ain't exactly befitting of the sovereign. Oh, and he's eating Borsloaf too? Law. Maybe this is some odd form of self-flagellation? Think we can open that goopy rift now? I want to see it up close. There it is. The rift modulator. Surely it can't be that easy, just taking it. Sounds like an emergency all-hands meeting to me. Bodes well. Sure am glad we don't have to fight the Automechs, Commander. All that clanging on metal would have given me a headache. Let's get a move on and abscond with that rift modulator. If it really can manipulate rifts, you can be damn sure it's better off in our hands. I'm gonna presume you weren't being genuine. Otherwise, we really ought to work on your judgment of character. She ain't done wrong by us, Commander. There's no need for this. Well, seems we're in a bit of a tight spot. Maybe this device could help us out of it. Law, this looks better than I ever dreamed of. Reckon you can buy, sell, and eyeball just about any commodity worth having. This must be where the head offices are. Whew, it's all right. Stand up tall and act like you belong here. Wow, this is first class. Ooh, bet they charge 20 bits a bottle here. Yeah, this is about what I expected. You don't know the half of it. This kind of interrogation is designed to spike your adrenaline. Really gets the blood flowing. What are you doing? I needed him alive. What are you doing? You're going to bring all of Auntie's choice down on us. See that vent? Give you one guess where it leads to. That was some damn fine intermediation, Commander. You might just have a future in finance. You know, after Auntie and the Order trounced the Protectorate. Well, I'd say the only way that could have gone worse is if another rift exploded and tried to kill us.
I hope you've got a backup plan. Poor raps. Now they gotta die just because these hullheads didn't look after them proper-like. If they're speaking this plainly about needing your services, their starting offer ain't gonna be stingy. Well, ain't that nice? I can't quite recall the last time I got to swap gifts on a company holiday. The vagueness is by design. Do yourself a favor and read the fine print before you agree to anything. Ease off the sales pitch. I need to find Willard Conan, Vice President of Experimental Operations. Blah. Ain't meaning no disrespect, it's just everyone was saying that you were focused on a product launch or avoiding assassination attempts. That's why you weren't seen in public. Wait, are you saying that the grafting program was only started up to help you with your condition and was shuttered because it couldn't? That means your scientists lied to us and our suffering didn't mean anything at all. Is that right? Me and mine were just lab sprats to you this whole time? Commander, you had to know what all this was leading up to. Auntie ain't gonna suffer a rival of the highest order. You do this, you win her trust for life. But this'll destabilize the colony, make things worse before they get better. So if you walk this path, you best be all in, 'cause there ain't no takebacks. Ha! She really thought you were making an opening offer there. But if you ask me, you ought to accept her counter. You think Ruth could provide what Auntie can? Good choice, Commander. This'll be made worth your while. Just you wait.
Wait, you mean to say Auntie's eaten expired rations and shared them? Law, she's just like us. Enough of that. You ain't idling, you're networking, expanding business opportunities. That's my go-to line anyway. Oh, it saves me from small talk, mostly. Ain't many folk who aren't put off by the limb and avoid me entirely, if I'm honest. You've been through it, huh? I hope you know these experiments did some real good for us. I wouldn't be here, alive, and with this arm intact if it weren't for folk like you. Can't make us redundant if we make you redundant first. Yeah, it's me all right. Who is asking, exactly? Ain't heard from Ortiz in months. When we get back to the ship, let's give this a watch. Ortiz was in my unit. Good man, but ain't sure why he's reaching out now. Suppose we'll see when we return to the ship. Ain't no use dawdling, Commander. I'm ready. I'm here to expose the truth about a prominent vice president. His business dealings are not what they seem. I'm here to tell the world about the pain caused by a prominent vice president. I'm hoping my story can change our company for the better. I'm here to deliver a warning to the board of executive bastards and all of Auntie's choice. And they'll take it seriously if they know what's good for them. The segment will be worth the wait, I swear. Oh, come on already! You're pasting the bandage on just to pull it off again. Inez Sealong speaking. Reckon most of you know of Willard Conan, ex-VP of Experimental Operations. I say ex because he's dead. And I'm the one who killed him. Wait! You can't just... Law! If I missed my shot just now, I don't think I'll ever forgive myself. Inez Sealong speaking. I got intel on an illegal program led by Vice President of Experimental Operations, Willard Conan. Folk aplenty suffered because of it. Remember, once we get this on the air, I ain't gonna be welcome here. No takebacks. I think we did it. Won't know for sure until the broadcast airs, of course, but law, I reckon I might finally be able to put this to rest. For Ortiz. For everyone. Holt sent me to speak with you. I got a message I'd like to send out over the wireless. Trust me, this is one all the folk in Auntie's Choice won't want to miss. I need to get a message on the broadcast, urgently. Can you help with that? Inez. My name's Inez. And, that ain't quite right. His program didn't harm me, not really, but has done to plenty of other innocent folk. Hey, we ain't gotta lean on pretense. The truth should be enough to get through to folk. You want gory details? Fine. There was blood everywhere. They were experimenting on infant animals, keeping dead soldiers as specimens, and... You don't care, do you? I know you ain't exactly convinced, not just yet, but don't you think we all deserve better? As employees, as common folk? Don't we deserve decency? I'm pleading with Auntie's Choice. Leave the program behind. Nobody else gotta suffer the horror that I've seen. Folk deserve better than being treated like products. We matter, but lying ain't right. It's a mockery of all we saw back there in the lab. Don't Willard's victims deserve the truth to be out there? Willard's assistant also had blood on her hands, so I killed her in turn. But that don't mean this is over. I'm making it my business to ensure their work never continues. So I'm done here. Ain't sure how to feel, really. We can't know if the broadcast will leave a lasting mark till it goes out. Law, I hope it does. Till then, we ought to go. Commander, I don't think we did enough. Law, I know we ain't gonna know for sure until the broadcast airs, but we ought to go. These are human beings I'm speaking of, not barrels of void damn uranium. They were good folk who didn't know what they were signing up for. They deserved better. He was running a lab on Cloister that very few even knew of, and grafted even more folk illegally in that butcher's shop. Ain't that the truth? He made it clear in the first moment I met him that anyone other than himself was expendable. But if that ain't incriminating enough for you, Willard had himself some money problems, which ain't too distant from a grave sin far as Auntie's concerned. He stole from Auntie directly. I have here in his own words an admission to the crime. It's go-getterness gone too far. And you know what happens to one of Auntie's nephews who misbehaves? Exactly. He violated a direct order. If I pulled that out on the field, I would have been dragged in for a performance review. That should be enough to condemn him. He needed money fast if he wanted to continue his operation. Ain't too big a leap to assume he turned to illicit means to stay out of the red. But just because Willard's gone, don't mean that this is over. I'm seeing to it that his work never continues. The bastard tried to restart the grafting program. No damns given for the consequences. So I made him feel the consequences. He deserved every bit of hurt he got. Yeah, that's right. That's what grafting does to folk, you know? Makes them real angry, real fast. And once I'm riled, there ain't no stopping me. Glad we're in agreement. But I ain't burying hope just yet. If this broadcast opens even one down and outer's eyes to what this corporation really is, I'll rest easy. Till then, think we ought to go. Exactly. I ain't gonna be toyed with by her ilk ever again. And hear this. Anyone who comes after me to seek justice or attempts to restart the program will answer to me. That's right. And everyone best heed that warning. If they don't, trust me when I say that they'll have me to answer to. When they ain't expecting it. I hereby resign from my employment in Auntie's Choice. And hear this. Anyone who comes after me to seek justice or attempts to restart the program will have me to answer to. Thanks. As I was saying, we grafted soldiers were no stranger to pain or being pushed aside. That treatment should have ended with us. But Willard kept going. We found a ledger of his with an admission of stealing directly from Auntie and placing those funds in an account for an enterprise I don't recognize. Damning if you ask me. I imagine it was so he could keep his illegal program running. But ain't clear on where the money came from, which I reckon was by design. Well, he said he transferred the money. Covertly or something like. But if it was in Auntie's name, why would he try and hide it? He illegally ran a back alley grafting clinic secretly. A friend of mine is dead because of it. And so are many more I'll likely never know about. Thank you, Commander. And there ain't gonna be any mercy. I have here in his own words an admission to the crime. It's go-getterness gone too far. And you know what happens to one of Auntie's nephews who misbehaves? The other executives will be notified the moment Willard flees the undisputed claim. And within hours, dozens of rung climbers will be at the tower jockeying for his position. Ain't suggesting. I'm telling you that we can't stand by and do nothing. Law, I hope you're right. Bottom rungers like me are the ones who pay the price after all. If enough of us stand up, maybe things could change. If we're doing this, we ought to head to the recording studio here on the ship. Reckon it won't take much to get airtime, if we promise a good show. Then we will. Never thought I'd leave Auntie's Choice like this. But then, there's a lot I never thought I'd do when I joined up. All right, we ought to see if he's got anything of note on his person, and then his office. Any evidence we can find regarding money or business dealings could be of value. Once we got what we need, We can head to the recording studio to get the word out. The promise of a scandal should be enough to get in the door. Should we do this, there's no turning back for me. Though if it achieves what I need it to, mayhaps it's worth the price. Let's head to the recording studio when you're ready. We'll only get one shot at the message, so we gotta make it count. Well, ain't that a complete about-face? You agreed with me on Cloister that nothing good can come of this. I need your help. Yeah, I'm well aware you're still entertaining the notion. But look around. You think anyone here has good intentions? I need your help, but this ain't over yet. Once news of Willard's departure gets out, there'll be dozens of rung climbers jockeying for his place and to steal his legacy for their own, which means they can continue his bastardization of a grafting program and make it all the worse if they so choose. Ain't about to let that happen. It's all but certain that they'll claim his work for their own and make his bastardization of a grafting program all the worse if they so choose. Ain't about to let that happen. Should all but guarantee that Willard can't come crawling out from whatever rock he's keen to hide under, in any case. It's obvious he was up to his neck in some scheme. If we dig it up and get the word out, his legacy'll be in shreds. Maybe folk will be less inclined to follow in his footsteps. You and I both know that's not true. Might be enough to sway some folk who had one foot out the door, maybe. But the executives? What? And risk everyone expressing the same disinterest in its horrors as you did? No. The only feelings a sob story inspires round these parts are feelings of relief and misplaced superiority. Unless there's a bit to be made. I don't know. Folk here are a whole lot more callous than I'd anticipated. Look how they treat the contractors, the down-and-outers. Who's to say that hearing some sob story won't just make them shrug and be thankful they ain't involved? Well, it's either this or calling his business sense into question. And no, we can't just shoot our way out of this problem. We let Willard go quietly for a reason, if such a thing even exists hereabouts. Like what? Far as I can tell, our options are to either sully his reputation or attempt an appeal to folks' better nature. Perhaps. Evidently, when a number keeps going up, everything else is drowned out. Might be time to change that. Though, I suppose there is a third option. Make them so afraid they'll have no choice but to comply. It's only a matter of time before they find Willard's body. If I claim responsibility and promise the same fate to all who follow in his ways, that'd deter anyone. These bastards have proven time and again they only care about themselves. Suppose I claim responsibility and promise the same fate to all who follow in his ways. That'd be enough to deter anyone. But I don't think I can do that. I became their enemy the second I stumbled into that lab. I know it. It hurt enough being cast out, but having no people? Being an outlaw? That's right. Well, if she's just as stubborn as he is, she may leave us no other choice but to let her join him. That's right. I ain't eager to turn to violence once more, so maybe she can be convinced to stand down. Fine. But we gotta do something. We've already seen Willard's assistant attended to. With her gone, we can illustrate our point all the more clearly. Willard mentioned he has an assistant, so we've got that to contend with as well. If we've come this far, what's one more body? Willard mentioned he has an assistant, so we've got that to contend with as well. I ain't eager to turn to violence. But if it comes to that, then I suppose we ought to find a way into her office, in a manner that doesn't end with that guard pointing a gun in our faces and turning all the claim against us. But a word of caution. If one more person dies by my hand, I won't just be unwelcome here. I'll be a fugitive. So I got some thinking to do. Is this worth the price? Certainly would. Likely goes without saying that if we go this route, I won't be welcome back here. I'll be branded a fugitive. But if this achieves what I need it to, maybe it's worth the price. Respectfully, I don't let dreams undercut reality, Commander. Which is why I only see one path forward. That ain't about to stop the other executives from looting the corpse of their works. Ain't too keen to scorch the earth if I can help it. Oftentimes, bad press can be a hell of a lot more effective than two to the chest. You keen to add anything of substance to this conversation, or you planning to throw around more insults? When we've got that sorted, we'll need to get the word out at the recording studio. We'll only get one shot, so we ought to make it count. But if this doesn't go our way, we gotta be prepared to do what's necessary. And after that, we tell all of Auntie's Choice the truth of what happened here. Dunno about that.
Try as they might, they can't deny cold hard facts staring them in the face, especially if it's to do with money. It's worth a try, ain't it? Wouldn't bet on that. You only become an executive if your sole concern is the bottom line. But shame? Shame can work wonders. Ain't exactly one that's relatable. The expiration of soldiers like me has seen to that. No. The only real choice here is to find evidence on Willard. Could be. But are they the folk who can bring about change? I ain't so certain. Far as I can tell, our only real choices are to cross our fingers or to look for evidence. Law. I don't want you to be right, but if I ain't said it before, I'll say it now. Thanks, Commander. I don't think I could do this all by my lonesome. Then we're in agreement. These bastards deserve to live in fear for what they've done. If they've cast me as a nightmare, I can damn well play the part. But fair warning, we do this, and there's no turning back for me. If we commit, we best commit all the way. All right. We ought to start by searching his office. Any evidence we can find regarding money or business dealings could be of value. Was there really a need for that? Let's just get going. In hindsight, maybe we ought not have been so reckless. Maybe could have waited for a more private place to get one over on him. What's done is done.
Here are your bits. Where can I find Willard Conan? Vice President, Experimental Operations, VP of Experimental Operations. I'm not one of his. Save any regaling of those particular exploits for other people, please. Careful. Accusing someone of being toothless is a good way to get your head bitten off. Bit of an understatement.
What's that supposed to mean?
Commander, surely we shouldn't...
There it is!
I wondered what flavor of shakedown she was cooking up. Never quite got close enough to verify such. But you do know of him?
Let's not get swindled out of our hard-earned bits, huh? We'll find another way in. And I intend to make sure nobody continues his work. That includes you. I'm going to get the word out about all the folk he's harmed over the years, so we can get justice. Is there anything you're willing to share? And I'm investigating all of his indiscretions. You wouldn't happen to know about any unsanctioned business dealings, would you? I'm also the new assistant vice president. That might make me your boss on paper, but I ain't that keen on hierarchy. So long as you have what you need. Ain't entirely sure in what capacity yet, but we'll be colleagues soon. We're going to make the world a better place. Ain't sure in what capacity I'll be helping the lot of you exactly, but I'm pleased the negotiations got this far. That's sick. Nobody should have to work like this. I swear, once I get this program shuttered, you'll never have to labor like this again. That ain't right. Not even a bit. I swear, once I've got your boss on my side and we get this program reworked, you won't have to do anything like this again. So am I. My gut's roiling something fierce. Don't encourage this! Well, that ain't right. Neither his managerial manner nor your working conditions. But once we get this program shuttered, you'll be free of this for good. Well, that ain't right. Neither his managerial manner nor your working conditions. But once we get this program reworked, you won't have to worry about this anymore. I killed your boss, and if you know what's good for you, you'll get the hell out of Dodge in turn. Your boss has done wrong by so many folk. But he's gone now. With luck, his legacy won't harm anyone again. That said, his departure means you'll be out of a job soon. I went on the air, told everyone about your boss's indiscretions. With luck, his reputation will be ruined and this department shuttered forever. You're out of a job. Ah, so you ain't heard the news yet. I'm here to tell you that your treacherous fiend of a boss is now out of commission. Listen, I got great news. This program you're part of, it'll look mighty different from now on. I secured a deal with your boss, see? To make sure it serves all folk, for the better. The best choice. That's the lounge for VIPs, looking out over the Esplanade, if I'm remembering right. We might pay it a visit. Come on, Commander. There's no need for that. But you know the things he's done to those he's experimented on. The mutilations, the folk who've died in agony? Good talk. Right. Of course, job security would be at the top of your concerns. Yes, you'll still be able to do all of that. But ethically. I ain't of the mind that Willard is responsible for this precisely. Like attracts like. I'll just have you know that everything you hear later, every detail of the horrors you and he have wrought, are all true. I hope that's enough for you to set yourself right. I fear that chance has come and went, Commander. Is it not worth it to try? Surely not everyone on this void-damn ship is immune to shame? That's no idle threat now. Oh, law. That room is what he meant by the carousal corner in that terminal entry, isn't it? Good riddance. But this ain't over yet. He really thought he could fight us off. Damn fool. Second chances are wasted on folk like you. Ain't making that mistake again. Ain't gonna be that easy to get rid of us, you idiot. This how you treat all folk who approach you in good faith? You'll get no argument from me. You know what? Offer revoked. They were about half as coordinated as a herd of sprats. And just as threatening. Don't you get it? We don't want your money, you sprat fucker. You ever seen a grafted claw strip flesh from the bones of a stubborn old man? Well, on the count of 3, you will. 1. Can't help but be excited. Until later, boss. Come on, Commander. Really? Let me guess. You're backfilling Rasmussen's position? Or all the scientists who work with him on Cloister lying cold on the lab floor? Look, we found your lab on Cloister. Friend of mine, who succumbed to his graft, sent me there to put an end to your work. It was damn troubling. Well, that's one way to hand in my resignation. And his, it seems. Wait, we're just leaving? I was going to, I swear. We could do one now, if it's a problem. Yeah, I was tending to the wounded, see? I couldn't be pulled away from my patients for nothing. Damn it! Thanks a lot for fouling this up for me. You know how important this was. I can't be here anymore. Take me back to the ship. So that's it. We're clear to restart the grafting program. And you'll abide by my demands. No more senseless killing. No more hurting folk. Look, I know I ain't exactly the profile of a business partner. But I know medicine. And I know the potential of grafts more than anyone. You'll not find my experience anywhere. That's a lot of sprat shit and you know it. Come on. I need this. Oh no. Ain't no chance you're doing this to me. You can't just dismiss me. After all I've done, I got you the blockade. I pitched this program to you. See? I told you I should have been there. The what now? Grafted soldiers aren't animals. I should think an executive of your stature would have an understanding of such. They only have that understanding if they also have sense. Most sprats don't. They wander happily to their deaths in search of the smallest, richest morsels. The one delivered by Auntie? Everyone tunes into that. Most folk would do anything to have their names spoken by her. This grafting program is a law-damned abomination. I went to your lab on Cloister, saw for myself what kind of depravity your folk got up to there. It's sick. I do. Been waiting on this moment. Sure. The flight over gave me time aplenty to polish my elevator pitch. That's not what we're talking about. Seen this song and dance from all manner of suits before. Reckon he'll try to reel us into a ridiculous scheme or bribe us with bits or booze or what have you. Seriously? You're playing the long con here and now? Hold on. You didn't say anything about this being filmed. But this'll make it easier for us to intimidate the bastard into stepping down. Ooh, I relish the notion. Well, you should. It's one of yours. Or was, rather. But I ain't exactly here for the job. Yep. That's us. And because we're such esteemed members of your, circle, I hope you can take what I have to say into account. You say that as though you have something in mind. Ain't sure if you're attempting a jest, Commander. I hope for your sake that you are. Great, thanks. I always knew I could count on you for a glowing recommendation. Thanks. Well, it's easy to go on soldiering when you trust the one giving the orders. Only because you lied to my face and left me behind. You swore we'd go about it together. That ain't even half as convincing as it should be. Reckon we can workshop my official title later. My friend was butchered by Rasmussen. And he wasn't the only one. In fact, this program's been a sham from the start. I got tossed aside. And for what? A mistake? Ain't nothing good that's come of this. It's time to call it quits. But after speaking with your doc, I came to see that the program's got much potential. If we shift focus, reform our work, grafts could better the lives for all folk. We'll see. Don't matter to me what your plans are, or what you think you might accomplish. You've hurt too many good folk, and I've had enough. Rasmussen is ready to begin his work again in Fairfield, but only under my orders. And that means no more senseless killing. Research done the right way. What do you say? Rasmussen's now with Doc Tinsley in Fairfield.
And they're ready to restart this work if we can get your agreement. No more killing, much more progress. What do you say? When I joined up in Tau Ceti, I was promised that if I proved myself, demonstrated exceptionalism, the moment would come where I could make a pitch for my own future. If so, best put that out of mind right now. When I joined up in Tau Ceti, I was promised that if I proved myself, the moment would come where I could make a pitch for my own future. I ensured the safety of the delegates at the peace talks. I helped hunt down the fiend who destroyed our base on Golden Ridge. So yeah, I'd say the moment I'm owed has arrived. I helped hunt down the fiend who destroyed our base on Golden Ridge, fought off countless Protectorate besides. So yeah, I'd say the moment I'm owed has arrived. Troopers are getting maimed in battle, and many civvies are getting sick from lack of food, clean water. Folk feel helpless. Graphs could treat all that. I'll settle for a moment of rest, Commander. Thanks. Some creatures can regrow limbs and safely consume tainted goods. If we give folk those same abilities, they won't have anything to fear. They can heal from all the wars done to them. No, the commander here made an executive decision to take the blockade without me. But I made sure to get an interview you can use. That good enough? No, wait!
I got a very different definition of good. You saw that lab on Cloister, same as I did. Anything about that look promising to you? Yes, but we're doing ourselves no favors if we can't admit we could do better. We got the ingenuity. We just need the same amount of care, too. That's all true. Ain't anyone else taking the same risks that we do. There've been some problems, sure, but why else do you think our advancements are so quick? Saw a cereal like this once. A mutated breadworm leapt out of the void and gnawed the sidekick clean in half. Gonna step away from the hole now. That certainly puts the mess back on Tau Ceti into perspective. If this is what's left of Spacer's Choice, they never stood a chance against Anti. Damn, that lift won't be working anytime soon. That's a lot of folk keen on having their gray matter scrubbed clean. I don't know what in the void we just got hosed down with, but it's, kinda nice. Wonder what it says about us that we got mistaken for patients. Nice. Think I saw a cereal like this once. Think I'd prefer mental refreshment over listening to that shit again. Shame that he didn't exactly have all his faculties. When a tyrant's killed, they ought to know why. Gonna assume this one's in charge. He's not nearly as kooky or unpleasantly pleasant as the others. And now he's trapped in the mental cage of his own making. Might be satisfying if this weren't so, well, so damn bleak. Do we think he's lucid enough to spot the irony in this? You know, if we wanted him more agreeable, could have just given him a swig of 0G. Same effect, fractionally less brain trauma. And so the scientist becomes the lab sprat. Fitting, ain't it? It's true. Need a rival vendor dealt with? We'll repossess their wares. Need a township seized? We'll pay the guarding forces to lay down arms. If that don't work, we got firepower. Can't blame you. Every one of the employees you had dealings with are the most vapid of the lot, excepting myself. Obviously. Like stealing compost from a breadworm. Almost feel a little bad about it. She sure ain't asking many questions. Though I figure that's the aim of this refreshment nonsense. Bastards. I think a few bulbs burned out and this one's upstairs. Play along. We should be able to get past. Garish and uppity, ain't it? Milver Street would be seething with envy if he were here. The matriarch ain't here, Rao. Bet if we open that casket, it'll be another cardboard cutout laying inside. I'm sorry. We tried to reason with him, and then Niles stood against us too. We didn't have a choice. Don't you force Niles to choose between you and his friend. Ain't nothing crueler. Yeah, ain't you seen them? They walk down the coast reciting limericks about seaweed and pheromones. Let's give these fools a lesson in gun safety. I don't know. How about that it's poor form to shoot his #1 fan? Yeah, I bet he is. Just remind him that abstaining from violence ain't the same as chocolates and flowers. If they're really keen on boosting morale, maybe they ought to release some posters of him flexing in his unmentionables. I reckon that ship's already sailed off into another fucking dimension. Anyone with a lick of sense would prefer our way. The only folk who jump at the chance to shackle others are the ones who are free from that same control. Ain't that right? Hey, you all right? Violence has been his default for so long. I'd bet other choices don't even occur to him. Huh. You beginning to wean yourself off of eating the shoe polish? This is a good turn, Rao. Ain't much we can do about our hopes when we're backed into a corner. You only did what you could. Rao, you really ought to have a sit-down. Were this anyone except your mentor, you'd see this for what it is. Fine. But if this uptight tin can swings that hammer anywhere near me, there's gonna be trouble. I was afraid of this. Remember to duck if he starts swinging, all right?
Which says a lot, considering she can't. I heard she got her blood vessels extracted to keep a pallid complexion. Beauty is pain, she says. And it sells like hotcakes, too.
Saw something like this just before Auntie's Choice took over Tau Ceti. Didn't end well for the bosses, I'll tell you that. This ain't like any negotiation I ever been a part of. Not that I've been part of many. Reminds me more and more of Tau Ceti by the minute. If these folk burn this place to the ground, I ain't telling.
What in the void is this Spacer's Choice crap doing here?
Don't tell me the bosses are nostalgic for the old days. I reckon she's got her wires crossed. Basic dignity is what Auntie's Choice promised us when we signed up, so long as we were good at our work. And while we might have faced grave consequences back on Tau Ceti, it was under old management, who were trounced rather thoroughly in the end, I might add. You did these folk a good turn, Commander. With luck, we'll be seeing more of these negotiations across Arcadia. The bosses will just have to live with it. Well, I'd say we burn the place down, but then these good folk will be out of work and out of a home. We've fouled this up, I fear. Yeah, I was starting to have the same thought. Sit tight, friend. Your demands ain't outrageous. We'll see what we can do for you. For what it's worth, I'm on your side. Sit tight. Those raps are trained all right. Rather not fight them if it's all the same to you. More I look around, more I'm glad this plant ain't close to any townships. We ought to disinfect real good after this. Well, we've got the drugs for our would-be head of state. Let's hope the press don't catch wind of it.
You know, there might be a goodie or two for Val in there. You don't reckon there's another one of those suits laying around somewhere? Law, I want to try it.
Might unusual, ain't it? How the Order treats their most respected mathematicians like Auntie treats her internees. Good luck explaining this to the guards outside. Though I can't imagine they'll let you get a word in edgewise. Whoa, that was some good arguing. Reckon you'd give Auntie's litigation team a run for their bits.
She's got the right of it. There's far too many guards for us to take on alone.
Might take some time for Marisol to see yet, but I reckon this was the best possible outcome. There's always another way. Now she knows that too. Seen folk wrestle with logic, but not box with logic. I'm ready for a show. The Decimator. Get it? 'Cause of math. Ain't sure I like this. If she shuts herself off from who she is, we might just lose her entirely. Hey, you still got time for her to come around. Don't bury hope just yet. That's where we're going? Don't exactly look safe. That's one tower recalibrated. Exemplar Simon better be happy. Tower recalibrated. It's got my scale standing on end. Can we go?
Never would have expected this camaraderie in all my life. But with both of them backing us, we got a real shot at this. The fine print is here. Huh. Auntie sure didn't skimp on her end of the deal. Well, I ain't gonna say no to some backup.
Seems DeVries is a few steps ahead of us. That's her ship there. Law, if this gets out, it'll be the end of the Protectorate. Ain't nothing that shatters faith like your own leader forsaking you. Well, the ship doesn't look at all intimidating up close. Though, I got my questions about that rover they're sending down. Can only imagine what those scouts are up to. I'd rather not tangle with them, if we can manage. But we need to seize that rover. Ain't one to complain, much, but their help sure would have been nice to have earlier. That rover's our ticket up to the ship. Let's find that rift modulator and finish this. Whoa. Good find. You get grafted with a terror ray when I wasn't looking? Huh. Looks like a plasma charge was being slapped together. Could make use of it, if we finish the job. She was alone too long, I reckon. If she ain't got anything but her thoughts, and no one to talk her out of it, of course she'd be all in. You know, if the lives and deaths of millions weren't in the balance, this would make a fine agility course. But the rift modulator ought to make our path clearer. Let's not walk into that plasma face first. Whew, we're clear. Those troops are a sorry sight, Commander. Ought to put them out of their misery. Ugh. Couldn't the rift have brought back some janitor mechs instead? This is the Sovereign's office, ain't it? It reeks of overcompensating. Wow. And this fool had people hanging on his every word? I've trained for impossible odds, Commander. I can face anything you throw me at. Just say the word. Is this his idea of demonstrating might? Hell of a way to do it. Oh, good. I love when more complications are added to the pile. I can handle them with ease, Commander. Just say the word.
You know how some creatures can smell danger? Think I might have absorbed some of that. Watch those troops carefully. That must be the Providence. Were it in other hands, I can imagine the real good it could do. What a shame. But reckon it's better he didn't live again to see this. Gives you shivers, don't it? You need anyone to pinch you? You just let me know. You ain't alone in this. Law, the rift really rung them up good, didn't it? Ain't nobody that deserves this.
She don't sound like one of the rift touch troopers outside. Something ain't right. It's a hard thing, but mercy was the only real option here. You did right by her. I hope you know that. I'm so sorry, Commander. Nobody should ever have to turn on one of their own. But at least her suffering's at its end. Whoa, hey. We ain't gonna cause you any harm. Right, Commander? I'd follow the Commander into battle anytime. Anywhere. Believe me when I say that ain't the case for no one else. So they were touched by the rift, huh? It's a wonder she ain't the same. It's called reconstitution. The Protectorate are taking things out of the rift and putting them back together, like a puzzle. But the pieces don't quite fit. Yeah. Instead, the Commander will just tell you what you want to hear when it suits them. So, your whole crew was still alive when the station got swallowed up by the rift. Elsewise, they would have been brought back as corpses. Law. Shame about DeVries, though. Reckon you can't exactly say she didn't have it coming. What was that for? Ain't we had enough senseless death to contend with?
I'd like to say I get how you figured that out, but I don't. Great. Now we can get through the chamber. And we won't expire immediately like our friend here. Whoa. That ain't a normal rift. Normal as they can be, anyhow. Is that plasma in its orbit? It'll take some doing to get past it. We ought to have a look around. You know those folk who wear top hats and stock their pantries with purpleberry liquor to appear wealthy-like? Yeah, this feels like that. If I'm interpreting these scribbles right, I think someone had a go at solving the equation. Ain't finished, though. Could be right up your alley, Commander. You have a way with things like this. That looks to be the equation. Ain't no way that man came up with it himself. Reckon we can input this equation in that terminal we found. Well, at least we can treat his utter and complete failure as a lesson. We ought to look around for a different equation. Don't look at me. Numbers ain't in my purview. What? No welcoming committee? Huh. Should be simple unsealing the hangar, at least. Reinforcements incoming. Finally. I was getting tired of doing everything around here. If security's this tight, the modulator must be close by. I'm mighty curious about what these scientists were up to. Well, we got the schematics, but this report got me asking questions. If they found rifts in deep space, where humanity supposedly ain't been, how did they form? It don't add up, but we got no time to ponder it just yet. We got the modulator. All that's left is to deal with the console and shutter that rift for good. Clear out his allies! Quick! He's down. The helm's ours. Now's our chance to end this. Always the same story, ain't it? These types are too cocky and too deluded to see a threatened canid will always bite back. Reckon it was foolish to think we could stuff the modulator into a satchel. Ought to see what we can learn about it in the meantime. Huh. This ain't the console fan club we expected. But we can work with that. Now we have solid proof that this is all mucked up. Not that I expect the console to deliver the same thoughtful analysis. This trooper deserves a proper burial. Not this. Damnable bastards. Oh, good. We made it. I was expecting a wall of swinging axes and maybe a punch to the face to top it all off. Yeah, you know, I'd really rather not deal with any of that. Can we try the elevator? Thank law you paid attention in your engineering courses. Was that necessary, Commander? You saw her. She didn't even want to be here. She won't be missing that. Let's head up to Deck 2. Next time, let one of us do the talking. We got incoming. Clever. Now to finish the job. Well, that battle will be worth celebrating. After we get the modulator. If it's on Deck 2, we best get going. Since we got these dubiously obtained credentials in hand, we should be fine. Best to avoid combat if we can help it. Maybe you ought to look around for some credentials? Looks like he was in charge around here. If anyone's got information about the rift modulator on their person, it's him. You've been one damn fine commander. And an even worthier friend. I'll miss you. We're clear of the Providence, Commander. Your move now. Approaching the rift now, Commander. Let them know I did good, all right? Approaching the rift now, Commander. Go. Don't waste the chance I've given you. Trust me, it's the second part. Got 4 snipers in my sight, Commander. You got something to say? Best make it count. Ain't nobody that thrives in wartime, excepting the folk who profit from it. The rest of us? We can only stomach such depravities for so long. You've got to be shitting me. We didn't come all this way, work this hard, just to die. And how can we trust you ain't intending to deceive? Somehow I don't reckon a serial he'll never see and infamy he'll never enjoy will make him more keen to die. Ooh, does that mean we're hitting the saloon after this? Setting aside all the settlements that have been razed, lands burned, resources dwindled, all figures I'm sure you know. You know, I reckon I'm almost happy for Azza. Ah, she really rubbed off on me, didn't she? Fortunate for us that these two were in a selfless mood, huh? He used the rift as a weapon, made us all think it was a freak accident. What in the void is going on here? Your folk have had no choice but to go begging for help. Their story is the same every damn time. They were abandoned. Heartfelt as always, Commander.
That's right. And your colony will thank us for it.
Wait a tick, Commander. If we're gonna close that rift, we've got to seize control from the consul, and he's right through those doors. Ain't opposed to speaking with the man, but I'll be damn near floored if it doesn't end in a fight. Ain't opposed to speaking with the man, but I reckon you're both in for a nasty surprise if you think he'll play by corporatist rules. Well, we got the schematics. Anything goes wrong, we got the means to build more of them. We ought to resupply. Take a moment to catch our breaths. And if you got anything you ain't keen to leave unsaid, best say it now, in case things go south. Turns out when you call a despot's judgment into question, things get ugly fast. We ought to be prepared for it. Relax. We found the modulator. Just need to seize control of the ship to use as we might. And since we got its schematics as well, there'll be more where that came from. If you're keen to attempt a negotiation, I'll assist you where I might. But if you want my honest opinion, too much is at stake for this not to turn into a bloodbath. You ask me, he ain't about to budge, no matter how we plead. We ought to be ready for a fight. Normally, I'd be all for negotiating and the like. But something tells me you ain't getting far unless you know his pressure points. Uh-huh. Give me a chance to cover you before you get a shot off. Sure. And after that, we can snuggle up with a Mantisaur Queen. Sorry. Suppose I can help you out some. Me? I define right by more folk live than die. What's your definition? No, but I'll give it to you for free. Consider it a loyalty discount. What? If you think I'm fixing to object to those 2 lunatics taking out 3 problems for us, I might petition you to get your head checked. I know I ain't got much in the way of convincing you otherwise, but Marisol, with her, let her seek expiation on her own. You needn't do this. I'm happy for you, so long as you get that rift closed. I'll be damned. Appears you're capable of expiation after all. That rings true, or something like it. I know it ain't my decision, but I'd still miss you terribly. For whatever that mightn't be worth. All right. But we still gotta make a decision. Good way of putting it, Commander. All right, I'll fly the ship. And don't none of you say I didn't do anything for you. I just wanted to do something right by Auntie's choice. For once. I could have made something of the grafting program. But since that door ain't open to me, maybe this is best I can do. I just got welcomed back into Auntie's choice. I finally got the chance to build something of my own for the good of everybody. You asking me to throw that away? I got unfinished business with Auntie's choice, Commander. I gotta follow through on what Ortiz asked. I owe him that much. You know as well as I do that I gotta stick around if I want the grafting program to stay shuttered. And I don't want my influence to be the only thing holding them back. Nothing like sending 2 Earth Directorate agents to do what needs doing. They'll write a serial on this someday. This ain't the way I thought our little team would break up. You'll keep her reined in and the ship en route, won't you? So there's no way to close the rift but to send one of us in. Do I got that right? Well, don't that beat all. I wish this weren't on any one of us, but ain't got time to dwell on the more favorable outcomes. I see. Then let me be the first to thank you. You're the finest commander I've ever served with. I hope you know that. Well, someone here ought to be the keeper of the schematics. If you give them here, I could get them in front of the right folk. You can trust this soldier to get it done, Commander. You take care now. Thanks, Commander. I promise you it won't be in vain. Now you take those schematics and you save humankind. And with every damn rift you close, I hope you think of me. Farewell, Commander. Suppose that just leaves me. I'll miss the both of you. Ain't a day that'll go by without my singing your praises. Ain't got time for bickering. We need to decide, and fast. Ain't that convenient? That's some grim foreshadowing there, Commander. Ain't sure all of us are staring death in the face quite so valiantly. You sure? Bet if we prop up the consul's corpse and tape his hand to the forward controls, we'd have time to run for it. Poetic my ass. She's only doing this as she's got little choice. Likewise. Though, I suppose I only got about 5 more minutes to forget anything. I'll miss you. Ain't no reason to downplay this, Niles. This is damn noble. And it's been an honor fighting alongside you. Damn noble of you, Niles. I want you to know, fighting alongside you has been an honor. I appreciate that. Moreover, you let them know that this is why they shouldn't overlook no one. Yeah? Then make sure they write that in my obituary. Thank you. Really? You got a new body, unlimited power, and all the bits in the galaxy at your disposal. You're just gonna give it all up for the greater good? You ain't taking a stand 'cause it's predetermined. You're doing it 'cause you know it's right. Like a real leader should. Reckon I underestimated you. We're saying goodbye too soon for my liking. But I'll breathe easier knowing it'll be you who sees this done. Thank you, Marisol. Far cry from the enthusiasm you'd have shown weeks ago, Azza. But I thank you for this, all the same. Great. Yet again, we're the saps burdened with cleaning up the mess. You'll forgive me for not jumping to the front of the line for certain doom. Great pep talk, Commander. Typical. Us being left holding the bag. What'll we do, Commander? Think it's only right that Arcadia's finest is the one who saves it. I know you ain't gonna do this halfway, Rao. Tristan. Thank you. That would be suicide. No. Don't you tell me we came all this way for nothing. I'll take the schematics and do my level best to get them in front of the right folk. My pride ain't exactly at the forefront of concern, Commander. Huh. Not all bluster, are ya? Got no faith in my follow-through, huh? Can't blame you. But we still gotta make a decision. What are you talking about? I never said it would be easy, but I gotta try. I've dedicated myself to this path. I can't just back out now. Where did I say that? I'm just expressing that I got a lot to live for. A hell of a lot that I can do to improve folks' lives. That ain't nothing to scoff at, Commander. If there's anyone I could trust with this, it's you. So, if you're willing and mean it, then I reckon I'm willing in turn. I'll do it. I know that, Commander. We've been dealt a losing hand, huh? All right, then. Suppose I'll do it. Ortiz would understand, were he here. Things didn't go as I liked back on the claim. I really thought I could stop the grafting program in its tracks. But now, I ain't sure where that leaves me. Maybe this is all I can do. If there's anyone who ain't deserving of your treatment, it's Niles. You ain't got half the character he does. She just got her life back, Commander. How dare you demand she throw it away? Ain't she suffered enough? That's some real foul, manipulative shit, Commander. The only coward here is the one I'm speaking to. This ain't right. Marisol would have been well within her rights to deck you, Commander. But maybe her words will haunt you instead. I'll do my best on that account. Go void yourself. Resort to insults all you like. But at the end of the day, you ain't nothing but a coward. And I ain't about to let a coward decide our fate. So fine. I'll do it. Just take your schematics and go. What are you waiting for? Get the hell out of here. Wow. You really think so little of me after all this time. Fine then. I'll do it. If this is apparently all I'm good for, time to cash in. I got unfinished business with Auntie's Choice, Commander. I wanted to make something of myself. Do right by them. I don't want my story to end here. Oh, law. Your stupidity really is gonna be the death of us. What in the void are you talking about? Just because you want to die doesn't mean the rest of us do.
You had better be joking.
Beyond that, I'm the only one keeping Rasmussen in check. Without me, things might go on back to how they were. I can't allow that. Please. It's my fault Willard and Rasmussen are back in charge. I'd rather not be around to stare my failure in the face.
Look at you, being a law-damned hero. It looks good on you.
We'll use them with the processed rift data to produce more modulators. Good ones that'll end the rift threat, and that don't put their handlers in peril. I mean to make your sacrifice worth it, Commander. I thank you dearly.
Someone call for a medic. Armed and ready. Look alive, Commander.
Help me end this fight on my feet!
Hate to ask for help, but help?
Grenade!
We've got company, Commander. The unfriendly kind. Hostile ahead. What's the play, Commander? Commander, you're bleeding! Looking a little woozy there, Commander.
Will do! Need some help first. Graph's still recharging. Medkit coming your way.
Hey, easy with the fratricide.
You're looking pretty scathed, Commander.
Looks like a fight. Time to earn my commission. Let me handle this.
It's a brawl. Liquidate 'em. Medical pack out. Little pick-me-up for you. Prescription filled. Practicing some battlefield medicine.
Understood. Confirmed.
On it. Help me up first. Not exactly up for that right now. Patch me up, then we'll talk. I look like I can do that now. Not quite charged yet. Graph's still a bit sleepy. Recharging as fast as I can, Commander. Graph ain't ready. Target too far. Sorry, not in range. Bit far off, Commander. Ain't in graft range. I can't hit something that far. Graph doesn't sense a target. Nothing to hit. Not seeing a shot. On what? No law-damn target.
Fix me up. I'd do it for you. Hey, get me go-getting again. Anyone else? Here, a medic? No worse for wear. Waving my fee, but only 'cause it's you. Just doing my job here. Up and at 'em, boss. No loafing, Commander. Let's get you healed. Out of sight and on the way. To the rescue. Sight unseen. Happy to help. Discreetly. The Crabble Claw's angry. This thing's got a mean streak. Poppin' my claw. My claw's always crabby. Mess with me, you get the claw. Graph's ready if you need a house call. Graph's raring to go. Graph's tingling. All charged up. My aftermarket parts are primed. Graph's back in business. I have thick skin, but it ain't that thick. Not helping my trust issues, Commander. Need me to teach you how to fight? Hey, I ain't the enemy. Explosive! Watch out! Out of the way! Explosive! Boom time! Explosion incoming! Got my lamps on a hostile. Rough customers about. Aggressors in range. Trouble ahead. Graph's itchy. Aggressors near. Lay low, Commander! Medic's orders! Vitals looking a mite marginal, Commander! Aye, Commander! Graft is ready, and frankly, pissed off. Heads up. Rival life forms. Might have a problem. Spotted trouble. Back in business! Steppin' lively! Thanks for the pick-me-up. Much obliged. Appreciate you looking out. She says that, but everything we've been seeing thus far is evidence to the contrary. So she's either delusional or deliberately leading us into a fight. If you're sure this ain't gonna blow up in our faces, I'm in. She's got a point. Unless you're keen on complicating Newton's matters further,
Might be best to have her babysit the incognito for a while. I ain't got anything nice to say here. You take this one. You hearing this shit too? Have I mentioned that I got no interest in your opinions of my overlords? If you're attempting to write your own jingle about murder, best stop while you're ahead. Yes. And we might have to institute a no-talking rule if you keep at it. First, I don't belong to anybody, and I ain't exploited. It's the Protectorate subjects who are, slaving away for the greater good of society. Please. Perfect insanity, maybe. After I get back into Auntie's Choice, well, suppose I want to feel I made a real difference, lived up to my potential. Then, if I'm lucky, I can retire. Move somewhere quiet. Relax. We ain't nothing alike. I'm in the business of healing folk, not dismembering them. Reckon so. Though there's quite a gulf between the studying of matter and rifts and my own study of biology. One is more esoteric, the other more visceral. True. You know, can't say I ever thought we'd find common ground over our work. Almost like we're regular folk on a coffee break. Reckon I wasn't clear. I got no interest in your opinions about anything. And your glorious dawn preyed on folk, didn't they? Had them in a frenzy? So don't talk to me about Auntie's Choice. I know that. But your concerns are misplaced, so you can keep them. My work ain't done yet. And, well, I reckon it's a lot harder to make a difference on my lonesome than with folk who got power and the know-how. But I could be wrong. You and I got different ideas of perfection, and mine don't include me offing myself. You expecting me to argue that? I won't. You know what my friend Ortiz went through. You and me both. Well, I wouldn't go that far. You've been through a lot, Ibarra. It's commendable, you know, that you kept pushing forward despite it all. Val, since you're programmed to look after us and all, think you could help with my arm? Damn muscles are cramped. Can hardly take a swig of a 0G without straining something. That's a fine plant you got in your room, Rao. Didn't expect you to have much of a green thumb. So what exactly does the Order want out of all this? So what's the story with you exactly? Do you stand for anything? Believe in anything beyond worshipping the rifts and stabbing things? Hey, we weren't done talking. Don't think we finished our chat. Finally, we can get back to talking. Anyway, as I was saying, what were we talking about? Oh, yeah. No? I happened to spot the plant when you opened your door the other day. Trust me, I ain't trying to look and see what you're doing in there. And you know what? I hate your plant. It ain't that fine at all, and I'll never look in your room again. There. You happy? You're impossible. Huh. Doesn't sound much like I'll take your side, Trooper Sealong, no matter what. Okay. What about if it's Rao and Azza? Not sure I love the emphasis on current pain there, but you know what? Void it. It's worth a try. I'll come find you once we get back to the ship. Sure? Yeah. Definitely not ominous at all. All this talk about periodicals got me curious. What exactly do you read? Well, that tells me next to nothing at all. What's the story about? A fan of the slow burn, huh? But surely someone as bound to duty and honor like yourself is much more keen on the outcome of the mission than on the culmination of a romance. Rao, is it true you ain't authorized to read Auntie's Choice or Order periodicals? First off, y'all picked an interesting time to split from the Protectorate. Now you're fighting them and Auntie's Choice, losing ground all the while? What's the play here? Sure, you might take issue with the anti-tyranny messaging and extrajudicial hijinks, but other than that, you'll love it. They got guns. Lots of them. Oh, yeah? Somehow, I didn't think you could appreciate the finer qualities of any other arbiter. So, how's it going with you and Commander Zane? That's right, I saw you reading that periodical the other night. Uh-huh. I bet her uniform shows off her gravitas real good. Okay over there, Rao? You ain't been stomping around with your normal gusto. Oh, yeah, you're practically twins. All you're missing is your own buddy. A trusty sidekick who bears the brunt of all your deeds and extensions of justice. Shh! Don't let them hear you. Okay, but Earth Directorate periodicals ain't even on the radar, right? Niles let me borrow his copies of Commander Zane and Buddy. They're all about justice, for the good of the people. Don't like the way you're glaring at me, Rao. You got a problem? Sure, I'm glad you think I got the power to render a plant sickly with a whispered word. But it ain't suspicious. The dry ship air is getting to it. For all your talk about following Protectorate law to the letter, Aren't you committing a spot of treason right now? Traveling with an Earth Directorate agent and an enemy soldier? Oh, so it's okay for you, but not for the average citizen who just wants food to eat and a roof over their heads. Right. And for a subject to serve the Protectorate, they must first survive. A means to an end, right? When we help you with whatever it is that needs doing, will you be on your way? It's always deadly quiet in your quarters, Azza. And I'm hoping that ain't too accurate a description. What do you get up to in there? I spied some books with interesting covers in your room, Marisol. Don't suppose you ever lend them out? Marisol, been thinking. You've been on your own for a great while, trusting no one, always on the move. Don't you get lonely? I'm curious, Val. What do mechs get up to in their free time? Must have been hard being without a crew for almost 10 years. Hey, Val, hypothetically, what would you do if a fight broke out between me and Rao? Ain't meaning to pick an old wound here, but I was looking at your memorial the other day. To your old crew? You clearly shown it some care. It's good of you. I get the sense you ain't too fond of Auntie's choice. Any reason why? Even just a mention of Auntie seems to get your blood boiling, Ibarra. Don't tell me you judge folk before you get to know them. Hey, you know how Auntie does her iconic hairstyle? Well, yeah, but he's Niles. He can handle himself. Surely you did something else aside from playing nanny all that time. Oh? You got pests on the incognito? Well, there's that at least. Val, looks like your paint's getting a little worn. I can touch it up for you if you like. Only fair, considering how much you do for us. Oh, I know, you're looked after. Just want to help you shine like the gem you are. Tell you what, I'll talk to Niles and we'll treat you to a tune-up and spot cleaning. What do you say? I'm sure you did more than that over the past 10 years. I've been in Arcadia far less than that, and I'm already worn. Reckon most folk couldn't handle what you have. I'll speak plainly. Something's deeply wrong with you. If the commander wants you here, fine, I'll let it be. But I've got my eye on you. Try to wind me up all you like, but it won't work. You know Auntie's choice trained us well to withstand all manner of emotional torture. Well, I like to draw sketches, if I'm honest, of plants and creatures, whatever I find on my travels. You know, giving it a few minutes with my humidifier could do it some good. But hell, don't take my word for it. Exactly. For your plant. Ain't a favor for you, all right? None? Hey, as a weird question. How do you handle anger? Push past it, I mean. I feel like I'm boiling over. I want to stop it. Don't much understand you. You claim not to give a damn, and yet you go well out of your way to help us in our endeavors. Hey, Azza, just wanted to say it ain't right what the Dawn did to you. Or what the Protectorate did, for that matter. Are you holding up all right? Nah. I think this is who you really are. Seen it in plenty of other troopers. When things got tough, they retreated into themselves, denied their instincts. Still, when you need a lifeline, you'll grab onto anything. Can't be faulted much for that. Look, Azza, I guess what I was trying to say earlier is that I'm sorry. I judged too quick. You've done right by us, in your own way. I'll just note that you ain't disputing a word I said. Glad you're on our side. Aren't you worried that the Order ain't equipped to handle this war? And more importantly, what comes after? Tell me, Marisol, what do mathematicians need assassins for anyhow? I'm of two minds about the attack on Opportunity. It's a boon that it weren't sanctioned, in a way. Gives us a path to deal with your Order peacefully. On the other hand, good folk died just because of one selfish person's aims. But at least we got you to thank for the truth. Modest, huh? It took guts doing what you did. You could have died. And still you gave us justice. No, guess not. I've had more than enough of your bloodthirsty talk. Can you not? For a little while at least? It's damned repugnant. That's not... Hey, I'm not doing this for sport. I'd die if my graft hadn't been fixed. How are you feeling after your latest upgrade, Val? If I didn't know any better, I think you're just being smart with me. Ain't sure if you'll appreciate this, Marisol, but I think you did the right thing, sparing the anchorite. I know it ain't what you set out to do, but it feels better this way, don't it? You ain't always gotta turn to violence, you know. So, you gonna ask the Earth Directorate for a promotion after this is over? I'd say you deserve a nice, comfortable job somewhere. Leaving the Earth Directorate ain't a small thing. How are you holding up over there? Wasn't really in the creative state of mind. I just wanted it done. But thanks, I think. You're right.
Which is why I ain't sure why I asked you anything to begin with. You ain't gotta stick with the Don, Azza. You know that, right?
You're making a mistake, Azza. You still got it in you to make a difference.
But this ain't your old department. You traveled with us this long, and you still can't see that things can be different? You could have spared her. Excuse me for attempting to conversate. I'll try not to make that mistake next time. I only know what one of those is, but somehow I got no doubt you'd master both of them. I'm lonely because I had no other option. You chose this. I don't know. That electrodynamics one sounds like a page-turner. Always found the volatility of minute fundamental forces fascinating during the science classes of my medical training. No, I don't think I do. They're so fixated on the numbers that they're blind to the real problems at their doorstep. Ain't no way you can say this is all going according to plan. I see. So the Order plays politics. Same as anyone else. Can't say I agreed with your choice back there. We could have gone about things a different way, you know.
It concerns me because I care about you.
Law, I actually do.
And you obviously care about justice, about helping folk. But this path will just continue to cage you.
Gotta say, Rao, your old rigidity didn't suit you. The choice you made back there? It was a pleasant surprise. Hold on. Is this you admitting that I'm a good influence? Fine. Message received. Hey now, she's much more than you think.
She's a visionary. Did you know that the formulation for rehydrated water came to her in a dream?
Did not. It was part of our training to memorize these fun facts. Potential buyers love them. No, unless you think the fact that she has a wig made from woolly cow hair, which takes 4 hours to brush out, is some kind of joke. No. But I do think you'll enjoy learning about how she has 2 pet teacup canids, named Mammon and Pretty Penny. Pretty Penny has mauled 3 VPs this quarter, at last count. Any publicity is good publicity, Ibarra. No wonder the Earth Directorate ain't got household name recognition. You have, Ibarra. Don't mistake respecting their memory for wallowing. Everyone leaves an impression. Ain't no harm in saying so. I grew up under a corporation like Auntie's too, Niles. You ain't the only one with a sob story. Well, there you have it. The Earth Directorate saved you, huh? Sure as shit didn't save us. You got a right to be angry, don't get me wrong. It's a tough choice that needed making. But you can't be angry forever. Before you know it, you might lose what makes you, you. So you say. If that's the case, then you'll need a friendly local to show you around. Put in a good word for you. I could, maybe, carve time out of my busy schedule to help. Well, you got us now. If it gets too much, you got an open invitation. Talking helps. And if it doesn't, a pint of 0G ought to do the trick.
You're wrong.
Serious side effects vary from person to person. Says so right on the bottle. Might get lucky and develop stomach boils instead. Ain't something I care about, seeing as I'll be dead. Though if you think I'm going anytime soon, you got another thing coming. I always planned on being the last one standing. Well...
Don't you look down your nose at me. Any sane folk would throw their lot in with the ones who help them, not those who deliberately look the other way. How's your own loyalty to the Earth Directorate treated you all this time?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I caught you peering around the corner at the Sisty Pig the other day. You ain't plotting anything, are you? Hey, Niles, can you help me come up with a name for our four-hoofed friend? I asked Marisol for ideas, but she's insistent on just calling him the Creature. He needs a strong name. A noble name. Sure. That could work. Maybe I'll ask Rao too. Yeah, sure. That could maybe work. Let's keep collecting some ideas, though. I think she's more keen on dismembering the poor sucker than on naming him. It's what our new friend deserves. Hey, Rao, can I pick your brain? Let me rephrase. I'd like your opinion on something important like naming the Sisty Pig. Oh, that's beautiful. Hey, if you like him that much, why don't you name him? I'm curious, Val. Got any thoughts on the Sisty Pig that you're all too happy to provide, right? That's damn sweet, Val. Yeah? If even you would have spared him, no offense, then I suppose that makes me feel a little better. Look at us, building bridges. Who would have thought? Oh, no need to cause a ruckus on my account. Though if you could make a little more noise if you enter a room when our backs are turned, that'd be great. That may be. But what I was trying to say is that I still think you got it in you to make a real difference.
to do some good.
Thanks, I think.
Great. Next time we get attacked by a pack of hungry beasts, I'll be sure and duck behind you.
And useful. I wouldn't mind learning more about them Gaussian functions, too. Good bunk time reading. Appreciate it, Marisol. Don't say much unless you're face-to-face with folk, huh, Commander? Commander, want to hear my impression of a Raptidon call? That's all right. Reckon I can gab enough for the two of us when the traveling gets dull. I'll take your silence as a resounding no. Whatever. Your loss.
Ooh, look! Is that a woolly cow? I love them! Ain't seen one in...
Oh, no, never mind. That's a rock. Law. Think all this walking in silence is getting to me, Commander.
How much you want to bet I could throw a toss ball over those cliff faces?
Getting stranger and stranger walking these lands, knowing nothing's resolved. When we started the journey over here, the VPs and officers swore up and down that we liberate Arcadia in a month, maybe 2. It's been 2 years. Protectorate have got their people on a tight leash. Of course they're gonna resist. But considering how much they have, I'm thinking they don't actually want us here. But it's too late to go back to how things were. Just hope however this resolves, it's what's best for the majority. It's Fibonacci from Liber Abbasi. Ugh. Don't tell anyone that song's stuck in my head. Auntie's VPs will be incensed that someone other than them penned the earworm of the year. Purple Bear Crunch, it's for you and for me. And as always, it's parasite-free. Been meaning to say I'm real pleased with the accommodations on the ship. Ship air ain't too cold, and I ain't gotta rent space on the desk for my belongings. They say there's an advantage to working all on your lonesome. You ain't gotta fight for resources, and nobody else can take credit for your victories. Always found that funny, seeing as if you fail, it's standard practice in Auntie's choice to find someone to pin the blame on. Traveling in pairs seems like a good compromise to me. We move fast, travel light, and we look out for each other. And hopefully have an understanding that we ought not to throw each other under the proverbial tram. Right, Commander? It's feeling, well, a little like home now. Even started drawing again. You ain't gotta say anything, just know that I'm grateful that you took me on. Thanks. Huh. They ought to amend that line after the incident on the claim a few years back. But you didn't hear that from me. Rao. Since it seems neither of us is going anywhere anytime soon, how about you tell me about yourself?
Quite the opposite, actually. You know, Val took me aside the other day and advised me to make inroads with you. To, lessen chances of an interfactional incident. I'd reckon she was more concerned with the likelihood of me shoving you out the airlock. But if you don't start anything, neither will I.
Overheard what you said earlier, that nobody wants Auntie's choice here.
Maybe not right now, but that tune'll change once these folks see just what we're offering them. Freedom.
You say that, but we both know that ain't why you or the commander came to Arcadia in the first place.
What was the plan? Take what you came for and leave these folk to their fate?
So liberation is only acceptable on your terms. Is that it?
No. I think it ain't so much that the Earth Directorate only goes where they've been asked. It's more about what serves their interests. So, who's really the moral party here?
Are you saying that the trajectory of our association has reached the apex of friendship? Come now. You can't really expect truth in advertising. Oh yeah? What made you into a skeptic? The grift, the backstabbing, the exploitation of the workforce? Sure is. You all right, Marisol? You're looking faintly ill. Guess this makes us colleagues, Marisol. All official-like. What do new ascendants get, by the way? Have you tried the new Borstwurst, Marisol? I'd say it's at least 110%, maybe 120% better than whatever passed for meat paste in the last formulation. Gone to waste? Grafting recipients ain't your lab sprats, Marisol. No offense, Marisol, but we graft recipients ain't your lab sprats. Oh, I don't intend to let any of the research fester, but I'm going to reform the program, run it humanely and efficiently. It'll just take time. I made sure that suffering'll never happen again. No use is good use in my book. Ah, well that's strategic. See, a new edition of the same product, with some shoddiness shaved away, always sells like pre-packaged hotcakes. Because it's more authentic that way. Says so in the jingle. Sometimes you just gotta accept good marketing, you know? Oh yeah? You kill someone you shouldn't have? Perhaps someone I know and would be fine with disappearing? Well, that ain't surprising. We use a lot of sugar. It's a crowd pleaser. Those are fighting words, Marisol.
The joy of laissez-faire is a real toe-tapper. A coupon, worth a few bits off your first Auntie's Choice purchase. Spend it responsibly. Can't do that if your product is of top quality straight off the assembly line. Almost. Ever thought about bringing an Auntie's Choice vending machine on board? I ain't all that agreeable if I'm without my snacks. Now, what was it we were jawing about? Turns out Val's massage protocol doesn't have a setting between a light touch and a 50-kilometer-per-hour punch. Not exactly therapeutic. Felt a little bad telling that to her face, though. Sick. Maybe. I've done what I needed to before on the battlefield, but face-to-face with an unarmed man? Part of me feels I was justified. Other part feels like a monster. I know. Maybe I wouldn't feel this way if he'd put up a fight. Oughta sit with this more, I think. I'm sure I thought of it when I was 5 years old. But I also liked to ruminate on what life would be like as a breadworm those days, too. Aside from making sure the program stays dead, ain't sure. What I do know is there are plenty of folk in Auntie's Choice who are too scared to go it alone. That's a nice thought, but I ain't sure it wholly aligns with their mission statement. They topple organizations and play kingmaker with impunity. Like I'm afraid I made a mistake. But if he's true to his word and some good can come of this, well, then I'll have to be at peace with the decision. Yeah, I'm putting a lot of faith in that maybe. No offense, Abara, but it's a little soon still to go picking at that wound. That said, I appreciate you. It's nice knowing at least one other person in this crew ain't a complete sprat-ass. I shouldn't be surprised Val's got a penchant for snitching. But yeah, my arm's seen better days. It's fine, nothing I ain't used to. Well, hell, reckon I can't compete with that. You need something to dull your pain? Go on, take my whole med bag, since you obviously need it more than I do. No, that was... it's a bad habit. My whole life, whenever I ever hinted at discomfort, I'd immediately be hearing from folk about how it ain't that bad, actually. I'm sorry, I know that now. You, mentioned your ear ringing earlier. Might help if you get a fan or some such for your room. White noise can alleviate the distraction some. Assuming you mean our arbiter friend, yeah? He certainly ain't what I expected. I reckon he might actually mean what he says, that he'll stay his hand in our unlikely alliance. I ain't intending to let these scientists wreak havoc like they did before. They've already been hurt, Abara. What I'm trying to do here is ensure all that pain weren't for nothing. Sit here and mope about past wrongs all you want, but I ain't gonna be part of it. Don't you wag your finger at me. When you unleashed that intel on the skip drives, you were too blinded by self-righteousness to think of the consequences. Which is worse, huh? Tell yourself what you like, but when you acted, it was out of spite. Everyone saw it. When the blowback comes, I hope you see it too. Still sleeping with one eye open, though. Why? He giving you trouble? Everyone knows a morsel tastes that much sweeter if you gotta pay a premium for it. Can't say I care for the mines either, but it's simple math. Mines don't need to sign a contract. Don't got bellies to feed. They cost a damn sight less than troops. Or you can walk around them. But maybe that's just me. It's drilled into us not to waste ammo or ordnance. Go ahead and blast them if you want. I ain't stopping you. Blame Spacer's Choice. They're the ones who first weaponized livestock in such a manner. Auntie just acquired and rebranded the idea when she came to Tau Ceti. You don't get it. You ain't nothing in Auntie's Choice without a contract. Just a rung leech scraping by. It's lonely at the bottom. But I ain't planning to stay there for long. Sure. Don't mean to come across ungrateful. I'll pull my weight. Tell you what. Once I raise my stock with Auntie and land a new, better contract, I'll have a shindig to say a proper thanks. Ain't sure who you all is referring to. Me? I prefer for the raps to stay wild. Free. They're better off out here than in cages in a cargo hold. Though just because the Earth Directorate's been shaped that way, don't mean it has to stay like that. Don't matter how you frame it. The Earth Directorate relies on the opening of wounds. Figure I can show them how it's done. Make them realize it's possible to lead a better life. But I don't know. I ain't much of a teacher. Just checking you over. I might have heard you yelling in your sleep again last night. Seemed like a pretty bad one. You all right? A nightmare ain't a thing to be ashamed of, Niles. If you're a worrier, and I know you are, they're liable to be more frequent. You ought to talk to someone about them. Might help. Well, that's your problem right there.
thinking currency's only for necessities. Ain't you ever wanted to get something extra? Something you can't normally have? Oh, that's the end of your comment? Then thanks. I thought the flattery was going to lead into an insult of my training techniques, or my proclivity for vanity. Oh, those? Yeah, they're mine, but they're more like doodles, not finished pieces. Ain't got enough ink for that. Did you like them? Look, the VPs told us this campaign would be over in months, at the most. They didn't anticipate this much resistance and hostility from the folk we came to liberate. Ain't making excuses for any bloodshed. But the fact is, the Protectorate could have worked with us to prevent this. Instead, they used their own folk as shields. Nope. Just signed a few papers, paid the fees, and got wheeled into surgery. Woke up with one hell of a surprise on my back. Thought a damned sprat was attacking me. Oh, yeah. Plenty. My entire old unit. My friend, Ortiz. Everyone back on Tau Ceti. All I know these days is to keep moving. You get used to it. You ask me what I want to be when I grow up, Rao? Well, for my part, I didn't expect much from you neither. But you've got great form. Strong quadriceps. Not that I'm looking that closely. Anyway. You don't want to learn, do you? We're trying to protect Arcadia from the chaos all over the rest of the galaxy. And from itself. So no, I ain't apologizing for doing what's right. Perhaps you're right. It's what they did to Spacer's Choice. But they deserved it. Don't the Protectorate? Or are you fine with your own friends being sent to the slaughter? Well, yeah, of course. I had the freedom to become a graft recipient, right? But it was an experimental program, and it fell to the scientists to decide how to proceed, so... Yeah, I assume you're speaking metaphorically, but... Yeah, rather is. Honestly, reckon I'd like to have accumulated enough bits that I could just do nothing. Sit outside, listen to the wind on the trees. Be at peace. You serious? We put out the only serials worth watching. My favorite's about a bounty hunter who chases down folk who violate their non-disclosure agreements. Yours are definitely superior at making the viewer wish for death. I give you that. Huh. Maybe you ought not to ask questions unless you're sure you'll be keen on the answer. Decease and desist, it's called. The contract terminations get more and more inventive each episode. Please. Who hasn't had a bone crushed by machinery? I'll do you one better. During testing, to see if I were a good graft candidate, they burned chunks of skin off my shoulder. First of all, I don't even want to ask what combat cooking entails. Second of all, gross. You win this time. Reminded me of rivals on the factory floor, those two. Sabotaging each other's conveyors and trading barbs all day because they're too scared to admit their feelings. Hey, weirder things have happened. Didn't they escape the station together in a single pod? Those things only have one seat, and chances are it was a very bumpy ride. Look, if you squint, you can still see the scars. My arm feels like it's on fire. I got no sleep last night, and this damn twitching in my shoulder won't stop. You were right. The pain in my arm sure is a damn distant memory. Wow. Oh yeah? Let's hear it. Ain't much protocol aside from drink water and try not to die. Why do you want to know? Well, I'll be damned. Honored to be in your care, Val. No, thank you, Val. You've, done more than enough. Programming don't allow for that. Unless it does. Wait, does it? Huh. I know Auntie's Choice would love if signing on the dotted line were as binding as programming. No, I'm free to operate outside what they tell me I can do, with consequences. Ain't heard from Ortiz in, might well have been a year at this point. That's how it goes when you've fallen behind and the others got no choice but to keep moving. Commander, I ain't sure what to make of that message we saw back on the ship. Ortiz, he's dying. Think we should make for Fairfield for the grafting lab. These 2 parts I got, I'm keen to investigate. Maybe one could be a match for me. Any advantage could help us at this point. I'll hold you to that, Commander. Until then, thank you, Commander. Now we just need to find those ice caves on Cloister. Thank you, Commander. I apologize for having us run about like this, but I just ain't been feeling right since the lab. like there's an itch just beneath the skin.
Commander, I ain't sure what to make of Ortiz's message. He's dying. Will you help me?
Law, I wish Doc were still alive. Could use her guidance, something fierce. I don't know. Maybe poking around her lab will give me a hint on what to do next. So how about it? And maybe I can bend the Doc's ear for a moment or two. If anyone can help me make sense of what happened with Rasmussen, it's her. I need answers. So how about it? Need to speak with you. Think we should make for Fairfield for the grafting lab. This mechanical augmentation could be of use to me, to us, if we can get it installed on the shoulder. If we find this Willard and convince him to use this grafting research for folks' betterment, well then, all this hurt we've seen will have counted for something. Been demanded a lot of in my day, but raiding an enemy fortress, damn near on my lonesome, that's a new one. But I got faith in us. Can't help but wonder if Willard's already waiting for us in the back, scheming as he's wont to do. Or maybe he's on the next transport off this ship. When we find Willard and stop this law-damned program in its tracks, Auntie's Choice will get what's coming to them. If we drag enough skeletons out of Willard's closet and dangle them in front of the masses, things will go our way. Just have to look in the right places. I sure hope there are enough folk around these parts who will hear me out. It'd be a sad day indeed if we've all exchanged conscience for bit cartridges. Ain't gone public with a casualty before, but no getting around it. If we want things to go our way, the key is to frighten enough folk into standing down. I'm itching to see if Willard will make good on our deal, or if I'll need to be a little more persuasive. With words, or with muscles. Ain't picky. Seems all the evidence we brought Thessaly made an impression. Other VPs are fearing for their jobs now. Can you imagine? Reckon nobody will touch Willard's work now. Ain't done. The fight continues. I'll keep talking to folk about what's really going on here, how they deserve better. In time, folk will listen. They even thought to name myself as an honorary vice president in the program. Can you believe it? They will so long as I'm around. I know Auntie's Choice ain't perfect, but we got the resources and the know-how to do some real good here. Might be enough to cancel out all the bad. They even thought to bring me into middle management for the program. Can you believe it? But there's one thing. Since Willard can't exactly vouch for my worthiness, the other VPs are starting to wonder if I'm actually cut out for management. Oh, so now you're keen to include me in your plans? I got some words for you. I really thought I'd be heard out, telling folk about Willard and his damned awful dealings. Instead, Thessaly herself thought to mock me. I can't reckon with it. Want to say I'm proud that scaring the VPs worked as well as it did. Though, maybe too well? Folk ain't gonna see me the same after this. Like I'm a loquacious monster in the shadows. They made me look weak. Laughed at me like I was the foolish one for saying that folks oughtn't be harmed or treated like things. I really thought it'd be different. Commander, you hear my interview over the wireless too? They've been playing it every hour. Part of it, anyway. Willard, Vice President Conan, sent me a message just now about how the investment meeting went. Seems he showed off the footage from the blockade, interview and all. Rather not, Commander. Got a little on my mind at present. Ain't keen to speak here. Take me back to the ship. I need some time to think, Commander. We'll speak later, yeah? Ain't keen to chat, Commander. I gotta find that doctor. Feels like I got some hydrometa fluttering around in my stomach, Commander. Not literally. You know what I mean. Willard's clearly got a lot riding on how we do on Praetor. I ain't keen on having so few details for a mission. For anyone who ain't us, I'd say it's a surefire path toward failure. Reckon that's my way of saying I'd like to find out what exactly is in store for us. Sooner rather than later. We do what needs doing, and Willard will swallow any words of doubt he got for us. And there's the added bonus of saving some troopers from death. I'll take it. Could go either way, really. But I'm keen to find out soon. We got the intel we need, Commander. The undisputed claim's our destination. Thanks, Commander. Would you do the honors and get it going? Ain't disputing that. I know you got a lot going on. But if you change your mind, come find me. Still want to view that data cartridge if you've got the time. All right. I just hope that don't mean never. We keep our lamps lit. We ought to find the lab without much of a fuss. I hope. If it's as he says, I ain't got a choice. I gotta find that lab and put a stop to things. Thank you, Commander.
He said the lab was in some ice caves. I believe we'll find them in the northeast.
If he's spending his hard-earned bits to contact me now, there must be a real good reason. Would you watch the message with me? You change your mind, you let me know. Fella from my old unit. Good buddy of mine before I was discharged. I didn't get the chance to say goodbye after the grafting procedure. Didn't have a way of reaching out, neither. Suppose I am. He's a good friend of mine, or at least he was. I missed him. But I weren't under any presumptions that our friendship would last the moment our unit was dissolved, or we otherwise parted ways. If something's wrong, I ain't in any position to fix it. True. Thanks, Commander. Would you do the honors and get it going? That's one way to put it. Makes me feel I'm not a total outcast, anyhow. I'll admit, Commander, I didn't quite expect you to remember. Most folk only stare instead of listen, I suppose. No, you ain't. So what do you say? Shall we watch? I'm just hoping something will put me right again. Right. I know we got a lot of other things to handle at present. I'll try not to let this cloud my focus. Been doing some thinking about what happened in the lab. I went there to kill that man for what he did to Ortiz, and instead let him walk away with his research. Well, I appreciate the honesty. But reckon we should at least see what he's got to say. Thanks, Commander. But if I could explain to him why, if he were here to listen, he would. I didn't make this decision lightly, Commander. Rasmussen was right about one thing. I don't want to be the one standing in the way of progress. The chance to make lives better is always worth the risk. Isn't it? I ain't discounting it. You saw the same things I did back there. Then we're of one mind. Maybe this is what I was meant to do. Let's just see what Willard's got to say, all right? And you think that's what I'm doing? Been doing some thinking about ending the grafting program for good. It's gotta happen. I just didn't think it would start this way. With me turning murderer. Auntie's Choice can't be trusted on their own with this research, that's clear. But if someone like me were to guide them, maybe they can be shaped into what I thought they were. I didn't want to believe you about Auntie's Choice. But you were right. Ain't no better than Spacer's Choice. Making either of them see reason is an impossibility. Auntie had me good and fooled. She ain't any better than Spacer's Choice. Making any of them see reason is an impossibility. Our overlords had a saying in Tau Ceti. If you got a rabid canid, you put it down before it maddens the whole pack. They used to say it about us workers, like we were the problem. I know you never liked dealing with Auntie's Choice. Seems you're right not to. But I still think we got a real shot here of making things better. Didn't realize till I saw the lab what a fool I was. All for thinking that company folk gave a damn about each other. Even so, I still reckon we got a real shot of making things better. No, Commander. I wouldn't let that happen. But if I stand back and let this work pass me by, that will surely be the outcome. Ortiz sent me a message because he knew I would take action, that I'd remedy the betrayal both of us faced. If he were here now, he'd understand, I think. Are you with me? Well, I appreciate the honesty. But reckon we should at least see Willard's plan through. Good thing I've already gotten started then. I wonder if this is what Ortiz had in mind when he sent me that message. He trusted my judgment, knew I always aimed to do right by him and folk everywhere. You're right on that account, yeah? I'm gonna cling to that notion for a while, if you don't mind. I got a message from someone on the undisputed claim. Said he heard me and it got him thinking that maybe Auntie's Choice ain't what he thought it was. Some folk are listening. If they could actually help folk like they claimed they would when they liberated Tau Ceti, it'd make life better for anyone. Elsewise, there'll only be more victims in their wake. Ortiz believed what they told us, that taking an extraordinary risk would pay dividends. But he was betrayed. I'd say it's time they make good on that promise. But I also knew both of us had been lied to when we joined up. The notion that our taking extraordinary risks would pay dividends. Do you think he knew this would be the final straw? And they all agreed to fund the grafting program and start it up again in earnest. I think we actually pulled this off, Commander. After you and I finish what we set out to do for Arcadia, of course. I'd say closing these rifts take priority over a career change. I'm realizing now that I never really imagined something like this was possible. After ending my contract like that, never thought I'd be at the forefront of a military campaign.
never thought I'd be able to change much about Auntie's choice, let alone that I'd want to. But here I am. Reckon you could say I proved myself after all. Thank you, Commander, for everything. Well, I told you that we had one shot to make a good impression, and it seems we missed. I am thankful for your help, truly. I'm just gonna try to hold on to hope here. Maybe once you and I get to closing the rifts, they'll realize I'm of more use to them. This ain't at all what I imagined when I ended my contract way back in Fairfield. To think I'd come all this way, be the catalyst for something good, and not see it through? I don't think I could stomach it. Ain't gonna lie, it does. But that weren't what this was about. I just wanted to feel like I matter, I reckon. A fancy title ain't gonna change me into a new person. Got no intention of getting one up on folk just trying to make a living. Even if so many would do the same in my place. Hope so. Might have an uphill battle against the VPs who'll try to amend the deal, but I ain't one to give up ground without a fight. I'm a middle manager, not someone with actual authority. Weren't about feeling special neither, just like I matter, I reckon. I'm a middle manager, not someone with actual authority. How much wheeling and dealing could I possibly do? Besides, got no intention of getting one up on folk trying to make a living. We very well may have, but the fault is mine. I know what Auntie's choice is, just chose not to see it. But maybe it ain't a total loss. I doubt I reached the ears of the VPs sifting through Willard's trash, but you're right. Maybe not everyone is buying what she's selling. The VPs do, yeah, and they're the ones I needed to convince to leave Willard's project alone. But there are plenty of folk just like me out there. Maybe it ain't a total loss. That thought did cross my mind. Lots of folk can find themselves nodding, but how many feel compelled to say it out loud? Might be that I've been blind to those around me. I still feel like a fool sometimes. I spent so much law-damn time begging to be validated by Auntie's choice and her leaders. Like I was worth only what they thought of me. I really believed when I ended my contract that a better life was possible. I know the truth about Auntie's choice now. And I know who I am. So yeah. A better life is possible, just not at someone else's mercy. I ain't gonna let myself or anyone else be led into the same trap they set for us, ever again. I don't rightly know, though suppose all signs are pointing that way. Ain't sure if that's meant to be a comfort or a jest, Commander. I'll keep telling myself that, Commander. Ain't much comfort in that, Commander. To you, maybe. But to a lot of folks, she tells it like it is. And they listen. Definitely. I'd bet a post-mortem on Willard's activities is being drafted as we speak. Few are keen to repeat the same mistakes as someone trotted out as a cautionary tale. If I ain't said it recently, then let me say it again. Thank you. I don't think I could have done right by Ortiz all on my own. Nobody has to be hurt like he was again. We could have, but considering the response, I ain't certain even that would have been enough. He was a VP, and me? I'm just a trooper without an army. That much they made clear. I ain't meaning to say I don't appreciate your help, Commander. I do. Guess I was just hoping that we'd have done enough to keep more folk from getting hurt. Like Ortiz did. Reckon that's true. You saw my potential back on Paradise Island, didn't you? Not just as a soldier. Reckon I'll find a way to look after the other grafted soldiers out there. It's what Ortiz would have wanted. And what he deserved. But all that'll come after we save Arcadia. Assuming the VPs keep heeding my threats, I've been thinking of going back to Tau Ceti. After we save Arcadia. Folk will need help standing up to Auntie's choice. I can provide that. Someone will take up Willard's work, so I need to work fast to keep the program shuttered. If I gain enough notoriety from saving Arcadia with you, maybe that'll be enough. You know, it's hard to fathom that just months ago I spent so much law-damn time begging to be accepted, like I was worth only what other folk thought of me. I was so lost. I don't think it went over well. I appreciate your help in getting this out there, I do, but law, I think this approach was a mistake. No, but it could be a start. Yeah, maybe he'll end up using his own words in kind. Folk will open their eyes to what kind of ring they're fighting in. You sure did. Though Willard made it easy for us to follow his tracks, didn't he? He's a prime example of arrogance breeding stupidity. Seems nobody is immune to financial and professional embarrassment. This was my fight. The blame lays with me, if it's to lay with anyone. You think many folk would have helped me were they in your position? That's worthy of thanks, even if our efforts were for naught. Then how about I repay you by keeping you alive? At least until our job saving Arcadia is done. Good deal if you ask me. Come on. You've done enough for me already. And any help from a friend is invaluable. Now that's a benefit I ain't considered. Had enough Bourse rocket samples waved at me to last a lifetime. I know. I was just so focused on the program that I didn't think about my future. Not till now, anyway. Well, now you're making me sound even more foolish. But how often do they need proof to start throwing money at a problem? Or to fire someone who ain't in possession of a VP title? I've went without before. Many times. I can do so again, happily, if it means I stay free. I will, Commander. Luck is just one of the many things I'll need, I reckon. But I'll take it. Anyhow, that's enough sorting my thoughts for the moment. We got a galaxy to save. I ain't forgiven anything. Do the graphs make me better? Yeah, of course. If I ain't exceptional, how can I help folk? What's wrong with wanting the same for others? Ain't just saying that, are you? Yeah, well, folk often have a change in perspective when they look evil in the face for the first time. Ain't sure if I should be relieved or appalled that you'll co-sign an extrajudicial killing so easily. What if I think I already have? Eager to see what Willard has to say, Commander. Let's move on. Commander, Willard said he'd meet us back in the cargo hold on the undisputed claim. Don't want to keep him waiting. Heard you took Willard down. Much as I'd like to say I appreciate the initiative, I don't. This was my fight. Even if it probably would have ended the same way. It was terrifying. But now I reckon I see some sense in that saying. Retribution never came for the folk at the top back then. But it certainly can now. Maybe this is what folk mean by the architects setting things in motion. If I hadn't broken my contract, I wouldn't be here. Maybe proving myself was never the intention. Maybe this is what I was meant to do. Suppose we're fixing to find out. Killing Willard, after all that, ain't what I had in mind. I'm glad the contracts are signed and the program's been set in motion already, but we really ought to be careful. We were so close, Commander. Sure, Willard locked in a deal, but we put him down indiscriminately, and now he can't lead the other VPs. They say they'll hold to their contracts. Been racking my brain, Commander, trying to figure the reasons you had for going behind my back and conducting that raid without me. Willard said he needed me front and center. Now we don't have any footage. How are we supposed to convince folk to let us restart the program now? Ain't the point. I didn't make good on my deal with him. How can I expect him to meet me halfway? Let's just speak with him. Maybe this'll work out. Ain't the point. I didn't make good on my deal with him. But reckon maybe I can smooth things over if I give that interview to his reporter at the blockade. We ought to try, Commander. I don't even know how to answer that. I thought I might be able to see him again when all this was over, but I can't. All I can think to do now is get moving. Hey, we gotta talk about all the killing you've done. Specifically of my old co-workers. You really think that was the case here? Well, ain't sure I agree, but if you really did have your reasons, suppose I can't damn you for 'em. Yeah, reckon I do. Yeah, all right. Better think hard about what you're saying and decide if you really mean it. Sure ain't the kind of talk befitting a healthy business relationship. Ain't sure what to say, Commander. Things have been frayed between us for a while. Void! Damn it, Commander! How can I possibly reform the grafting program now that they want to put a bullet in my head? Commander, did you forget that by permanently placing us on Auntie's red list, I can't ever reform the grafting program? But I reckon it ain't much of a stretch from where I was. Ending the grafting program didn't exactly put me in Auntie's good books. Maybe it's better this way. Fine, I will. Then that's what I'll have to do. You got your reasons, I got mine. Sorry, Commander. And goodbye. Just don't put me in this spot again, Commander. I like what we got going. Be a right shame to end up on one another's blacklist. Fine. I can give you this last chance. But I'm only staying because I want to see our mission to its end. I can't believe, after everything we talked about before, you've put me in the same exact damn position! Still, reckon I made my path. Ending the grafting program would have had Auntie's choice gunning for me anyhow. Just Would have been nice to finish what I started. I've reached my limit, Commander. Ain't nothing you can say that'll change my mind. Any killing you want to do is gonna be without me. Good riddance. Damn it! When I came to Arcadia, never in 1,000 years would have I imagined it coming to bloodshed with my own. Wish it hadn't. I understand that things might come up, give you no choice. But for all they've done, these folk are still mine. If we can avoid bloodshed, we should. For now it is, but I ain't keen on making that permanent, and I definitely ain't keen on you deciding my future for me. Try to tough it out. But considering the utter disregard you showed me, and the blood of my folk that you keep spilling, I don't think there's a place for me at your side anymore. Nope. I ain't exactly hid my feelings on all this. Now, it's too late. I'd like to say I'm sorry. Like to. You'd best try to mend our relations from this point forward. I won't stick around just to have this conversation again. I need to go. Put as much distance between you and myself and beg Auntie's forgiveness. If I don't, I'll never get another chance. And if the rifts aren't closed, there'll be no program to reform anyway, and no Auntie's choice to rejoin. Law, how did I get into this situation? All right, I'll stay. But if you want me to keep alongside you, you'll need to think about me before you decide to go shooting my old coworkers. The only thing I'm gonna regret is the time I spent with you. Pretty boy damn big if that you're missing there. If we save Arcadia. But I reckon you might have a point. If we live. You didn't think about my goals in the slightest. And now I'm lumped in with you as the enemy. Reckon staying with you's become too much of a liability. Meant what I said, Commander. That I'd have no quarrel with you if you chose to go against Auntie's choice. Just didn't expect it to happen quite like this. There's much I still wanted to do. Wanted to prove myself. Make things better for folk everywhere. Maybe there's still a way, just not with them. I'll have to sit with that. I know I pushed to give the Order the archive, but I didn't anticipate this. If I can't see the rebirth of this program through, after all this struggle, what do I got left? How personal are we talking? Couldn't say. I was in it all of 2 days before my graft started festering. Before that, I was an infantry medic. Our platoon was one of the first to touch down in Arcadia. I would have continued serving on the front line in an upgraded capacity, but, well, once the state of my graft became apparent, it was decided that parting ways would be best. My commanding officer, and the surgeon who performed the operation, I imagine. I wasn't lucid at the time. When I regained consciousness, I saw that my service pistol was gone, and a termination notice was in its place. I put 2 and 2 together. Law, that was a bad morning. Look, I knew dismissal was a possibility when I volunteered for the procedure. A successful graft is a boon, a failed one is a colossal liability. I'm a walking lesson in breakage. Oh, that information is outside my purview. I miss my platoon. Most of the time. I hope they're holding on okay wherever they are. We spent a week crouched in the same foxhole under aerial bombardment. Shared water 1 sip at a time by the end of it. Anyone would have been friends after that. Easy for you to say. These were my friends. Patched them up more times than you can count. I'd never wish harm on them. Anyhow, I would rather return to the matter at hand. No use dwelling on those out of sight and out of mind. Don't listen to what the adverts and serials tell you. A single soldier is unlikely to turn the tides of battle. Though I'd like to think I'd make the enemy really work for it. Ain't one to forget my friends that easily. And suppose I'm just not used to going in alone. But I'll learn. That's a nice sentiment. Did you pull it directly from a children's serial? Sorry. It's just increasingly clear you've not had many dealings with the corporation or its leaders. This is the way of things in Auntie's choice. If you can't prove your worth, you're left behind. And that's why I'm here, trying to play catch-up. Oh, I like myself just fine. Would prefer to fix the arm, of course, but I've made peace with the idea that I'll never be how I was before. Some folk couldn't do the same. Says a lot about your character that you'd focus more on the aesthetics than the scientific possibilities. In any case, my CO wasted no time moving his troops off Eden. Since I'm no longer one of his, I ain't privy to the details. Like garbage? I'd like to hope the captain and the surgeon who performed the operation were a bit more considering than that. Oh, they only officially discharge you if you say, killed a fellow trooper on purpose.
or gave someone a screaming deal on triptease. I was quietly reassigned to the menial troubleshooter contract status, which had me running all sorts of mind-numbing jobs across the island. Thrilling, I know. We're among the most valuable targets on the battlefield. If we go down, our entire platoon's at risk. Then I keep pushing forward till I can't anymore. You didn't see me when I first got out of surgery and came to Paradise Island. The fact that you and I met at all is a testament to Doc's skill. But suppose if her treatment doesn't stick, then maybe it's my time to go. You can only cheat death so many times. You know that as well as I do. Oh, I couldn't even tell you who that doctor was or where they're stationed. Grafting was a procedure in its infancy, see? So corporate liked to keep things hush-hush. Can't say I like the thought of it. Could have been cut open in the middle of a cave for all I know. I'd rather not dwell on those moments, if it's all the same to you. What matters is the here and now. I owe Doc more than I could say. She helped me without even asking for payment or a favor up front. I never would have thought folk like her existed out here. She reminds me of the folk I had back home in Tauceti. Generous despite everything. The thought gave me comfort when I first sat in her chair, barely able to walk without help. You can't stay put in an active war zone without someone to watch your back. Without my platoon, I figured I'd do better asking for help in an acquired town. Once Doc healed me up, I found work here, made a living, or something like it. My contract switched hands a number of times, and, well, you see how that turned out. Desperation brought me here. Determination made me stay. Then desperation circled back around and inspired me to escape while I could. Like ain't the word I'd use, even before I was itching to tear up my contract and set it aflame. Auntie gave me autonomy, gave me the choice to do more than just struggle to survive. They treated me better than my last employers did, and despite recent events, I believe in their mission. We can give folk here in Arcadia a better life. What, did you think I was born into it? How else do you grow a corporation to this size without doing outside recruiting? Take a look at what most systems offer, and what Auntie's Choice provides. Do the math. I'm just one of many who welcomed the chance to enlist with open arms. Of course, going from a life lived in squalor to one that rewards you on merit, it would send anyone's mind spinning. That takeover was the best thing that ever happened to us, even if it took time to see it. But I reckon that's a tale for another day. That all you wanted to discuss, or only because I had to? Believe me, I ain't planning on holding them at arm's length forever. Yes, and that's a decision I made for myself. Back in Tauceti under Spacer's Choice, I couldn't even choose what I had for breakfast, if I'd been allowed any. Our colony was isolated, which meant our Spacer's Choice overlords could do as they saw fit. Everyone lived in squalor, save for a select few. We were little more than workhorses. Those of us at the bottom only found joy with our families, our friends. But love alone can't get you through the toughest, darkest winters. I'm well aware, sprat-ass. I see no reason to be complimentary unless it's truly earned. Wasn't advertising that won me over. It was them taking action when it counted. Course. I mean, obviously procuring resources and bolstering their influence are pluses, but there are easier ways to get those than liberating a colony. You can think what you like, but my focus is on the people. I want to do for them what Auntie's Choice did for me. They ain't perfect, but they're a damn sight better than the competition. I ain't the only one who welcomed the chance to enlist with open arms, I'll tell you that. The same could happen here. Can't blame them for cutting their losses. What they've done for me more than outweighs how I'm feeling now. If I'd been in this position with any other corp, I'd be dead. If you say so. Try not to get into too much trouble without me. Right. Oh, come on. It's just a hobby. An obvious one at that. I picked up drawing from the grandpa in the domicile next door back in Tauceti. Yeah, figured you might. I want to say up front that I got nothing against you or your crew. Ain't one to judge the firearm by its plating. And so far, you ain't given me reason to doubt your character. The Earth Directorate swore a promise to every colony out there. That if you plea for help, help will come. Maybe not immediately, but maybe sometime this decade. But that's all a heap of shit. You know how many of us in Tauceti tried to send messages? And when that didn't work, how we begged the stars for the Earth Directorate to save us? Well, I'm speaking for the folk who weren't able to. I get that. There are a lot of folk out there with grievances, but we waited decades, Commander. There's being stretched too thin, and then there's just not caring. I know that. I see you doing all you can to help folk. Fine by me? Yes, Commander. Course I can. I won't let either of our affiliations get in the way. Not great. It was a mining colony under Spacer's Choice. Didn't have much, but my parents worked hard to ensure we had shelter and a warm meal every day. Way I see it, you lay claim to an entire world, you best be ready to defend that claim. Got something that needs doing, Commander? Auntie's Choice and the Protectorate got a difference in opinion. The Protectorate believe they can't be bloodied. We think otherwise. I know we couldn't do much to avoid it, but I wish we didn't have to kill Victor. He seemed a gentle sort. Reckon that's what happens when you fall in with the wrong crowd. Oh, I see. You're here to gossip. All right, let's hear it. Who do you want to talk about? Sure. Got someone in mind? Fine by me. Though I reckon he's seen his fair share of struggles over the years, no matter how he tries to hide it. Think he ought to ask for help when he needs it. Who knows? Could be that he could change for the better if he breaks free of that Protectorate nonsense he's intoxicated with. But I won't hold my breath. Oh, I got a lot of choice words that would have even Val covering her audio receptors, so I'll spare you most of them. I just hope we don't regret letting Azza on board. Ain't often you see an elder solving an equation with one hand and stabbing someone in the eye with the other. So the real question is, does she get along with me? I sure hope so. I prefer doing my shooting after asking all the pertinent questions, Commander. Let's see. We got senseless carnage, invisible cultists, and a trigger-happy, anxiety-ridden scientist. What next? Rampaging cysty pigs? Ain't nothing that surprises me anymore. I'd say it's at least moderately concerning that the presiding bishop's agent knew when and where to find us. They can call it predictive all they like. I call it stalking. Look, if the Protectorate are massacring their own soldiers, it ain't our business. Let's just get what we came for and get out of here. Auntie's Choice will respond to the attack on opportunity. It's just a matter of time. If we act quick, we might just stop the whole of Golden Ridge from ending up like the Vox. The number of folks seeking refuge from the war is, well, it's beyond what I expected. And beyond what the Order is capable of handling, seems like. Damn DeVries and her lackeys, putting us and those innocent folk in this situation? It's sick. But they'll answer for it. I thought the Order weren't capable of much more than sitting at a desk and calculating all day. But to build all of this really cramps the mind to think of what it must have took. Ain't a nice-looking place, is it? This is why you don't play with fire. Or cosmic forces well beyond your control. Feeling a little dizzy, Commander. If we ain't careful, we might find ourselves on the roster as new patients. Like to get out of here before that happens. Law, if the Protectorate got no qualms about frying the brain of their own leader, the rest of them ain't stand a chance. Glad to see our troops gaining ground. That tunnel will be key to getting Praetor under control. One step closer to ending this law-damned war. Anyway, this place makes my skin crawl. Might even be literally at this point. We just need that rift modulator in our possession. So Spacer's Choice is back as the chosen fleet, huh? Please. Should have chosen not to be a pain in our asses. This initiate. Can't quite put my finger on it, but something's off. Like she's playing games. But I can't say I trust the Proctor any better. Hope the consul's ready for the grand finale. His, not ours. Just waiting on your orders, Commander. Whenever you're ready. That was wrong, Commander, leaving those folk. I don't care if we played into the traitor's hands. Saving them was the right thing to do. Let's just move on. Glad we saved those folk. But now we need to deal with the bastard behind all of this. Let's move. Maybe I ought to spell this out. I'm his enemy, Commander, and he's mine. Letting him aboard is putting both of us in a bad spot. So, Arbiter Rao. I can sympathize with his plight to some extent. Dead mentor, apparent cover-up, sure. I'd be mad too. He don't strike me as a liar. Incompetent, though? I'll say this. If he's got insubordination brewing, he's well and truly screwed. Real glad you found a way to mitigate the destruction. Without the relay looming over all, maybe the island can finally recover. Law knows it's seen enough as it is. Less talking, more running! What I wouldn't give for a big bowl of purpleberry crunch right now. Don't mind me, just hydrating my scales. Law, ain't that a sentence? We got enough to worry about as it is, and adding this much chaos to our little crew can't end well. You sure we ought to be helping her? Trying real hard not to be insubordinate-like, Commander. But this Azza, she ain't right in the head. I'm glad we were able to convince all the Westport townsfolk to go to Fairfield when we could. Seeing the wreckage now, a town wiped entirely off the map, it's sobering. My system still ain't gotten the memo we're clear of the relay. I'm itching to keep running. We're damn lucky we got out in time, Commander. Don't think we should have let those cultists go, Commander. Willing as I normally am to give second chances, this is war. And misplaced compassion only leads to more violence. Me neither. Spacer's Choice could kill hope in just about anyone. Though, My folks are living comfortably now. Whether they trust Auntie or not, that's what matters.
I'm glad those Protectorate folk wised up and went to Fairfield. They're smart, resilient, resourceful. They'll be fine additions to Auntie's choice. Sounds like your old pal DeVries was in deep with the Order. Now, I don't know a whole lot about them, but I don't reckon fanatical is part of their employee code of conduct. Auntie's may not be faring much better here, but we could at least find enough work for these folk to buy some food. They're good folk. I love them. But I don't think they ever quite grasped how bad things were before Auntie's choice came. They warned me not to join up, you know. The Order's really got some nerve, acting all superior over Auntie's choice. They mock us for our experiments, but here they are, drugging their own folk en masse. And now, we got this consul to contend with. I expect he won't make it easy. Hope Auntie's choice is ready for it. Thought I knew full well the evils of the Protectorate, but seeing the Sovereign in mental refreshment was a new low. Ain't surprised that Spacer's Choice found a way to come slithering back like the wretched little worms they are. You'd think they would have had their fill in Tau Ceti. That poor Amos fella's a bit of an open book, ain't he? He's been through too much. Hearing how Auntie abandoned him the second she got power shouldn't surprise me, but it does. Can't deny that retiring the presiding bishop was a good strategy on Auntie's part, but she seemed like a good leader. It's a shame we couldn't have brought her into the fold. I feel sick that Victor chose to end his life the way he did, and he was prepared to do it from the start. Law. DeVries doesn't deserve that kind of loyalty from anyone. Reckon Victor's a shining example of what happens when you fall in with the wrong crowd. But I'm real glad we managed to talk him down. He seems a gentle sort. Thought it was noble helping the Vigilant get Westport back on its feet. In theory, who wouldn't want to see their home rebuilt? Generally, I like to err on the side of mercy. But we made the right call, putting down the cultists in Newton. Elsewise, we'd have unleashed their chaos on the rest of the world. Ain't sure what to make of that Amos fella. Seems to me he's been dealt a bad hand. Pun not intended, obviously. He's become a close friend. I'd like to think he'd say the same. Might have butted heads in the past, sure, but there ain't a better teammate I could ask for. He ain't exactly the Earth Directorate agent I thought he was when we first met, but I like him all the better for it. I think he's really come into his own as of late. Seems friendly enough. If a mite guarded and a little thick-headed in his view of Auntie's choice. Regardless, I can assure you I'll treat him with the same respect I show you. I'll admit, though, I might be concerned by his newfound zeal for the Directorate. Think he had a good thing going making his own way. This could stifle him in the long run. Don't mishear me. I can understand his qualms with the Directorate, but I can't help but think he's perseverating on them. He'll lose himself if he ain't careful. Reckon I was too quick to judge the man. I don't know what gets into him sometimes, but damn if he don't make me laugh. Were this under any other circumstance... well, never mind. He's a brute who cares more for his hammer than he does for himself. Yet, he's got a certain charm about him. Can't quite explain it. Like a baby mantisaur learning to walk. Not only is he a couple smokes short of a pack, he's also insufferable. I try, Commander, but boy, he makes it difficult. Gotta say, I'm impressed he's using his own gray matter for once. Now that he knows real justice is malleable, I rather think he'll make a fine arbiter. I hate that he's bought right back into the Protectorate. I know he can see sense, but I reckon fear's done its part to keep him in line. It's a loss, and a danger to us all. But something in her changed after what happened on the island, like a blade that's been blunted. It's a good thing, I reckon. I even think I saw her smile the other day. But after that business on the island, she ain't been the same. It's like she's resigned herself to be treated as a weapon, forever. She's been sharpened. I didn't want that for her. I'm keen to learn about her, though I reckon she's more of an abacus than an open book. Set in her ways, methodical. And law help you if you jostle her. Honestly, she's surprised me. To turn away from the cult, from that manner of thinking, well, it takes real courage. She won't hear it from me, but that's something to admire. She's dived headfirst into the deepest dregs of cult logic, at your prompting, I might add, so I reckon her mental state will only decline. It's a damn shame. She ain't right in the head. She's damn near bloodthirsty. I'll keep my distance when I can, but I promise you, if I perceive even a hint of threat from her, I will deal with it. About time those troopers at the FOB got a move on. I don't know how they could stand the sight of the bridge in front of them day and night and do nothing. Seems you've been scouted by Fairfield's finest to assist our efforts in the war. You know,
since the ceasefire will inevitably fail. If you do, it'll be great for the folk here. It was bad enough seeing that explosion right after we landed here. Now, knowing it hit one of our bases, it'll be a miracle if there are any survivors. Doing a task or two to buy the Order's support is one thing, but aligning with them? I hope you ain't considering it, Commander. Ain't sure what to say, Commander. Not only did you let the delegates fall to the void, you sent Niles there yourself. After all he's done. How could you? If there's space by your side, I hope you'll call on me. Figures that after all our time avoiding rifts, our next mission has us heading right toward one. I'm damn glad we could get Auntie's choice and the Order to make peace with one another. I was worried for a minute that Basar was going to pass up a good deal. Well, that rift lab sure was full of excitement. Went in thinking it was going to be a simple heist. Walked out in the middle of a law-damned coup. I can't believe it. The only reason the grafting program was created was for Auntie's sake. And when it didn't work, we were tossed aside like broken toys. Commander, I'm glad you're just as keen on aligning with Auntie as I am. It's the right choice. What you see is what you get. I suspect the Order would have given you the runaround on a deal. Presiding Bishop Basar sure thinks a lot of herself, don't she? But the reverence her people show her seems genuine enough. Reckon I'm curious to see more of her management style. You did the unthinkable, Commander. Auntie meant everything to me, and now she's dead. Were it not for our history thus far, I'd bring you to justice myself. I don't even know what to say to you. I had just agreed with Rasmussen to do some real good here, and you had to go and kill him. It's true, ain't it? You killed Doc Tinsley. I can see it written all over your disgusting, conniving face. I know it was you, Commander. I know you allowed the relay to fall on Fairfield. Anyway, appreciate you hearing me out. We should move on, unless you got something for me. Like to press on, Commander. Clock's ticking. Knew it was a mistake running with you. I don't ever want to see you again. Yeah, you're probably right. I seen what they can do when they intend to give no quarter. Maybe Fairfield would have fallen, but we won't ever know for sure. I knew this were a possibility that Auntie would die by your hand, and that it'd be with good reason. But now that it's happened, I think I'll need time to sit with it. Had no love lost for Auntie, not anymore. But seeing her dead, I ain't sure what to feel. Sad, ain't it? How the person who changed your life can fall so quickly from grace. But that suits me fine. You know I can't go a day without attempting some heroics in the face of danger. Soon as you're ready to travel there, I'll be standing alongside you. I know the clock is likely ticking on whatever is going on with the rift, but I wanted to remind you that Ortiz made a request of me. I'm real keen on following through. Ain't ever gonna justify the deaths of innocents. Never. I just hope you think getting to Wiley in time and stopping him from sending that intel to DeVries was worth it. That damn Wiley put us in an impossible situation. I'm glad those hostages can go back to their families, but I fear we played right into DeVries' hands. Can't believe it, Commander. I thought we were saving the delegates at all costs. If the peace talks are dead in the water, both parties will be less keen on lending us their aid. Still, think we ought to pay the undisputed claim a visit, see if we can court Auntie's aid. Your boss was clear. We'll need all the help we can get to close these rifts. Fine. All for the greater good, right? But don't you expect me to move on from this anytime soon. We can talk more when we get to docks and find out what to do with these grafts. Sooner we do that, sooner we can get these rifts closed. So much for salvaging my plan with Willard. You capturing the blockade on your own made me look like a fool. I'm never going to be able to reform the program now. The dream I had of making Ortiz's sacrifice worth it? Gone. And for what? Because you think you ought to be able to do whatever you want. Anyhow, was there something you needed, Commander? I'd like to press on, unless you had something to discuss. But just in case things get a little frenzied in there, I wanted you to know that I appreciate all you done for me. For everyone in our little crew, really. I know we often been at each other's throats like a pair of hungry raptidons, but that don't mean we can't commend each other for making it this far. I'll admit, I found you to be a bit unknowable a lot of the time we traveled together. But now that we're here, can't help but think that none of that matters. So, good work, Commander. Whatever happens, I can rest easy knowing that we did our damnedest. Once we make it out of here, I'm gonna buy you the biggest tankard of zero-G you've ever seen. We got each other's backs. If that ain't a good partner, What is? Ain't heartburn I'm feeling right now, is it? No, must be sentiment. I appreciate you too. Maybe second biggest tankard then. The goal is to celebrate, not put you in an early grave. But I'll keep that in mind. Most folk don't take the job half as serious as you do. You're a born leader. So suck it up. You're gonna keep getting thanks. It is when something bigger than both of us is on the line. I'd say this fits that description. Sure. But the resting part still applies, I reckon. And here I thought we were about to have a moment, as do I. Well, it's nice to dream big, ain't it? Well, there are partners, and then there are equal partners. Suppose I know which category you put us in. Ought to get back to our preparations, Commander. We got a colony to save. What? Why? I told you I'd watch your back long as you needed me. And unless I miss something, you're gonna need all the help you can get from here on out. I know how at will works, thank you. I'll gather my things and leave then. Be interested to see what better looks like in your estimation. But fine. I won't stay where I ain't wanted. I'll gather my things and leave. Right, exactly. And you know I'm a good shot. If I get underfoot, just say so and I'll make myself scarce. Well, my graft says, fuck you too. I'll be off then. But an invitation to parlay ain't nothing to scoff at, considering. Anyway, was there something you needed, Commander? Oh, I don't know. Maybe getting my head caved in while I sleep? That would throw a real wrench in my plans. I ain't just saying this to be contrary, Commander. If he actually agrees to keep the peace, then fine, but I still gotta maintain due diligence. You should too. Look, I know we're under pressure to speak with the Abbot, Commander, but it wouldn't be right to not see if we can help any of those troopers straight away. What happens should they rally and strike again, this time better armed and with deeper knowledge of our defenses? Maybe that's true. Or maybe they were pulling the imitation wool over your eyes. Suppose time will tell. Maybe. Though what I've seen from Auntie's Choice should put my folks' doubts to rest. Right away, I got the offer to enlist and the bonus paid at signing. If you're really that unconcerned, I'm curious why you bothered sparing them in the first place. Fine. I ain't gonna harp on this anymore. You sure? He seems more concerned with the Order's reputation than anything else. Real nice, Commander. I mean, we ain't gonna give up our cots for what could be the enemy. We're doing what we gotta do to keep our heads on our shoulders. It's a tough situation, that's all I'm saying. But if the Order can't even manage tens of folk at their doorstep, they ain't gonna manage much better should they win the war. I can agree to that, Commander. It's just him I worry about. The only rules he cares for are the protectorates, and those rules are clear. The only good corporatist is a dead one. I just hope you're giving him the same directive you're giving me. That's all. Reckon my being present for the dramatic rescue will gain me some clout with Auntie's Choice. Just got 2 or 3 more incidents like this to win my way back in, I'd say. I begged you to see reason, and you still let DeVries follow through on her plan. How do you think that'll make me look to Auntie, huh? If my influence weren't enough to sway you? Itching to hunt down that skeleton crabble or Raptidon matriarch. Almost as much as this damn limb is itching at me. Law, it hurts. I make a point of not leaving those slow on the uptake behind. What in the void are you doing? You murdered Officer Carr, Milver Street too? Law, damn. So you'll cast me aside like any old piece of trash, huh? Out of hand? How? Doc's never done a thing to hurt anybody. Just... why? I trusted you. What else have you done that I don't know about? Don't treat me like a fool. I know the truth. I know what's real. Why would you do that, huh? Why? I had to kill you for what you've done. There's something inspiring about someone who knows exactly what they are and entertains no nonsense. I ain't going anywhere, Commander. But I gotta come to terms with this in my own time. Surely you understand. I believe you when you say you didn't mean it, but this is gonna take time for me to move past, Commander. This could have changed everything for me. Nor do I. And if they gave you reason, that's all you have to say, huh? You don't even think me worth an apology. I don't give a damn what you need. Oh yeah? Watch me. I ain't sure why I ever thought joining up with you would do me any good. I'm through making mistakes. We're done. But boosting our constitution, making us stronger, making the enemy soil themselves at the thought of enraging us, there's a lot to be gained there. Is it? Well, I'll be sure to send in a report to my commanding officer, wherever he is, and demand some recompense. Maybe things are different back on Earth? Out here, all that matters is winning the fight. Well, yeah, there's that. Could be. But I'm sure they crunched the numbers extra hard to determine if it was worth the risk. Wouldn't want to throw all that funding away. Yeah. Or that. I don't know if I would have made it out alive without him. Maybe I'll tell him that over a beer one day. Praise him in front of the whole saloon. Law knows he's got a thing for heroics. But nothing's ever really free, is it? The thought has crossed my mind, though I reckon we might have seen concrete proof of that by now. That's some confidence there. Just be careful. She's a shrewd dealmaker. Knows all the loopholes in the book. So you're out here without a boss, huh? Might not be so bad. Though I'm curious if they'd even see justice done to your traitor. You agents are untouchable, or so the story goes. Not that I disagree with your assessment, but I find it mighty interesting that you think you got the authority to supersede them altogether. Don't suppose it could have been more subtle in its approach, huh? Taking out DeVries, saving the delegates, barely escaping with our lives? Hell of a rush, huh? Hope all of it gives us leverage when we look for help closing these rifts. You see gullible? I see optimistic. Funny how perspective works. Would it really? She's a natural leader. Decisive. She ain't gonna consult an abacus, 12 charts, and 3 hangers-on before making a move. Never thought you'd manage to save DeVries along with the delegates. They could be good allies when we look for help closing the rifts. Assuming DeVries sticks to her change of heart. Suppose that tracks. You agents are untouchable, or so the story goes. No, not all. I'd agree with you, but I reckon we don't have the time to seek out certainty. Sure. But you represent them all the same. Maybe not. But often what I hear comes up true. Were that the case, then our little stunt at Horizon Point would have solved this mess 10 years ago. No offense. No, no. But I have to hope. Good. The war's been a burden on us all. And I fear if we hand full authority over to the wrong person, it'll just divide our folk even further. I can respect that you're being mindful here. I know you got a lot on your mind as it is. Ain't that the truth? Though it says a lot that you don't have faith in your own institution to see justice done. I went through this myself when Auntie's Choice took over Tau Ceti. It took time to secure the merger, but once they did, we folk got the help we needed real quick. You want to play it that way? All right, I'd like to believe that. But frankly, I got some other concerns. Don't see how it's wrong if it benefited the both of us. You're likely right, though I fear it'll only entrench the Protectorate in their hatred for us. Never mind that we came only with good intent. What about you? Won't blame you for thinking it's kindly to win hearts and minds, but it ain't ever gonna be as potent a strike as dropping a bomb. Though I reckon you know something about that. Oh, law. Now Milver Street's gonna boast about snatching those folk from the jaws of death, ain't he? Good luck to them.
I begged you, Commander. I begged you to direct the relay away from Fairfield. Now, everyone's dead. Don't you even feel bad about what you've done? Do you feel anything at all? You're right. I don't. And I ain't gonna look past it. Don't give me that. You were warned. You had to know. And I ain't sure I can look past it. That don't mean I want them dead. You think I'm so selfish that I can't see just how fouled up this is and that you caused it? You're sick. I don't need a law damn thing from you. Not anymore. Law, you're genuinely asking that, ain't you? Killing folk I care about, despite anything they may or may not have done, don't help me any. It's poison. Out of hand? And how am I supposed to trust that? No. Now everyone's dead, including those refugees from Westport that we tried our damnedest to save. Don't you even feel bad about what you've done? Do you feel anything at all? Suppose it's for the best we didn't follow through on Milver Street's request. Those folk in Westport still live, and they've escaped Montelli's machinations for good. It's gonna take me some time to move past this, Commander. Just, please, tell me we won't have to cause this much destruction again. See, Val helpfully filled me in on your own predicament. Hunting down a fellow agent, huh? I thought you folk were all about nobility, duty, camaraderie above all. Were you one of Auntie's? I tell you just to shake the ladder hard while your traitor is climbing up, and enjoy the show when she tumbles down. What recourse do you actually have? Ain't had many dealings with the Earth Directorate. You and Ibarra are the first agents I ever met, in fact. But you get things done. I trust you. As for Ibarra, verdict's still out. He insults Auntie's Choice a mite too much for my liking. But that's the Earth Directorate's company policy, ain't it? Ain't had many dealings with the Earth Directorate myself. You're the first agent I ever met, in fact. But you get things done. I trust you. As for the rest of your organization, can't really say.
They hate corporations, I've heard that much. But what about you? You buy into their policy too? No, I get that. If you wanted to, you would have done so already. Commander, now, did you need something? Or... And I don't like your tone. You thought things would go right back to normal after what you did? Ha! Ain't gonna happen. It's gonna take time getting over what you did. Surely you understand. But it seems the bravery of some folks is only as expansive as their medicine cabinet. Reckon the Vigilant will need some time to acclimate, but once he realizes the chance he's been given, he'll take to it like a terror ray in the night sky. And as you've seen, that kind of loyalty can pose a real problem to everyone else. But we'll track her down before it comes to a head. Don't you worry.
What in the void are you doing? You murdered Officer Carr. Don't even try to deny it. What in the void are you doing? You murdered Milver Street. Don't even try to deny it. You go around killing my people indiscriminately, and you expect me to do nothing? You did. But a promise means nothing coming from a murderer.
You ain't even half as clever as you think you are.
All right. Let's say I believe you. I can try to look past this. But it'll take time. Just no more killing civilians. Please.
Just wish Westport hadn't been the victim here. Those folk didn't deserve to go out like that, protectorate or not. I know what's done is done, but I'll have to sit with this. But on the other hand, could only be a matter of time before Westport crumbles into the sea again, and this'll be all for naught. What was your question again? Saw what happened to the relay from across the island. You're damn lucky you made it out in time. We really need to get to Doc Tinsley's barn, Commander. Something going real wrong with the graft. Don't have it in me to chat. Sorry. Look, I'm sorry. I ain't intending to get into any grievances here. Let's just say I'm a little dubious about the whole keeping corporations and corrupt governments in check thing. Right. You got more important matters on your mind. Val filled me in on what happened. Betrayal, spitting in the face of camaraderie and duty and all that. Of course I do. Can't help but wonder if I'm missed in return. Huh. If nothing else, they'll have Ortiz to keep up morale. I know the nonstop jokes from that bastard sustained me for weeks. Yeah, he's tough. He'll be all right. I expected you might, after seeing his message. Well, like I said, we were both in the same unit. Me as a combat medic, him as a machine gunner. I know that. But believed it we did. That's the burden of being competent. Everyone expects your help, even if it ain't freely given. Either way, I'm willing to stay my hand until we know the truth. If it were my folk buried under the rubble, I'd want to know for certain before acting. On the other hand, this could be one hell of an advertisement for other protectorate settlements. Rebuilding in the face of Auntie's choice and all that. Yeah, I know you're hot on the trail of DeVries, but you said you'd help me. Even if I wanted to do this myself, I'm too sick to leave now. I don't know how much longer I can hold out. Please. We did good by all the folk in Golden Ridge. If we hadn't eased the pressure between the Order and the troops at Outpost Opportunity, the kettle would have blown its top eventually. Every moment we linger in this shell of a place, we're giving DeVries that much more time to enact her plans. I'd rather we move on. Look, I know the choice is yours on how you want to approach this, but it's my folk in the crosshairs. If something happens to our delegate, I don't know how I'd live with myself.
Ain't leaving here without dealing with the rift, Commander. Your call.
Ought to keep moving, Commander. Hopefully a bit of investigating will clear things up for us. Once we find the perpetrator, we can be sure to head off any further attacks on Auntie's choice. Before we go set off into the unknown, I'd like to close the chapter on this part of my life, whatever it may look like. Anyhow, suppose I've taken up enough of your time. I'll accept a maybe at this point. It's just, ain't suggesting otherwise. It's just, where in the void were our defenses? How did the Order even get one up on us? Even in a ceasefire, ain't no way they should have caught us unawares. Real nervous about that explosion we saw when we landed, Commander. If this were deliberate, this whole place is liable to turn into a powder keg. Least they won't be causing us trouble no more. The sooner we get them taken care of, the better. Hope you appreciated how I bit my tongue back there with the Abbot. Didn't want things to come to blows with civilians in the crossfire. Full of excuses for the attack, wasn't he? Heard the Abbot trotted out some excuses for the hit on our base. Well, Auntie's base. Certainly didn't anticipate that he'd been entirely truthful neither. Won't bring back those we've lost, but at least we've avoided further conflict with the Order. For now. Ain't sure what's more concerning, the possibility that the Order had sanctioned the attack, or the reality that one rogue actor is putting everyone's lives at risk. Tell you one thing, though. Taking out one person is a damn sight easier than fighting an entire faction. So let's get to hunting. Commander, you got a minute to talk? I got some thoughts on this situation with the refugees. Right. Just lend me your ear when you do, huh? Got time for that chat now? Like what? And great for my resume, if I'm honest. Few bullet points like that. Maybe it'll be enough to win me a spot on a higher rung. And you? If you help, what are you getting out of this? Uh-huh. I've heard that one before. Ain't seen evidence of it yet. But maybe you're liable to prove me wrong. Anyhow, reckon we should keep moving. It ain't like they forced us to join up. We did that on our own. And it said in our contract that they could send us wherever we were needed. Some of them tried to cut a deal. Company secrets in exchange for an entry-level administrative role, and made it out okay. But most violently opposed the takeover. And that ain't hypothetical. Reckon a bullet in the gray matter was more palatable than being forced to the bottom rung. Says it all, really. Now, do I got qualms with Auntie? Sure. But I'll tell you what. When she overthrew those Spacer's Choice bastards in Tau Ceti, my home system, can't complain if where we're needed is in a trench staring down the barrels of a minigun. All right, reckon Ortiz would have gotten grafted too, had he not missed the cutoff. I'm glad he did. He always thought himself the exception, but this kind of failure is beyond our control. I don't know if I would have made it out alive without him. Wish I'd told him that before all of this. Reckon Ortiz had thought himself the exception, like I did, and jumped at the chance to do something that could change his life. Instead, it ended his.
And for her to say outright that she's only here for the resources and the manpower, Law, she really took us all for a ride, didn't she? She told us we were liberators, that anyone could be a hero and be rewarded. Ain't nothing but lies. And it ain't just Ortiz that's dead as a result. No. In fact, I'm a mite more galvanized to prove Auntie wrong and make these experiments worth it for us bottom-rungers. Sure, she'd be happy to sweep all this aside. I won't let her. That's one thing, but making sure folk don't sign away their pride just to live a shoddy life built on lies? Well, that's something else I'll have to think on. The battles will continue, whether or not you're paying mind. If you ain't careful, you might find yourself surrounded without an ally. More importantly, it's becoming clear to me that folk don't actually want us here. Westport resisted as long as they could. You think that doesn't extend to the rest of the populace? I think you ought to be careful, Commander. After what we saw in that lab on Cloister, I ain't keen on aligning with Auntie's choice and handing them more power. If you mean to ally with the Order, reckon I can't blame you. You and I could only exert so much influence over Auntie's choice. And it's obvious they can't help themselves. Hey, none of that now. Doc's still learning the ways of Auntie's choice, true, but I had the same struggles when I first joined up. If this new graft fails, you mean? Then I keep pushing forward till I can't anymore. But why do we have to be the ones to help him? Hasn't he got any other Protectorate hullheads to come to his aid? All right, fine. You make the rules, I'll follow them. Just hope he can do the same. I ain't gonna respond to that. Yeah. But do the rest of us deserve to be put at risk? Well, suppose that's all my suspicions of the Earth Directorate confirmed, for all to see. Just didn't think we'd find actual evidence of them cutting a deal with the Protectorate. I feel a little bad for Ibarra, though. He's taking it about as well as I expected. Whatever he hoped to find in the Matriarch's tomb, surely it weren't that. It stings less now that they didn't help Tau Ceti. Guess there's a big difference between thinking they didn't care and realizing that they're just as corrupt as anyone else. There'll be enough time for that later. For now, we need to ally with someone who can defeat the Protectorate and close the rifts. So whatever you decide, I'll support you. There is another option. The Order. They're trying to do right by the refugees, after all, and seem reasonable when they ain't being strong-armed by extremists. You could consider them, sure. The folk here don't seem to trust Auntie's choice. But give it time. They'll see the difference between freedom and complete domination soon enough. Just as Tau Ceti did. I reckon it's fair to presume someone is fixing to stab you in the back if they've done it many times before. Listen, normally I'd take issue with one person playing Kingmaker. That is to say, you and especially the Earth Directorate. But time's too short and the stakes are too high for tribalism. I was less charitable then. I didn't know them as I do now. And I know if they ain't learned their lesson yet, they'll at least be open to feedback. Auntie sure ain't. They're nice enough folk, reasonable or like, but they ain't equipped to rule. You saw how they could barely manage a refugee camp, let alone hold the archive. Marisol's something, huh? She had everyone fooled, and then she turns around, exposes Svoboda for what she is, and reveals herself to be the endpoint. What kind of name even is that? You sure we ought to be helping her? I'll try to keep an open mind, Commander. But if she comes at me with a knife, I ain't gonna be the one left bleeding. There's a difference between daydreaming about smacking sense into someone and actually endeavoring to disembowel them. Well, something tells me she's one wrong move away from complete depreciation. Heard, Commander. She reminds me of the serial heroes I wanted to be just like when I was a kid. I'd tell her if I thought she'd appreciate it. I know you're just going out of your way to be rude, but I reckon you're right on this one. That's a step too far. And anyway, I think she'd pat me on the head and say, "That's nice, dear," like she's cooing at a Raptidon pup that fell asleep in its food bowl. But she's good at killing things. I reckon she'd get the gist real quick. Anyway, this is me saying I think she was a good get. Much better having her in our corner than staring down the barrel of her gun, that's for certain. She's probably already got bugs listening in on us, so we ought to just stop there. You ask me? Don't matter where you been, so long as you make a home of where you are. Ain't what I'm saying neither. But the simple truth is that if Doc can't fix me, no one can. Heard you took matters into your own hands, Commander. With Willard? What's wrong with you? You knew how important it was for me to speak with him. With that data, she could wreak more havoc than we anticipated. That's all I ask. Sure, let's go with that. Sure. But don't get me wrong. I ain't asking this of you for my own benefit. Too bad. Consider this a reminder of my very specific skill set then. Killing bad folk. If we fail to stop DeVries, this will have dire consequences for the war and everything else. So let's not fail, huh? We got a duty to protect everyone at the peace talks. You as an Earth Directorate agent, me as a soldier. It's what we do. Don't reckon I'll be able to forgive this. Ever. With what power, Commander? I'm out of a contract, remember? I may as well be a void-damned down-and-outer to these folk. Fine. All for the greater good, right? But it don't mean we have to be friends. Let's just get these rifts closed and move on. When I was a kid, he told me the best way to appreciate nature was to create some of your own and carry it with you. The notion's taken on a bit of a different meaning now with Auntie, but I reckon that Grandpa has the right of it. On the off chance you're being serious, afraid not. Never quite got the hang of drawing human appendages. Want to know a secret? So do I. Don't get me wrong, they've done a lot of good. Modern medicine sure beats slathering plant matter on your wound. But there's something to be said for partnering with nature, not fighting for dominion over it. Bit late for that warning, huh? I ain't claiming you can hang this on the undisputed claim or anything. You don't like them? That's fine. They're just for me. Well, they ain't exactly equipped for negotiations, and I ain't gonna become a bloody pulp if they're aiming to pick a fight. But they are fascinating. I'd watch them all day if their hunting instincts weren't so sharp. They like to play, did you know that? Of course, they play with the corpses of their prey, but it's play nonetheless. Vincent. He used to draw posters and ads for Spacer's Choice. He had style. Of course, that didn't last. Age caught up and his hands started failing him. Couldn't draw, couldn't lift heavy objects, could hardly walk without exerting himself. And in Tau Ceti, if you couldn't work, you didn't get ration cards. We shared what we could with him, of course, but what we got already wasn't much. Last day I saw him, he refused the half-salt tuna can I tried to give him. Said it was him lending me his strength. He was gone the next day. We searched all over, then realized he must have wandered off into the wilderness, not wanting to be a burden. We never found him. Can't hardly open a tin without thinking about him now. So if you're wondering why I held a candle for Auntie's choice for as long as I did, it's because I know, had Auntie arrived just 4 months earlier, Vincent might still be alive. Say what you want, but with them, there's always work to be had, a living to be made, regardless of ability. So if you're wondering why I still hold a candle for Auntie's choice, after everything, it's because I know had Auntie arrived just 4 months earlier, Vincent might still be alive. We didn't know that at the time. It's just how life was. I miss the sunsets, and my folks, though I know they're well taken care of nowadays. But that's about it. Though there is one person I keep thinking of, the grandpa who lived next door, Vincent. He used to draw posters and ads for Spacer's Choice. He had style. Yep, that's him. Hoping I've done him proud. It's been years now since I talked about it. He was a good man. He deserved better. So did the rest of us. Anyhow, ain't meaning to talk your ear off. You fouled up my chance to make something of the program, or even of myself. If you thought so little of me, You should have cut me loose instead.
Oh, yeah?
So then what's your excuse? Ain't saying that liberating the blockade wasn't right, but we were only given that responsibility because of me and the deal we cut with Willard. Now I have to mourn that. We'll talk later, all right? I'd have hoped you'd think of what this meant to me. Did you? At all? Wow. After everything, that's all you have to say. I'll pack my things. What? You knew how important this opportunity was to me. What is this about, other than you disregarding my feelings? No, we can't.
Could be that he's sincere. Or could be that he has his hands so full with keeping his community from falling apart that he missed a memo or two. Either way, I'm willing to stay my hand until we know the truth. If it were my folk buried under the rubble, if Ortiz was among them, I'd want to know for certain before acting. Besides, ain't nobody around here better suited for investigating than we are. Certainly didn't anticipate that he'd been entirely truthful neither, though it won't bring back those we lost. If there are any survivors at Opportunity, we ought to help. I can only hope they had warning enough to run for cover. If they didn't, well, there's only so much basic training can prepare you for. Sure won't, but it could be the difference between an all-out conflict and a strategic reparation. I know which one I prefer. While we're at it playing detective, we need to scope out Opportunity. If there are any survivors, we ought to help, however we're able. At least we already helped the survivors at Opportunity get back on their feet. Best they can, anyhow. So let's do right by them, by finding out the truth. At least we already know what needs doing at Opportunity to help get survivors back on their feet. Let's not lose sight of that in all of this. Thank you, Commander. Once endured a week-long bombardment in a foxhole, with only enough rations to last 3 days. Screams went on twice that long. Some of us still ain't fully recovered. That's a rotten thing to say. Good don't mean much against a 5-ton sucker punch. I haven't. But right now, your only lead is to follow through on what the abbot asked. You're in the middle of this conflict whether you like it or not. I'll be damned if we don't do our due diligence. Everyone in my unit was from Tau Ceti, so we already had that in common. And we served on the front lines, which made us look out for one another that much more. That only holds true until the day one of you decides to leave the other. And no disrespect, but I'd say they left you 10 years ago. Yeah? Then I reckon that explains the Earth Directorate's disregard for their own mission statement. But the Earth Directorate itself, it's got much to answer for. They never responded. Never showed up. Not when I was a child, certainly not by the time Auntie's Choice came around. You ask me, you're selling folk a lie. Right. They're the reason you had to stare down the gun barrel of someone you once called colleague. Seems they've done wrong by both of us. There's one thing I can't shake, though. That rift exploded at just the right time, right in the middle of the peace talks. I reckon it's saying that all our political machinations will mean nothing in due time. Nature will always defeat us. But we can learn to work with it. Like with the rift tech, whether we gain that help from Auntie or not, I won't lose sight of that. Our galaxy's survival is of far more consequence than our loyalties. By the way, what DeVries said about Auntie and the rift tech, don't take it to heart, huh? Auntie ain't an idiot. Much as she loves business, reckon she loves self-preservation even more. And all that aside, what will Auntie think of me if my influence weren't enough to save her delegate? What use could I possibly be to her? That may be. But I'll still know the truth. I'm gonna choose to ignore that, Commander. I can't tell if you're attempting a joke or speaking in earnest. Maybe I don't want to know. Anyhow, what rattles me most is that rift. We were damn lucky to get away in time. It's odd, ain't it, how it exploded at just the right moment during the peace talks? Respectfully, you had to know his emotions would be running high, facing off against DeVries. I don't reckon he should have been in such a position. Even if it were for good reason, most of my friends joined up when I did, so we took our community with us. Leaving my hometown itself, it was an eager farewell. Said we'd all get burned if we put too much stock in the promises of this foreign corporation. But I'd rather take a risk on them than be resigned to how things were. No, not at all. But I ain't sure my folks oppose them now. They have good jobs and a roof that doesn't leak. The ones who didn't adjust, however, was our management. Reckon this news will give the Arcadians hope. Law knows they need it. Instead, the ceasefire can remain in place, and folk can sleep soundly. Thank you. Except we have resources to spare on these folk. Does the order? But that ain't all I'm getting at. And all they wanted in return was the signing of an employment contract. Now, I ain't seeing any contracts in Matriarch's mercy. So what is the order actually gaining by doing this? In all my years, I ain't encountered many folk who would extend a hand and expect nothing in return. I can always count on a thorough assessment from you, huh? They'd have to be evil to even think of them as such. And they'd have to be stupid to think that's a line nobody would cross. The Order doesn't strike me as either. You know what really gets me? Not one person thought to help their blessed leader. If this is the culture the Protectorate had fostered, then it's only right that we undo it. He was a desperate, sad man just trying to save his family. And the consul stabbed him in the back. Law. Anyhow, if the Order is in fact helping these folk with no hidden aims, then, well, I'll be the first to admit that there might just be merit in what they're selling. I mean, I'd not have asked for your help with my graft if I didn't have something to offer in exchange. Look, I ain't holding you to account for the Earth Directorate's ills. No more than anyone would hold me to those of Auntie's choice. We're our own people. No matter how often I'm hit in the face with that fact, with you, with Ethel, it's rather easy to forget at times. But talking through this reminds me. And I appreciate it, Commander. Well, maybe I misjudged the Earth Directorate after all. That's a reflection of reality, friend. Unless you mean to tell me yours is different? So you do get it. He's still loyal to Auntie, no doubt about that. I just figured he might have been rewarded for it after giving so much. But he's still on the bottom rung. It don't make sense. I don't know how he can stay loyal to her after all this time. He's still on the bottom rung with no reward in sight. What's in your heart don't matter at all, does it? Ain't any different from us in the end. Though, guess it really goes to show the power of public relations, huh? Bastards. I'd like to personally ensure they'll stay in past tense from this point on. Ain't that shocking in hindsight? The Protectorate were always trying way too hard to present a united front. Auntie would have given direction to dial back the theatrics some, I think. Nor do I. No matter how often I'm hit in the face with that fact, it's rather easy to forget at times. I didn't want to make things tense, Commander. I thank you for listening, anyhow. Why'd you go and kill that damned reporter, huh? What's wrong with you? You knew I had to complete the mission and get the footage to impress Willard. Well, like I said, we were both in the same unit. Me as a combat medic, him as a machine gunner. See, most of us were laborers, and we just got our first real shot at something greater. We wanted to make a name for ourselves, and what better way to do that than become a hero? Our onboarders promised that if we demonstrated exceptionalism, showed initiative, that we'd get promoted quick. And our days of living in squalor would be far behind us. Of course, if I did my part, proved my worthiness, it'd pay dividends. Though, none of that holds true if your graft fails and takes you out of service altogether. Learn that the hard way. Anyhow, I hope for his sake he stays out of trouble, finds another way to prove himself. Maybe get out when he does, with as many bits as he can carry. I reckon that's a difference in perspective. Commander, has your gray matter reverted to that of a prepubescent? No, we ain't, you know. We're friends. Nothing romantic-like. Better than I'd feared. Only had to bury 2 troopers and amputate 5 limbs. I'm thankful every day that the Protectorate can't aim for shit. He kept me clear-headed. Every so often there'd be a lull in the bombardments and I'd hear voices all across the field, calling out for aid, for mama, for death. Almost got my head clean taken off when I tried to scramble out of the foxhole the first night. I heard a call for help and moved on instinct. Damn foolish of me, really. Ortiz told me not to panic, to wait till he could provide cover, to just shout first aid instructions where I could. Was too valuable to fall in battle, he said. It was a rough few nights at first, knowing I couldn't help folk who needed it. And the reward for that torment was my life. That an Earth Directorate law or something? No, out here, anyone's fair game. In fact, taking out the one person who could mitigate losses on our side, they'd consider a triumph. I appreciate that, Commander. Oh, they were ex-VPs from Spacer's Choice. They tried to hide it, but we found them out quick. They didn't eat like the rest of us, see? When you're used to doing without, you stay mindful of anyone or anything that might try to steal the can of saltuna from your hands. The VPs set their own cans down, half-eaten. The kind of certainty that your lunch ain't about to be someone else's is a real nefarious kind of privilege. Reckon what I'm really meaning to say, Commander, is if you find it in your heart to go against Auntie in the end, you'll get no quarrel from me. That I promise. I can't cast off what's burrowed deep into my bones, but you are partly right. Now I know the truth, I ain't walking through life blindly. That's worth something. Can you blame me for hoping that just once in my life someone actually gave a damn about us? If you told me that Auntie's been living as a head in a jar for most of the war, I would have told you to get your gray matter checked. But it's true. Wonder if she gets bored in there. We gotta talk.
You know how much this new grafting program meant to me. Auntie could have been invaluable to getting it off the ground. And now I'm associated with her murderer.
Reckon I'm allowed to have complicated feelings about death, Commander, whether the death in question is warranted or not. I put Auntie on a pedestal, and she fell from it just as quick. It's the death of an idea that I'm mourning.
Do you understand what you just did, Commander? With Auntie dead by your hand, the whole company will turn against me. I'll never get answers for Ortiz now. I trusted you.
I know you're right on that account, I do. I just never expected I'd be party to assassination.
Can't I be? I thought this woman was my savior for years, and now she's just gone. Who's going to take her place now? What if I can't work with them?
What if they're worse?
But what if the Order can't retain control? Maybe the next Auntie will be twice as cunning and thrice as merciless. Of course I am. She gave me opportunities I never would have had. You talk about exploitation when you don't know the half of it.
What if this death is just the start? They could begin killing off anyone who don't suit their plan, for all we know. I know that. And maybe I'm being selfish. But maybe you ought to recognize the effort it'll take to let go of this. It's what's been driving me forward all this time. Glad you see it my way. Just don't let the presiding bishop overhear. Transition of power will be smoother anyway, if this war's anything to go by. I'm glad you're considering it. In any case, I'm only standing here because of a damn fine soldier who became my friend. I'll carry that knowledge always. But maybe could have been, under other circumstances. But I'd say those circumstances have well and truly flown. Nice one, Spratass. I don't keep count of every life I've saved, every wound I've patched up. It's the other things that stick with you. You ain't sounding too different from DeVries. You know that, don't you? He was an honorable man, regardless. Just hope you know that even if you get over his absence overnight, it'll take some of us a lot longer. But he ain't been the only thing on my mind. That rift explosion was one hell of a thing. Mighty coincidental that it happened right in the middle of the peace talks. Wouldn't happen to be the universe trying to tell us something, would it? I hear that. Why are you saying it like that? I got a roof over my head. I'm seeing the galaxy. I'd say they made good on that promise. Hell of a thing, seeing Niles taken down by folk he once called friends. But if you can live with yourself, then I reckon there ain't much I can say to that. Can't say I understand when folk push away one of the last reminders of their old lives. I'm sure you had your reasons. But I'll miss Niles, all the same. Marisol was a force to be reckoned with. Wish it hadn't turned out this way, but just maybe this'll be a lesson to all of us that you can only push someone so much before they push back. It was a mistake letting Marisol walk away like that. Invaluable don't even half describe what she brought to our crew. Hope you know what you're doing. You had to have known that antagonizing our resident arbiter would end badly. Friends or no, I ain't keen on seeing any crewmate of mine cut down. Wish it hadn't come to it. Can't say I'm especially heartbroken to see our resident arbiter kicked to the curb, but reckon there might have been a better way to go about it. With respect. Had an inkling we'd have to fight off Azza eventually, just didn't quite see it happening like that. Might not have been friends, but that don't mean death is any easier to stomach. Got mixed feelings seeing Azza go. She turned a new leaf, that's clear. But what's also clear is that it's our crew that were holding her back. Wonder what that says about us. Gonna take time to get over what happened to Niles. To Zeb. You had to have known your actions would have consequences. No? Ain't gonna dwell on it and say something I'll regret. Still, since we're here, think we ought to see if we can secure a meeting with Auntie. Your boss was clear. We'll need all the help we can get to close these rifts. It ain't like we want folk to owe us for saving them. But with freedom comes new purpose. If enlisting helps these folk find themselves, then I'll be pleased to see more recruits. They have. And could be they can't even fathom another way of living. Freedom can be frightening at first. But they'll see. Same as me and mine did when Auntie came to Tau Ceti. Can't say I'm thrilled about aiding an arbiter, especially considering he ain't been forthcoming about his motives. Hope it don't come back to bite us. When I first joined up with you, I figured Milver Street and Carr knew you'd do a good turn for our folk eventually. Thought if I tagged along, it'd be good for my resume or some such. And it seems all of us were right. That relay ain't a threat anymore. But one thing I couldn't quite figure out all this time is what you were getting out of helping us. Things slid into focus for me mighty quick once we got to the relay. You were busy hunting down a fellow agent. And I thought you folk were about duty and camaraderie above all. Ain't got nothing to say to you after that fouled-up display. Let's move. Appreciate you hearing me out. You sure? The Order seems a whole lot more concerned with dazzling the populace with numbers than anything else. Hey, need something? Go ahead. Tell me what ails ya. Got a lot on my mind, but I can make time. Have something for me? If so, good news. My schedule's wide open for the foreseeable future. Feeling like I could take on the galaxy, Commander. But don't worry. I always got time for you. Let's bring the fight to him, huh? Everything's led to this moment. I intend to make it count. Never thought I'd be able to see the undisputed claim in all her glory. Visiting was invite-only for us troopers, and even then, you had to pay a month's salary to secure entry. You know, I thought the abbot in Matriarch's Mercy was out of touch. But these folk are really giving him a run for his bits. It's weird here, ain't it? Would have been worth every bit, though. I want to say up front that I got nothing against you or your crew. Ain't one to judge the firearm by its plating. There's a beast out there just waiting to yield up its vitals to a grafting table. I'd like to begin the hunt soon, if it's all the same to you. We pulled a good harvest. Doc Tinsley's going to be pleased. I can feel my senses sharpening. Teeth, too. Also, my appetite. I feel strange. In a good way. Auntie's documentation doesn't describe the side effects of grafting with a Crabble, but so far, not hearing complaints from me. You made good on your word, Commander. Without you, I don't know what I would have done about this graft. So, thanks. I appreciate that, Commander. Good. I can't rightly take a look without contorting myself in front of a mirror, so it's a comfort to have someone with a keen eye taking notice. I duly noted. Meant to thank you again for helping me in the hunt. Both specimens are viable and of good quality. Hey, don't make fun. You helped me out when you didn't have to. So yeah, I'm gonna consider your thoughts. All right, but Doc Tinsley will need an answer once we meet with her. Lots to think about. Exactly what I was thinking. I'm good to head to Doc's lab with the news and this part when you are. What the void was that back there at the bridge? Some elaborate ruse? A cruel jest? I'm not extorting you. I simply want the ability to trust you moving forward. We'll see how hard you're laughing when I've got my boot on your throat. Let's just move on. The problem is that you don't think much at all. This isn't a damn tossball bet. This is my life. Oh, so now you're capable of introspection. I warned you that I was liable to find trouble here. Yet, I can see you're being sincere, or something akin to it. But you do anything like this to me again, and we're finished. You hear? Yes! How magnanimous of you! The fact that you don't see what's wrong speaks volumes of your character. I'll say it plainly. You do this to me again, and you'll face stronger consequences than a quick word between us. That's a promise. And somehow, after all that, I believe you. Next time you wish to test someone, give me the courtesy of a forewarning. If you don't, you'll find yourself in a predicament you'll wish you never stepped into. If you truly mean that, you're free to gamble with your own life next time. So that's it, huh? You'll just toss me aside like everyone else? Can't fathom why I expected more of you. Good riddance. As if I could ever forget. Let's get going, Commander, and then some. You didn't so much as flinch, handing someone off to the warden to be executed like that. But if we could hunt for the other beast before bringing this specimen back to her, I'd be much obliged. I'd say this officially puts me back in full fighting form. If you ever thought I might slow you down, you can give those fears a kiss goodnight. Rather kind of you to say. But we both know you can keep pace with just about anything on this island. In honesty, I don't know which one I should ask Doc to patch me up with. Can't go wrong with either, but one could be the better choice. If you've got an opinion, I'm keen to hear it. Of course, Commander. After you. Was passage across the canyon truly worth the price? The Protectorate care nothing for the lives of others. You know this, and still you went and made a deal with them. This is exactly the kind of shit I'm fighting against. Lives being given about as much thought as a dime changing hands. I spit on the notion. But you didn't explore any other avenue, did you? You best think on this, Commander. When you stand back and watch an innocent go to the slaughter, you've picked a side. Yeah, suppose stringing up a defenseless person is the path of least resistance. According to who? A coward who'll kill anyone and anything to save her own skin? To get ahead, to climb the ladder, yeah, I've heard all of that before. Coward, we were outnumbered. If I'd done anything, we all would have ended up bloodied. I had my fellow troops in Fairfield to think of, You!
What piece?
But I reckon I can figure it out when we get to Doc's lab. Ready to head there when you are. I know that. I just find value in a second opinion, when it's given freely.
Go on then. Just know that I'm watching you. I think you'll find that for the folk in Fairfield, Auntie's promises have proven to be more than real. We need to have a talk. Now. Commander, I'd like a word with you.
We got both grafting parts in hand, Commander. Can I get your read on something? Have time for a chat, Commander? Well, if we help Westport, the Vigilant has promised to get us into the box. Folk here could rebuild their community. Maybe. But it's only delaying the inevitable, if you ask me. If we convince these folk to join up with Auntie's choice, they can start new lives away from the Protectorate guillotine. They'd be grateful once they see what we got on offer. I agree. We convince the townsfolk to join up, and they'll be granted a new life away from the Protectorate guillotine. Once they taste a better life, they'll be loyal forever. If tracking down that DeVries person is your top priority, I suppose I couldn't fault you for doing things his way. Though you may just be delaying the inevitable for these folk. You got it. Let's start conversating. The sooner we know how folk really feel about living here, the sooner we'll know who to butter up. Understood, Commander. The ARC is south of here, so I hope you like long strolls along the coast. Really now? I suppose it makes sense, since he can offer you a clearer path to the relay. But I suspect you're only helping him delay the inevitable. The Minister, too, would be much obliged. However, the Vigilant is offering us a clearer pathway to the Vox Relay should we help him in his town. Plus, the Minister's deal was clear. Do this, and he'll tell you how to gain entrance to the Vox, so you'd still get what you're after. The whereabouts of DeVries, right? Fair. So long as you know what you're doing. We can either help the folk in Westport, or support the Minister's efforts. There's no in-between. I got a good feeling about this partnership of ours. Just want to reiterate that I'll make good on my end of the deal. Oh, you'll get one, Commander. I swear. I expect we're going to have quite the adventure together. I plan on proving my worth to you and to Auntie, no matter what it takes. Well, then I guess I ought to open the eyes of those who don't quite see it that way yet. All done in there? Was hoping we could chat. Got a proposition. Since I'm newly free-ranged, and you're free-ranged yourself, thinking we ought to team up. You're going places. I want to go too. Wait, you're turning me down? But I thought you were offering me a partnership back there. Or a job, an internship, something? You're back. Don't tell me you changed your mind. Fine. Suppose I'll take this as a lesson in self-reliance. You'd make Auntie proud, you know that? Doc Tinsley worked with Grafts for some time before she came to Fairfield. Damn fine scientist. Reckon we should visit her lab at the edge of town to see if she's got ideas for us.
You won't regret it. I ain't lying. Once I'm all fixed up, you'll see just how quick I can clear the battlefield. Just need to find out how to get back into top form first.
Appreciate you agreeing to help, but the arm's itching something fierce. Ready to do away with it. We ought to head to Doc Tinsley's, quickly if we can. I know we just met, but I can assure you, it's one hell of a deal. After you. Hello again. You here for the show? This might be the worst performance review I ever seen. No! Ain't gonna let you hurt Doc! Seems we can use this machine to stitch on the new graft. La, do I wish Doc were here to oversee it. We settled on the matriarch graft, so that's one less thing to worry over. Now we need to get the winning specimen affixed to my person without killing me. Seen Doc operate this machine a few times before on the tamed raptidons. Seems automated, mostly. I have complete faith in your ability to flip a switch, if that helps. Just flip the damn switch, would you? We settled on the skeleton graft, so that's one less thing to worry over. Now that we're done traipsing all over Paradise Island, I think we got a choice to make.
The material we harvested from the skeleton crabble could allow me to fire off scalding shell shards. They'd pierce through armor easily, I imagine.
And the part from the Raptidon matriarch should let me camouflage myself at will, like other raps can. I'd be able to close the distance and heal you up without the enemy noticing. Both specimens are viable, well preserved. I believe either option would suit me fine. Care to share your thoughts? I like the way you think. I'll be the first of anti-soldiers to graft with a skeleton's claw. Call me a pioneer. Blazing new territory. Grafting with a matriarch feels right. The Enhanced Soldier Division was designed with raptidons in mind, and there's nary a specimen finer than our late matriarch. The part we harvested from a raptidon matriarch should let me camouflage myself at will, like other raps can. It'll allow me to heal you up without the enemy noticing. Well, now that we're back here, we ought to look over our findings, discuss our options. Appreciate the assistance, Commander. Now I just want answers. Doc Tinsley kept good records, if I recall. I reckon she wouldn't mind us having a look around. Out of chat, Commander. See where we go from here. Doc! Doc! Hola.
What happened here?
Well, since you did what you did back on Cloister, we got 3 augmentations to choose from. Only got space for one on my shoulder, however. I could stabilize my graft for good with this device here, which would let me utilize it more often. Or we could take a bit of a risk. Course you would. But I suppose it's the sensible option. I'll settle in. You know what to do, don't you? Sure, just slap a hive on my shoulder. Why not? Huh. Would have thought you'd choose one of the riskier options, consequences be damned. Let's go with this device then. Rasmussen wasn't blowing smoke. Device looks effective enough. If it stabilizes my shoulder, lets me use my graft more often, I'd say it's well worth the risk of installation. I'll settle in. Would you mind working the machinery there? Wouldn't do to let either of these specimens go to waste, right? They look stable enough, at least. The ursapod material could bolster our defenses. It's a mucus gland, see, so its byproduct could absorb some incoming damage, if you don't mind getting a little sticky. Then I'll choose the same. Just refrain from any slug jokes. Hive it is. Just refrain from any buzzing jokes.
She's dead. Someone did this to her. And nobody in town's yet noticed. Be sorry for her. Condolences ain't for me to receive. What? Why in the void would you do that? Don't matter if she were important to me or not. You can't go around killing innocent folk. Damn you. I'm gonna put you down like the monster you are.
She was as thorough as I'd hoped she'd be. Thanks, Doc. Seems we got 2 options. The skeleton crabble on the coast, or the Raptidon matriarch up north. Tracking is one thing, but bringing either of them down is another. I'm game for it. Are you? Fair. But if we start heading that a ways, reckon a quick detour to find one of these creatures will be worth the fuss. West it is. Up north it is. This ain't at all what I accounted for. If we're gonna fix my graft, seems we'll have to go it alone. All right. I could use a little shut-eye anyhow. When you're ready, come back and meet me here. Finally got space for one more? Offer still stands. That's about the long and short of it, yeah. I'm good for my word. Sure. Let me know when that change of heart's gone through. Can we see about my graft now? Since we're here, reckon we can fix my graft? Let's go over our options again. Ought to have a look around, see if we can find a lead about the grafting program. I'd like to take you up on your offer, if you're good for it. You're going places. Could be I'm keen on heading that direction myself. Whoa, come on. You sure you really thought about this? I ain't gonna get in your way. The opposite, in fact. I'll be watching your back. Hope that little dust-up back there didn't put you off. My contract had me caged, and I was glad to get a few licks in during the jailbreak. My graft is just one in a long line of failures. It's why I'm considered a liability. Why Milver Street had me running foolish errands instead of giving me something bigger. Better. If you help me fix my graft, you'll retain the services of a fully functioning enhanced soldier. Me. Don't matter what you set your mind to, together we'll be unstoppable. And let's stop wasting each other's time. That'll be the addendum in my next business proposal. Assuming I can guarantee I'll live that long once the graft is fixed. I get it. You're skeptical. If you got more questions, go on and ask them. You'll not find me hiding anything in the fine print. Had a feeling you knew a good offer when you seen it. Once I'm in top form, you'll be pleasantly surprised to see what I'm capable of. Just gotta find out how to get there first. I'll earn my keep, promise. But it don't have to be. The reality is that you could use someone watching your back. I can do that. I won't be in your way. All right. You ain't one of Auntie's. Well, it was the public-facing name for the soldiers who got grafted like myself. And in time, maybe I'll have earned myself the clout to be welcomed back into Auntie's Choice. Name's Inez Sealong, by the way. Former combat medic in the Enhanced Soldier Division of Auntie's Choice. And now, independent. Of course, most everyone who got one passed or became permanently incapacitated. So the executive shuttered the program. A total failure that I'd bet they'd rather forget about. It's making me sick, see? And if I leave it be, it'll result in sepsis. Just a matter of time. But I'd like to go on living. And show the rest of them I can't be counted out. Ah, right. You ain't one of Auntie's. Well, Enhanced Soldiers was the public-facing name for the program that grafted soldiers like myself. Of course, most everyone who got one passed or became permanently incapacitated, so the executive shuttered the program. A total failure that I'd bet they'd rather forget about. And then there's me. But I reckon I can pull myself out of this mess. Just gotta try hard enough. I can be on my own for a time, but I'd rather it not be permanent. Besides, where else can I turn from nothing to something? I did. But I can't expect someone else to foot the bill if there's no guaranteed treatment will work. So I'll take on the risk myself. A go-getter attitude's always rewarded. They ain't the protectorate. If they couldn't see my worth, it was due to circumstance, because of my graft, or because I ain't trying hard enough. Look, I know what I signed up for when I joined the Enhanced Soldier Division. Ain't nobody's fault that things went awry, but it would be my fault to mope about it. I know you're making fun, but I fully intend to stand in front of Auntie and show just how much I made her proud. You know, once the graft is sorted out. I would have asked Doc. That was her lab inside this barn. She's gone now. But she kept good notes. Reckon we could look through those to give us a clue on where to start. I was just about to check in with Doc Tinsley inside this barn here. Why don't you join me? She worked with grafts for a time. Reckon she'll have some ideas for us. This is a delicate situation. You reckon we help folk here get back on their feet? Or do what the minister asked? I figure our skeletons near that cave you stumbled upon, with the burrows and the glowing flora, might be less shy when we make our second appearance. I reckon we've already found the caves of both these beasts. Seems they were feeling shy for one reason or another. I think that's the cave we stumbled upon earlier. Seems we didn't cause enough ruckus to bring her out of hibernation. Now, Doc also had the foresight to note how we might draw the creatures to us. The matriarch responds to pheromones. The skeleton responds to sound. Seems simple enough. It's solemn work killing a creature. So, let's make it count. I'll go ahead and take this spare part from you for my own research. Just in case. So, what do you think? Our skeleton's got albinism, as the name might imply, and sounds a good bit larger than the average crabble. Meaner and smarter, too. When we find him, we'll know. Well, the protectorate must have believed it was true. And Doc, she didn't do anything halfway. She knew the danger of trusting without question. Anyhow, if this skeleton don't pan out, we got the matriarch to consider. She's the only one of her kind on the island. Believe me when I say, that's a good thing.
It is. Rare once-in-a-generation divergence in the crabble population. Powerful and frightening. It's the perfect graft candidate.
She'll be more aggressive and cunning than her kin, and according to this, her nest is deep in protectorate territory by the Vox relay. We'll need to exercise twice the caution. The name's metaphorical. This creature's real pale, bone-colored. It has innards, obviously, and enough muscle mass for me to graft with. Doc theorized that grafting with an apex would give me the highest chance of success. Survival. If I can't find these parts here, doubt I ever will. Yep. Between that and the sound device Doc mentioned that the Crabble researchers were using, I bet we'll have the upper hand when these creatures come out to play. Ha! Amusing thought. But don't let any of our kindly protectorate defectors hear you say it. Reckon comparing this colony's founder to a flesh-rending beast won't go over well. Well, I doubt the nest is in the Vox itself. We stick to the perimeter, we ought to be able to find a way into the caves. Only half done when we got the part in hand, by my estimation. But not having to fumble all over the island for a lead does put the mind at ease. Always good to have a backup plan. Just ask that we make it quick. So, we should be fine. I'll get settled in. Can you operate the machinery? Oh, Auntie's doesn't sue for wrongful death unless it results in property damage. And since I'm independent and this barn is damn near impenetrable, you're in the clear. This is your show, apparently. So go ahead, bestow me with the wisdom of what I should choose. Guess that makes us even. The worst kind around. A person. If I ever find out who's responsible, I'm so sorry, Doc. Thank you. For everything. She fled the protectorate and made a name for herself, only to end up like this. It don't make sense. Our deal's off! Don't ever come near me again, you hear? Yes, I'm sure. These wounds look like claw marks or bites to you. But these folk will crush the life out of you too, if you let them. Yeah. Let's get going. This war zone is not your playground. Come on, Commander. Westport's damn near underwater, and the Protectorate are claiming everyone they're in to be traitors. Barring some mass change of heart, it's a matter of time before these folk get struck down by their own. The Vigilant seems a decent enough sort, but he's just one man. You want to give these folk a real shot at living? Send them to Fairfield. I'll respect your decision, Commander. He's asked us to go to the ARC, right? That's south of here. So I hope you like long strolls along the coast. I appreciate you hearing me out. We should move on. Hey, if you've got a grievance, get in line. Ain't so sure you want to work for this imbecile, friend. There's more menial jobs where that came from. All right, I'll try to believe you. Should we get going? Wait. It weren't the crash that killed her at all. Someone did this to her. Thought when I saw the barn was standing, Doc would be all right, but... You ain't gonna kill any more innocents.
Not on my watch.
I don't see the Earth Directorate hard at work addressing your grievances, yet you still call yourself an agent. Agent? Ain't no time to conversate. Let's move. This is real bad, Commander. You got a few folk following you already, though. Mind if I step in for one of them? Right. Ain't a stranger to tactics, Commander. But make no mistake, you give these folk an inch, and they'll crush the life out of you, too. First chance they get. I don't know, but reckon there's something to be said for your taking responsibility. Our deal stands for now, but I'll need time to think this over. I'll take these both off your hands and settle in. Would you mind working the machinery there? Yeah? Well, that's a weight off my shoulders. You won't regret this. Once I'm in top form, you'll see what I'm capable of. Just gotta find out how to get there first. The mantis swarm hive, however, would be best for crowd control. Say the word, and I'll sick these little guys on any enemy in our vicinity. Both are good options. You got a preference? This ursipod mucus gland could absorb oncoming damage, if used right, but this mantis swarm hive could help us attack large groups of enemies, so long as their armor ain't too thick. Keen as I am to speak to the minister, I ain't looking to get chewed out by Auntie. You want to take the risk? Be my guest. This intel, it's pointing us to the undisputed claim, the Auntie's Choice flagship. But they ain't gonna let us in on account of all we've done. The trail ends here, which means I ain't gonna be able to get justice for Ortiz, not in the way he'd have wanted. I ought to take some time to think, Commander. I can feel my senses sharpening. Teeth, too. Also, my appetite. I feel strange, in a good way. Auntie's documentation doesn't describe the side effects of grafting with a crabble, but so far, not hearing complaints from me. I'd say this officially puts me back in full fighting form. If you ever thought I might slow you down, you can give those fears a kiss goodnight. I think Ibarra's just scared I'm gonna kick his ass again. I ain't meaning to embarrass him, but how else is he gonna learn? Commander, much as I appreciate you asking me to tag along, I don't want things getting ugly. I ain't gonna be welcome here, remember? I'll stay with the ship. You go on without me. That your ship? Not bad. What's she called? Sure. But you could have changed it if you really wanted to. You have our illustrious Minister of Marketing to thank for that. A bit of whimsy goes a long way after a lifetime of melancholy. Be wise not to underestimate it. Huh. You know, there's an art to naming, and art takes time. That's the forward operating base, the only thing standing between Fairfield and the Protectorate. Don't you go casting aspersions on Commander Torres's post. He's managing well enough, considering he only has about 2 crates of sandbags and 5 cans of food at his disposal. The entrepreneurship. No, I'm telling you what your ship should be called. The entrepreneurship. Can't you picture it? Coming in for a clean landing at corporate headquarters? It's perfect. Why'd he try to fight us, huh? Surely there was another way. And so ends the end point. What a damn shame. She picked a fight fast. And fell just as quick. Wish I could say I were surprised. Gotta say, Rao, this new lease on life looks good on you. Almost covers up the whole protectorate thing. You just convinced him to slam the door on all reason. You know that, right? Reckon we've seen one of these before. Some kind of cultist comms device. This device reeks of cultist. Ought to have Azza take a look. Let's take a gander at what the messenger gave us. Well, who could turn down an invitation like that? To Golden Ridge, Commander? Hey, Commander, remember what I said about my graft? I think I really need to get this sorted. I don't feel so good. Oh, damn. We've got the executive blessing to do company business as we see fit. You don't want to contradict Auntie herself, do you? That's probably the last time that little story gets us out of trouble. I'd rather not fight my own people, so keep your nose clean. Yeah? Commander, if you'd like to have me handle this, I'm more than able.